Chapter 1. Jalalabad, Afghanistan. The 4 dead men were lined up on the living room floor of the safe house. Mitch Rapp started with the one on the left. The bearded face, the dark, lifeless eyes, and the dime-sized bullet hole that marked the center of the man's forehead were all expected. 1 bullet, nice and neat, the way Rapp would have done it. The next 2 bodyguards looked the same, including red pucker marks in the center of their brows. The 4th Afghani was a different story. He'd been shot through the back of the head. A quarter of his face was now a jagged crater of flesh, blood, and bone. The exit wound told him the man had been shot by something a lot bigger than a 9mm, probably a .45 caliber with ammunition that pancaked and tumbled for maximum damage. There was nothing about this mess to give Rapp any assurance that things would be fine, but this last little twist cracked open the door on something he didn't want to consider. Rapp set the troubling thought aside for a second, tried to imagine how it had gone down. The early signs pointed toward a well-coordinated assault. The perimeter security had been breached, phone line, cameras, motion sensors, heat sensors, and even the pressure pads had all been taken offline. The backup connection through the satellite dish on the roof had also been disabled. Whoever had attacked the safe house had the knowledge and skill to hit the place without setting off a single alarm and alerting the quick reaction force less than a mile away at the airbase. According to the experts at Langley, this was never supposed to happen. 4 years earlier, they had claimed the safe house was impregnable against any threat that the Taliban or any other local group could come up with. Rapp had told those same experts that they were full of shit. He'd never seen an impregnable safe house for the simple reason that people had to come and go. As with most CIA safe houses, this one was intentionally bland. There was no American flag flown out front, and there were no snappy Marines standing post at the main gate. This was a black site where the more unpleasant aspects of the war had been coordinated. Langley didn't want any official records of the comings and goings of the drug dealers, warlords, arms dealers, local politicians, police, and Afghan army officers who were on the take. The house looked like your run-of-the-mill 2-story blockhouse in Jalalabad. There were quite a few upgrades that made it unique, but from the outside, it looked dingy and run down just like all the other houses in the neighborhood. The cinder-block wall that surrounded the property was coated with a special resin designed to prevent it from exploding into a million pieces and shredding the house in the event of a car bomb. The simple-looking front door contained a 1-inch steel plate and a reinforced steel frame. All of the windows were bulletproof plexiglass, and the high-tech security cameras and sensors were concealed so as not to attract the attention of the neighbors. Langley had even taken the unusual precaution of buying the houses on each side and moving in the bodyguards and their families, all to protect one man. Joe Rickman was the most cunning and brilliant operative Rapp had ever worked with. They'd known each other for 16 years. At first, Rapp didn't know what to think of him. Rickman was pure vanilla. There wasn't a single physical characteristic about him that was memorable. At 5'10", he was neither tall nor short. His mousy brown hair matched his dull brown eyes, and his weak chin completed the bland lines of his roundish face. On the rare occasion that you heard him speak, he was never animated, and his voice was pure monotone, the kind of thing that could put the most restless baby to sleep. Rickman's forgettable face allowed him to blend in, and those who met him were almost underwhelmed by his presence. For Rickman, that was just fine. Much of his success was built on fools underestimating him. He'd worked for the CIA for 23 years, and it was rumored that he had never set foot inside headquarters. Only a few months earlier, Rapp had asked him if the rumor was true. Rickman responded with a soft smile and said that he'd never been invited. At the time, Rapp took the comment as a self-deprecating attempt at a little levity. Later he realized Rickman was dead serious. Rickman was one of those people who were tolerated only during tough times, usually war. For the last 8 years, he'd run America's clandestine war in Afghanistan. More than $1 billion in cash had passed through his hands. Most of it was used to bribe people into playing on the right team, but a fair amount of the money was used to kill enemies and for a laundry list of other unpleasant things that went with the territory. People back at Langley didn't want to know what Rickman was up to. They only wanted results, and that was something Rickman was exceedingly good at. Underneath Rickman's bland facade was a cunning mind that was perfectly suited to the duplicitous, infinitely complicated world of espionage. Rapp understood the tinge of fear in his boss's voice when she'd called him a little over 2 hours ago. When the morning guards showed up, they had discovered the bodies and the absence of Joe Rickman, and had immediately alerted John Hubbard, the CIA's Jalalabad base chief. Hubbard rang his boss in Kabul, and the shit rolled uphill from there. Rapp received a call from CIA Director Irene Kennedy while he was sitting down for breakfast in the big mess hall at Bagram Air Force Base. He had just arrived in country the previous evening on a high-priority mission that was now on hold. Kennedy passed along what little information she knew and ordered Rapp to grab the next Black Hawk to Jalalabad. Rapp didn't argue. He and 4 of his team members made the trip and were on the ground in Jalalabad before 9 in the morning. Hubbard met them with a 3 SUV convoy and a security detail, and they rolled to the house. Langley would want Rickman back, but Rapp got the strange feeling that, all things considered, they would prefer the Black Ops boss delivered in a body bag. It would be impossible to keep the kidnapping a secret. Rickman's operational knowledge and reach was too vast to ignore. Entire teams would already be gathered at Langley, working around the clock to assess the damage. If Rapp didn't find Rickman quickly, then complex, expensive operations would have to be unwound, or assets would start showing up in morgues all across the Middle East, Southwest Asia, and beyond. Sooner or later, Congress would get wind of the disaster, and they would want answers. For a good number of people back at Langley, the only thing worse than Rickman spilling the company's secrets to an enemy would be Rickman testifying before Congress. Rapp had a long and somewhat complicated history with Rickman. He respected the man, but it had taken a while. Rapp was considering how he would handle a possible order to eliminate Rickman when the towering Hubbard approached. "This shit is really bad." Rapp nodded. "It's about as bad as it could get." Hubbard rubbed his bald head and asked, "How in the hell are we going to find him?" "At this point, I'm not sure." Rapp knew their chances for success were remote, but they had to start somewhere. "This is going to get really nasty. And if you don't have the stomach for it, Hub, I suggest you go back to the base and lock yourself in your office." Hubbard studied Rapp for a moment and then nodded. "You don't have to worry about me getting all sensitive on you. I've been over here for 2 years. I've seen all kinds of crazy shit." Most of that crazy shit was stuff done by the enemy. This time they would be the ones crossing the line. "I know you have," Rapp said. "But trust me, if we're going to get him back, we're going to have to be more ruthless than you can imagine, and if at any point you start to have doubts, that's fine, step aside. But I need you to promise me you'll stick your head in the sand and keep your mouth shut." Hubbard gave him a nervous smile. "I can do a Sergeant Schultz when I need to." "Good," Rapp replied, even though he had his doubts. "So, where do you want to start?" Rapp returned his attention to the row of dead men. "The bodyguards." Hubbard turned his 6'5" frame toward the row of men and pursed his lips. "I think we can rule these 4 out." Rapp focused on the man with the cratered face. An inside job was the obvious conclusion, but the bodyguards were all hardened Northern Alliance types. It was possible that one of them could have been bribed into giving up the crucial information in the security system, but unlikely. If one of them had turned, however, it was also possible that the Taliban, or whoever was responsible for this, had decided to kill the inside man as soon as they got what they wanted. The wrench in the works was that Rapp was pretty certain the Taliban had nothing to do with this. He pointed at the man missing part of his face. "Focus on this one. I want to know everything there is to know about him, especially his family. Do his parents or wife or kids have medical problems? Does he have a drug problem? Anything you can find. And the other 8? A team of interrogation experts from D.C. were in flight but not expected to land for another 13 hours. If you have the manpower, you can get started with them, but I doubt they'd hang around after something like this. What would you do if someone gave you a pile of cash to betray your buddies and a man like Rick? Rickman's first name was Joe, but everyone who worked with him called him Rick. I'd run. That's right. Rapp pointed to the man who'd been shot with a .45 caliber. Focus on this one for now. So you think the Taliban turned him? Rapp ignored the question for the moment and asked, Who moved these bodies? What do you mean? The bodies, Rapp said as he pointed at the row of 4. They weren't shot here. Look at the blood on the floor. They were dragged here after they were killed. Rapp pointed at the stairs. One of them was dragged down from the second story. Hubbard shrugged. They were lined up like this when I got here. Did the bodyguards move them? Not that I know of. Do you want me to find out? In a minute. Rapp looked toward the front door, where one of the bodyguards was standing post with an AK-47 gripped in both hands. The neighbors. Did they hear or see anything last night? No, not a thing. No signs of forced entry? Not that we've discovered, but they wouldn't need to force their way in if one of these guys were helping them. So, no forced entry. 4 bodyguards, 4 headshots, 4 dead men. Anything about that seem unusual to you? Hubbard thought about it for a moment and said, Not sure what you're driving at. Rapp pointed at the bodies one after another, saying, 9mm, 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 .45 caliber, and my bet is they were all fired from suppressed weapons. Pretty accurate work. Good fire discipline. Look at the walls. Hubbard did a 360-degree turn and said, What about them? You see anything? No. That's the point. You ever seen the Taliban operate like this? 4 shots, 4 hits, and not a shot more? The Taliban likes to get the lead out. You know their M.O. They would have rolled up on this place with 3 or 4 trucks and started unloading RPG rounds at all 3 buildings. This place would be riddled with bullets. This was done by pros. Hubbard made a sour face and then nodded. Yeah, you're right. The towelheads like to blow shit up. This is more like something our guys would do. Hubbard kept talking, but Rapp had stopped listening. The idea that U.S. special operators had been involved was something he hadn't considered, and something he didn't want to consider. From the moment Rapp had heard Rickman was missing, there was a gnawing fear that he was about to head down the rabbit hole. Rickman excelled at his job for the simple reason that he could think 5, 10, 15, even 20 steps ahead of the enemy, and everyone else for that matter. There had been many times when Rapp didn't understand what the man was up to because he wasn't smart enough to follow Rick's thinking. How about those assholes from the ISI? Hubbard asked. Rapp had considered the less-than-loyal members of the Pakistani intelligence service. They would be on the list as well as others. Don't forget the Iranians, the Russians, and the Chinese. And there was one other possibility that Rapp wasn't quite prepared to mention. My money's on the ISI. This is just the kind of bullshit they'd pull. A thought occurred to Rapp. Where's the dog? That big frickin' Rottweiler that never left Rick's side. Ajax, he died a month ago. Rapp was surprised by the news. What was wrong with him? Don't know. Rick was pretty bummed out, though. Dog got sick. He took him to the vet and had to put him down. I think Rick said it was cancer or something like that. One of Rapp's team members came down the stairs with a disturbed look on his face. The man had blond hair and blue eyes and was pushing 50. Not good, was all he had to say. Rapp looked at Scott Coleman and said, Please tell me you're talking about something other than the safe. Tell me the safe is untouched and all the cash, drives, and laptop are safely tucked inside. Coleman shook his head. All gone. Completely cleaned out. Even though Rapp had expected it, he had held out some hope that he could give his boss some good news. Shit. I need to call Irene and let her know. Rapp reached for his phone, but stopped upon hearing a commotion at the front door. Chapter 2. Abdul-Siraj Zahir admired himself in the mirror. At 48 he was an old man in his country. Even among the common people it was difficult to make it to manhood. In Zahir's line of work the challenge was much greater. He was a warrior, like his father and his father before him. His father and all three of his older brothers were dead. His father and the two oldest brothers had been killed by the Soviets, and the third one had died at the hands of the Northern Alliance. Zahir had learned from their mistakes. Afghanistan was a brutal country where the only person you could really trust was someone from your own village. Beyond that, loyalties were an ever-shifting, complicated game. Zahir had learned that to stay alive he had to be brutal and vigilant. He knew that some described him as sadistic and paranoid, and he wore that as a badge of honor. The more people who feared him, the better. In Afghanistan, fear ruled. If you couldn't get men to fear you, you became a target. Zahir didn't want his life to end the way it had for his father and brothers, so he stoked the fear. It wasn't always easy, but he had found that he was good at it. Zahir pulled down on his gray uniform blouse, snapped his fingers, and then held out his arms. His aide rushed forward with Zahir's shiny black leather service belt. He buckled it around his boss's ample waist, made sure it was straight, and then stepped out of the way so Zahir could admire himself in the mirror. Zahir smiled at his reflection. His weapon was a still unfired .40 caliber Smith & Wesson. The fact that Americans had given it to him for free made ownership all that much more delicious. He'd spent most of the last decade killing Americans, and now he was on their payroll. Zahir noticed something wrong with his beard and moved closer to the mirror. His irritation was directed at a patch of gray that he had missed. He grabbed a bottle of black dye from his desk and inserted a small brush. After a few applications, the gray was gone. Zahir smiled at his fine-looking beard and placed his hands on his hips. He looked good in his uniform. It was a little tighter on the waist, but in Afghanistan his expanding middle section was a sign that he was a prosperous man. Afghanistan was a unique place. It was like a petri dish for the survival of the fittest. Historically, it had always been a harsh country. Hot summers, cold winters, and a rugged geography had shaped a breed of extremely tough people. For the last 3 decades, a state of near-constant war had only heightened the selection process. Being physically strong was no longer enough. One had to be adept at reading the ever-shifting alliances that had shaped and reshaped the power structure of the isolated country. The Soviets had to be appeased, and then the Americans and their Pakistani partners, who sponsored the crazed Wahhabi fighters from across the Persian Gulf, who in turn led to the Taliban and their enemies, the Northern Alliance, and a long civil war. Then the Americans and their coalition showed up and swept the Taliban from power in a matter of months. Abdul-Siraj Zahir had been able to look into the future on that day more than a decade ago and understood that the Taliban would be back. American air power and their advanced weaponry had given him doubts along the way, but Zahir knew the Afghan people, and more important, the devout Muslims who represented the base of the Taliban. They would die to the last man before they let these godless people beat them. Zahir also knew that the Americans were too self-conscious to hunt the Taliban down like the dogs that they were and exterminate them. So Zahir played them all against each other, and never forgot the fates of his father and brothers. He held on to his little enclave southeast of Jalalabad, and changed sides as many times as he needed to survive. Zahir neither loved nor hated his country. He didn't think in those terms. He lived in this particular part of the world, like most of its people, because he had been born here. He considered himself to be an above-average intelligent person with a very good understanding of what motivated people and, more important, what they feared. Despite his ability to sense the shift in the winds of power, the most recent gigantic twist was something that even he had been unable to predict. After he had killed countless Americans and taken their money, the fools had come to him with a job offer. A legitimate job offer, not simply a bag of cash, as they had done in the past for certain information. They wanted him to become commander of the local police force. He thought it was a trap, of course, but then he learned that other lions like himself had been offered and taken similar positions in the Afghan police. It was a new push the Americans were calling the reintegration program. He had been on the job for just 6 weeks, and he was already lining his pockets with bribes from local businessmen. The Taliban was a concern, of course. They would, after all, eventually work their way back into power, but not for a few more years. And in the meantime, Zahir would play both sides against each other. He would work for the Americans, take their money, and keep the Taliban informed of what they needed to know. As always, the most important thing was to stay one step ahead of seen and unseen enemies. Zahir had long ago surrounded himself with fiercely loyal people. There wasn't a man in his inner circle whom he had known for fewer than 10 years, and they were all from his village. They were of his tribe, and in return for their loyalty, he protected their families. Zahir never spent more than 2 nights in the same place, and even with his newfound legitimacy he continued his old ways. Part of the reason was that he had 4 wives. They all needed his attention, but it was beyond that. The axiom was extremely simple. They couldn't kill him if they couldn't find him. Nights were always the most dangerous. That was when the American killers hunted. They used their optics advantage to harass and assassinate his countrymen. For many years now, Zahir had avoided sleeping at night. He always made sure he was awake from midnight until 1 hour before sunrise. That was the preferred time that the American dogs liked to attack, so he stayed awake and on the move. He would then sleep in the mornings and conduct business in the afternoons and evenings. This morning, however, was different. After only a few hours of sleep, Pamir, one of his most trusted men, had awoken him with a startling piece of news. There was a rumor sweeping through the back alleys of Jalalabad that a notorious American had been snatched from his fortress. Mr. Rickman was a very important man who had made many of Zahir's countrymen extremely wealthy. Unfortunately, Mr. Rickman had also spent a great deal of his time and money trying to kill Zahir. There had been many close calls, but Zahir had always managed to stay one step ahead of him. Now that Zahir was in a position to finally receive some of the cash that the American was so famous for handing out, someone had grabbed him. Zahir had been silently berating himself all morning for not coming up with the plan first. With his newfound influence, it was just the type of operation he could have pulled off. Having been beaten to the prize, however, he would now be forced to adapt. If the last 30 years had taught him anything, it was that out of chaos came great opportunity, especially to those who were bold and ruthless. In the reflection in the mirror, Zahir saw Pamir enter. The man did not wear the uniform of the Afghan local police. He had always been more suited to lurking in the shadows. "What have you learned?" Pamir inclined his head slightly and said, "More Americans are at the house. I was told they flew in from Kandahar this morning and were driven to the house by the tall American." "Hubbard?" "Yes." Zahir snorted. The CIA's local man was no match for him. It would be easy to manipulate him. "Was Mr. Sickles with him?" "No." This surprised Zahir. He had found it very easy to work with Sickles. It was easy to pick up on the fact that Rickman and Sickles did not get along. Sickles had told him to stay well clear of Rickman, had told him that the man was someone he had no control over, but still Sickles was the CIA's top man in Kandahar. "These new Americans, any idea who they are?" "No." Pamir shook his head. "Only that there were 6 of them." "Security?" 3 Humvees. 1 normal, one with a .50 caliber turret, and another with a grenade turret. "And men?" 8 total. They control each end of the street." Zahir snorted again. They would never stop his police vehicles. He would push right past them. Turning to Rashid, his lieutenant, he asked, "Are the men ready?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Have everyone get in the vehicles. I want to make a show of force." Pamir asked, "And what would you like me to do?" "Keep looking for him and report to me the second you learn anything useful." Pamir gave a slight bow and left. In his outer office, Zahir was happy to see more than a dozen men strapping on their new bulletproof vests and checking their weapons, all courtesy of the United States of America. What a bunch of fools, he thought to himself. The Americans were going to learn a very hard lesson over the next few months. Chapter 3. A group of men in Afghan police uniforms were trying to push their way into the house. Rapp looked on with irritation as a man with an oily black beard berated the CIA bodyguards. The man's beard was obviously dyed, so much so that he looked like a silent movie actor playing a pirate. To his right he heard Hubbard muttering to himself. The only thing Rapp could make out were the words, "This is not good." "Who is he?" Rapp asked. "Commander Abdul Siraj Zahir, ALP." ALP stood for Afghan Local Police. "What's his story?" "Up until 6 months ago he was an insurgent. More of a crime boss, really, extorted and kidnapped in every village between here and the border. And now, with the new reintegration program, the geniuses in Kabul have seen fit to put him in charge of the local police." The info clicked, and Rapp remembered the name. Zahir and his group were responsible for a good number of the roadside bombs in the area. Was he on Rick's payroll? "They were working on it." Hubbard motioned to the guards at the door and said, "It's all right, let him in." With obvious displeasure on his face, Zahir pushed his way past the guards and approached Hubbard, Rapp, and Coleman. He focused his attention on Hubbard and unleashed a torrent of expletives that were meant to punctuate his less-than-stellar view of Hubbard's abilities and his view in general of Americans. Rapp took a step back, his dark eyes dissecting this strange man who had so rudely forced his way into the safe house. The bombastic behavior and bluster were not entirely unexpected, but something else was. The fact that Hubbard was letting this piece of human refuse walk all over him. Rapp reminded himself that Hubbard didn't have the luxury of flying under the radar as he did. He had to report to his boss in Kabul, Darren Sickles, who was more concerned with appearances than results. Sickles had to work side by side with the alphabet soup of U.S. agencies and departments that had come up with the touchy-feely reintegration program. The consensus with the foot soldiers in the clandestine service was that Sickles didn't back them up. Rapp was willing to bet that this unhealthy and unproductive style of cooperation had something to do with Sickles. When Zahir was done berating Hubbard, he turned to Rapp and Coleman and asked, "And who in the hell are these two? Why wasn't I called about these murders?" Never one to run from a fight, Rapp squared himself so he was within striking distance of the police officer. Even though the man looked over 50, he was probably in his early 40s, like Rapp. Unlike Rapp, though, he was pudgy and out of shape. He had a little pot-belly and that ridiculous shoe-polished black beard. Hubbard started to answer, but Rapp reached out and grabbed his arm. Turning his eyes on the Afghani, Rapp said, "Who I am is none of your fucking business. As to why we didn't call you, that should be obvious. You're a thug and a piece of shit." Zahir's face flushed with anger, and he began to stutter. Hubbard put up his hands and said, "Commander, what he's trying to say is that it has been a very busy morning and that we were about to call you." Rapp kept his eyes on Zahir, but directed his ire at the Jalalabad base chief. "Hub, shut up. That's not what I was about to say. I was about to tell this little yellow turd that I know exactly who he is, and if he has half a brain, he'll get the hell out of here before I shoot him." "How dare you speak to me in such a way?" Zahir stepped back and began clutching at his big leather holster for his sidearm. From the right inside fold of his jacket, Rapp produced his Glock 19 in an easy, fluid motion. Zahir was still struggling with the flap on his holster when he looked up to find the square black frame of Rapp's gun in his face. "I want you to listen to me," Rapp said in an easy tone, "and I don't want you to say a fucking word until I'm done." Coleman had already drawn his gun, a big H&K .45 caliber, and maneuvered to cover the other 2 police officers who were just one step inside the doorway. The safety was already off, and he spoke to the officers in Pashto, telling them to keep their hands where he could see them. Rapp pressed the gun into Zahir's face, just under his nose. "Here's what you need to know. I'm not some State Department weenie or some 2-star corporate general who thinks the best way to advance my career is to kiss your terrorist ass and get the hell out of this place so someone else can come deal with all you assholes again in 20 years. I'm the guy they call when the shit hits the fan. I'm the one they bring in to get results because they know I don't play by the rules. I know who you are. I know you've killed plenty of GIs, and you've tormented and kidnapped your fellow citizens for your own profit. You're a bully and a piece of shit, and you're the kind of guy who I actually enjoy killing. Normally I don't put a lot of thought into the people I shoot, but you fall into a special category. I figure I'd be doing the human race a favor by ending your worthless life. Add to that the fact that I'm in a really bad mood. In fact, I'm in such a shitty mood that putting a bullet in your head might be just the thing to make me feel better." Rapp studied the man for a moment, and then tilted his head toward his right shoulder as if he thought there might be some other way to deal with him. "In the interest of fairness, I suppose I should give you a chance to convince me otherwise." Zahir's chest was heaving as he struggled to get his lungs working. His eyes nervously darted between Hubbard and this crazed man sticking a gun in his face. He'd been around plenty of killers, and felt he could tell the difference between the pretenders and the men who meant what they said. This man had the look of someone who clearly meant what he said. The only lifeline that came to mind was the person who had negotiated Zahir into leaving behind his lawless ways. "Mr. Sickles is a good friend of mine," Zahir sputtered. "He is a very good friend. He is a very important man. He will be very upset when he finds out about this." Rapp's instincts were right. The Kabul station chief had put this goon in a position of power. "Darren Sickles," Rapp said, with contempt dripping from each word, "is important in his own mind. But that's about as far as it goes. He is the CIA's man here in my country. He's an idiot, and the fact that he put you in a police uniform pretty much proves the point, so you're going to have to come up with something better than Darren Sickles." Zahir licked his dry lips and struggled to find something that would make this American reconsider his vile threat. After an uncomfortably long silence, nothing had come to mind, so Zahir forced a smile on his face and retreated a step. "I think it would be best if I left." Rapp grabbed the man's uniform shirt. "That's not an option. You either come up with a way to show me you might be useful, or I'm going to blow your brains all over the floor." Zahir's eyes showed hope, and he said, "Useful?" "That's right. I can be extremely valuable." "I'm listening." "I know many people. I know many things. I can get you anything you want." Zahir's nature allowed him to go only so far, and he quickly added, "For the right price, of course." "The right price," Rapp said, amused by the comment. "I'm going to tell you how this is going to work, and that's only if you can prove to me that I should let you live. You're not going to get paid a dime. The only thing you'll get from me is your life, which I would assume is fairly important to you." "It is very important to me, but I am not a wealthy man." "Stop talking about money. You're boring me. And if you bore me enough, this negotiation will be over and you'll be dead." "Tell me what it is you want me to do. I will do anything." Rapp thought about Rickman. The truth was, very few people knew what the man was up to. In a general sense, Kennedy and a few others knew his operational orders, but in terms of specifics, Rickman had left them in the dark. Zahir might be able to pull back the curtains on some of those details. "The man who lives here. You know him?" "Mr. Rickman, very much. Yes, we were good friends." "Let's not get carried away. Why did you decide to come here this morning?" "I was driving by and I saw Mr. Hubbard's mercenaries. It looked like there was something wrong, so I stopped to investigate." "Do I look stupid, Abdul?" "No, he answered quickly. "I did not say that." "Then tell me the real reason why you stopped." Rapp watched the man fidget. He was clearly trying to figure out a way to shade the truth. Rapp's patience was nearly gone, so he took his pistol and tapped Zahir on the top of his head. "I know lying is like breathing to you." Rapp shook his head as if he were admonishing a child. "You need to fight that. It's going to get you killed." Zahir rubbed his head with his right hand. "I heard a rumor." "What kind of rumor?" "That something had happened to Mr. Rickman." "Keep going." "That something very bad happened, that he was missing." "And you learned this how?" Sharing information without getting something back was very foreign to Zahir, so he lied. "One of my men saw Mr. Hubbard leave the base in a panic. I started to make calls and soon found out that something was wrong at Mr. Rickman's house." "So you were concerned for Mr. Rickman?" "Yes." "And that's why you showed up here, acting like a jackass and threatening people?" "No, I was concerned." Rapp glanced at his watch. It was 8 minutes past 10 in the morning, and he had a growing list of priorities that needed his immediate attention. Zahir, as disreputable as he was, might indeed have some use. Rapp made a quick decision. "Here's what we're going to do. You will work for me. You will find out who grabbed Mr. Rickman, and you've got 48 hours to come up with the answers I need. If you fail me, you're a dead man." Zahir once again tried to retreat. He needed room to think, and he couldn't do that with a gun in his face, but it did no good. The American simply followed him. Zahir's eyes pleaded for Hubbard to give him a reprieve. He didn't receive any help, so he reverted to what he knew best. "How much will you pay me?" Rapp laughed, but there was no levity in it. "I'm not going to pay you shit. In fact, I'm going to do the exact opposite. If I find out you're fucking me, I'm going to text your photo to every jerk-off with a gun in this town and on the other side of the border as well, and I'm going to put a $500,000 bounty on your head. And if you think about heading for the hills, I'll have a predator on you 24/7. If you make a call, if you step into the clear for a second, I'll shove a Hellfire missile up your ass and blow you to hell." To Zahir, the threat was all too real. He had used the CIA to decimate his own enemies by giving up their locations and phone numbers. The drone strikes were very effective. After a little consideration, Zahir realized that at least for the moment he had no choice but to go along with this man. He slowly nodded his head and said, "I will see what I can do." "If you want to live, you'll do more than that." Rapp lowered his gun and said, "Give me your phone." Zahir scrambled to retrieve the phone from the breast pocket of his blue-gray uniform shirt. He surrendered it to Rapp, who handed it to Hubbard. "Go upstairs and give this to Sid. Tell her I want the usual and have our friends stateside move it into heavy rotation. Tell her I need a clone as well." Hubbard left, and Rapp turned his focus back to Zahir. "We're going to be listening to everything you say, and if at any time I'm not satisfied with your efforts, our deal is off." "Off?" "Off means you broke the deal and you're dead." "And what if I don't like this deal?" Rapp raised his pistol and pointed it at the man's face. "It's pretty simple. I blow your brains all over the floor right now, and you end up like those 4 guys over there." Rapp motioned toward the 4 bodyguards. "You're not giving me much of a choice." "And when you kidnap villagers and hold them for ransom, do you give them a choice?" Zahir stubbornly refused to respond. "I know you don't like this, Abdul, and the reason's pretty simple. You're a bully. You're used to pushing people around, threatening them and their families with violence to get what you want. Now you're the one being bullied, and you don't like it, and I don't give a shit. The only thing that's important is that you understand and accept our deal. Do you?" With the barrel of the gun in his face, Zahir knew he had only one option: to acquiesce. Later, when he was away from this madman, he could figure out a way to go back on the deal. "You have left me with no other choice." "Good. I'd shake your hand, but I know it wouldn't mean anything, since you plan on fucking me over the first chance you get. So here's what we're going to do." Rapp grabbed his phone with his right hand, tapped a few icons, and then held it out to take a photo of Zahir. "Smile. This is for the poster I'm going to send out with a $50,000 bounty on your head." "But you said—" "Relax. I know what I said. If you come through with what I need, you'll be fine. I might even give you the 50 grand, but if I get even the slightest whiff that you're screwing with me, you're done. You have enough enemies as it is. If I put a bounty on your head, they'll be lining up to collect. Hell, it's probably cheaper than wasting a missile on your ass." Hubbard came back with Zahir's phone and gave it to him. He handed a plain black flip phone to Rapp. Rapp held it up and said, "This is how we're going to talk to each other. I'll be able to track you with both phones, but this is the one we'll use to communicate." Rapp gave him the phone. "I'm going to call you in 2 hours, and if you don't answer the phone, you're dead. If you answer the phone and tell me you haven't discovered anything, you're dead. You understand how this is going to work?" Zahir reluctantly stuffed the phone in his pocket and nodded. "What do I call you?" "Harry," Rapp said, giving him one of his aliases. "Now get out of here and find out what happened to Joe Rickman." Chapter 4. Bethesda, Maryland. Joel Wilson impatiently tapped the fingers of his right hand on his right thigh while he was driven through the dark streets of the sleepy Maryland neighborhood. It was a few hours before dawn, and the thought of waking his boss this early was less than appealing, but Wilson had learned the hard way that the stodgy old fool needed to be kept in the loop. It was becoming an increasing source of irritation for Wilson, whose unbridled energy did not often gel with the slower pace of Samuel Hargrave, the FBI's executive assistant director for national security. To those outside the Bureau, the job title meant little, but within the FBI, it was a position that had grown significantly in stature after 9/11. Hargrave was in charge of counterterrorism, counterintelligence, and the Directorate of Intelligence and Weapons of Mass Destruction. He dutifully reported to the top man at the FBI, and beyond that, he kept an extremely low profile, and demanded the same of his people, another sore spot with Wilson. In Wilson's succinct opinion, Hargrave was a relic from the FBI's Cold War days, a man who was no longer suited to handle the multiple threats of this faster-paced world. He reminded Wilson of that bushy-eyebrowed law professor in the movie The Paper Chase. He was a real pain in the butt who spent his life looking to catch the tiniest of mistakes while losing sight of the big picture. The man loved to point out every flaw, no matter how small. He was the most anal-retentive, crotchety jerk Wilson had ever worked for. If only the fool would drop dead of an aneurysm, Wilson could get on with saving the country from the various threats that were circling. Wilson believed that his job was the most difficult and demanding at the Bureau. He was the Deputy Director of Counterintelligence, which meant that he, not the CIA, was the tip of the spear. It was simple. The biggest threats to the nation were the foreign intelligence agencies and terrorist organizations that were looking to attack and weaken America. It was Wilson's job to stop them and those Americans who might be aiding the enemy. Hargrave was everything a boss shouldn't be. He was an obstacle to every decision and operation that Wilson tried to launch. Wilson's frustration had grown to the point that he began to cut Hargrave out of the decision process, only to be severely reprimanded by the director of the FBI himself. It was the lowest point of Wilson's otherwise sterling 21-year career with the Bureau, and it couldn't have come at a worse time. Wilson's boss, the man who ran the counterintelligence division, had been on leave for 4 months after a back surgery that didn't go as planned. Wilson had been asked to step in and take over as acting director. It was one of the 3 most coveted jobs at the FBI, and Wilson didn't balk at the opportunity. He took over as if he'd been running the place for several years, and not long after that he ran afoul of Hargrave. Since then, Wilson had explored every conceivable avenue around the man, but he'd been stymied. As the director himself eventually told Wilson, The Federal Bureau of Investigation is big on chain of command for a reason." Wilson disagreed with them both, but he was not so bullheaded as to irritate the director again, so he kept Hargrave informed of his every decision, no matter how small. Wilson got the sense that Hargrave knew what he was up to, but so far the man had remained unflappable. Tonight's developments, however, might be enough to undo him. But for now, Wilson was once again forced to perform this stupid dance. That was why he was rolling along this beautiful tree-lined street in Chevy Chase, when he should have been with the rest of his team boarding one of the Bureau's Gulfstream 550s for a jaunt halfway around the globe. The vehicle began to slow, and Wilson noticed his driver searching for the right address. "It's up there on the left," Wilson said. "The white Colonial with green shutters." Under his breath he added, "Boring. Just like his personality." "Excuse me, sir?" the young agent asked. "Nothing," Wilson replied. Cal Patterson was in his 3rd year with the Bureau, and he considered himself a lucky man to be one of the youngest agents in the counterintelligence division. He liked his job, but his boss made him nervous. Patterson casually turned the wheel of the Ford Taurus and edged the sedan into the narrow drive. "Anything you'd like me to take care of while you're briefing the EAD, boss?" Wilson grabbed the handle and said, "Check in with the GO team. I want everyone on that plane and their gear stowed when we arrive. We should have been in the air an hour ago." "I'll let them know, sir." Wilson closed the car door and proceeded up the brick-lined walkway. He glanced through what looked like the dining-room window and could see the faint glow of a light in what he presumed was the kitchen. The front stoop was small, enough for 2 people. Wilson reached out to press the doorbell and then caught himself. Probably better to knock at this hour. He held his left hand up to the door and rapped his knuckles twice on the green door. He waited a long moment and then heard the locking mechanism turn. The door cracked to reveal the high forehead of Samuel Hargrave. Without so much as a nod, Hargrave opened the door and motioned for Wilson to enter. The senior man closed the door and started down the center hallway to the back of the house. Wilson took in the black leather slippers, the black watch plaid pajama bottoms, and the navy blue robe. The man looked as if he'd stepped off the set of a Cary Grant movie. Wilson started to ponder what it was like to be born 50 years too late. But before he got too far, Hargrave asked him if he'd like a cup of coffee. "No, thank you. I've already had my fill, and I have a long flight ahead of me." Hargrave stared at him for a moment, dissecting the words, trying to decode the shaded message. He poured himself a cup of black coffee and sat at the small 4-person kitchen table. After a sip, he asked, "Long flight? Where are you headed?" "Afghanistan." Wilson offered nothing more. "Afghanistan is a big country. Any place in particular?" "Jalalabad." "Jalalabad," Hargrave mused. "I think this is a first." "A first?" Wilson frowned. "I don't understand, sir." Hargrave had told him to call him Sam 100 times, but Wilson still refused. It was a control thing, he knew, but Hargrave wasn't willing to make a big deal out of something so petty. Still, it was one more reason to worry that his acting director of counterintelligence was someone who needed close monitoring. If he played these kinds of games with him, what must he be like with his colleagues and subordinates? How were his convictions when it came to following the law? Hargrave had learned long ago that these little things could eventually spell big problems for the Bureau. "In all the years I've been doing this, I've been pulled out of bed for a lot of reasons. But no one has ever told me they're flying to Jalalabad." Hargrave set his cup down and rubbed his eyes. "We really have become a global law enforcement agency." "No shit, you moron," Wilson thought. "Where the hell have you been for the last decade?" "So why Jalalabad?" "Joe Rickman." Wilson had a bigger target in mind, but Rickman would do for now. Hargrave was familiar with the name. He'd heard some rumblings that the covert officer had become a bit of an obsession with Wilson. He could tell the temperamental Wilson was on edge, so he chose his words carefully. "What has Mr. Rickman done now?" I received a tip 3 hours ago that he was kidnapped from a safe house in Jalalabad." Hargrave did not speak for several moments. His mind was occupied with all of the ramifications of someone like Joe Rickman's falling into the hands of America's enemies. To say that the men and women at Langley would be distraught would be an understatement. "Do you know who took him?" "No, but I find the timing suspect." "Suspect?" Hargrave asked with a curious tone. "I have been investigating him for the past 2 months." Rickman, as well as a few others, but Hargrave didn't need to know that. "Excuse me?" Hargrave asked, not quite sure he'd heard right. "Starting almost a year ago, I began to receive some disturbing information about Mr. Rickman. Accusations that he was siphoning off large amounts of money from his covert fund and that he was getting a little too close to some nefarious individuals." Hargrave closed his eyes and then held up his right hand. "You've known about this for almost a year and didn't bring it to my attention?" Wilson's back stiffened. "It didn't warrant your attention, sir. It was nothing more than rumors to begin with. If I passed along every rumor that came into my office, I'd be running upstairs to meet with you 8 times a day." Hargrave could feel the pressure building and reminded himself that his doctors had warned him against getting too upset. "Mr. Rickman," he said slowly, "is a unique individual. Anything concerning him and his activities automatically rises to the top of the heap, so I don't accept your premise. I am very disappointed that you decided to keep this from me." Hargrave shook his head and added, "We've been over this before. You were told by the director himself what was expected of you." Wilson had known this was how it would play out, and he was ready. "I am sorry, sir, but there are some extenuating circumstances." "Really?" "Yes." "I'm listening." Wilson intentionally fidgeted in his chair. He wanted to convey the sense that he was taking all this very seriously. "The information was originally passed on to me by a very important person who did not want their name connected to this in any way." Hargrave had started his career at the FBI, and then, at the age of 40, he was appointed to the U.S. Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. He had spent 11 years on the bench and knew how this game was played. "And that person is?" "I'm afraid I can't say, sir." Wilson tried to appear stoic, although inside he took great joy in the fact that Hargrave's pale face had turned suddenly red. "That is unacceptable. We sat in the director's office less than a month ago, and he specifically told you that you were to keep me involved in any investigations your office was handling. There was no gray area." Hargrave shook his head. "The director is going to be very disappointed. I'm not sure you're going to be catching that flight to Jalalabad." Wilson had expected this and was prepared to take the right tack. "Sir, there has been no investigation, just some very troubling accusations made by a very prominent player. I didn't feel it was right to bring any of this to your attention because, frankly, it was beneath you. Until I could figure out if these accusations were fact or fiction, I didn't want to give the matter any more life than it deserved." Hargrave dissected the words for a few seconds and said, "Who is the power player who made the accusations?" "I'd rather not say, sir." "I'm sure you wouldn't. But that's not how this works. I'm your boss. And if you want to fly to the other side of the world and spend taxpayer dollars investigating a fellow federal employee, you need to read me in on this." Wilson crossed his legs and made a great show of looking at the round clock on the wall. He sighed and offered, "The person in question is a senator, sir, and as part of our agreement he made me swear that his name would not be dragged into this." "How convenient." "I'm not making this up," Wilson said defensively. "It doesn't matter. If you want to get on that plane, you are going to tell me the name of this mystery senator." "Sir, I gave my word." "I'm losing my patience, Joel. I'm your boss. This isn't the Cub Scouts, it's the FBI, and we have rules and laws that we are duty-bound to follow. A personal promise you made to a politician holds no water with us. You are going to tell me everything you know right now, or I will call Dulles and pull your flight plan, and then in about 4 hours I'll be having breakfast with the director, and I will brief him on your most recent activities. When I'm done, he will ask me for my recommendation as to your future as acting director of counterintelligence." Hargrave paused and stared at Wilson for an uncomfortably long moment. "Based on your refusal to follow the most simple of orders, I'm fairly certain my recommendation will be less than stellar." Wilson had been fairly certain this was how this little drama would play out. But in order to make it convincing, he had needed to follow his script. He blurted out the name. "Carl Ferris." Hargrave nearly choked. "You mean to tell me you launched an investigation based on innuendo from one of the biggest partisan hacks to ever serve in the United States Senate?" Wilson played dumb. "I have no opinion on the man, sir. When a sitting U.S. Senator asks for a private meeting, I take it very seriously." "Good God, you fool!" Hargrave said haltingly. "I don't believe for a second that you are that naive." Hargrave was on his feet, pacing now, his brain struggling for a way to unwind this potential mess before it saw the light of day. Carl Ferris was a master manipulator of the media and the supposed facts they reported. Wilson offered an additional piece of information. "He told me you had it in for him." "Excuse me?" "Senator Ferris told me that you didn't like him. He wouldn't get into specifics, but he said it had something to do with your days on the FISA bench." Hargrave turned to Wilson and said, "The issue he is alluding to is sealed and not up for discussion, but I can tell you that the senator did not comport himself well." "I don't want to get in the middle of a pissing match between you two. What happened is none of my business." "There is no pissing match." Hargrave didn't like the way Wilson had turned this into a personal matter. "What's at issue here is that you have once again failed to keep me informed of what you are up to, and now you are about to get on a plane with one of my Go teams and insert yourself into an extremely delicate situation." Hargrave grabbed the back of one of the chairs and said, "Let me ask you something. Have you bothered to think of how our friends at the CIA are going to react when you show up and start sticking your nose in the middle of this mess?" "Personally, I couldn't care less what those Neanderthals at Langley think." Hargrave had encountered this type of behavior in others before, and he knew how destructive it could be. "We are on the same team," he said flatly. "And my job is to make sure we stay on the same team." "What is that supposed to mean?" "In my department, no one is above suspicion. My job is to stop the enemy from penetrating our national security apparatus, and the easiest way for the enemy to do that is to get one of our people to turn on us." "What are you implying?" "I'm implying nothing. The facts are that Joe Rickman is one of the darkest spooks this country has. He's a walking, breathing encyclopedia of things that are so wrong it's ridiculous. If he's been kidnapped, it's our duty to offer Langley our capable assistance, if for no other reason than that we need to get a handle on the breadth of the damage. We should be the coordinating agency because God knows Langley will want to admit only a fraction of the possible damage. We need a full accounting of our exposure." Hargrave didn't want to, but he had to concede the point. 6 months from now it might look very bad if he forced counter-espionage to sit this out. "I see where you're coming from. But I want you to play nice. I will be there to offer assistance in finding Rickman, and if along the way I see that any laws have been broken, I will consult you before I move my investigation in a new direction." "That's what I wanted to hear." Wilson smiled. There was no need to report his other concerns at this point. As Senator Ferris had already warned him, Hargrave wouldn't believe him anyway. Wilson stood, saying, "Thank you, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get moving. One more thing, Joel. I want you to check in with me every day. I need to know what you're up to." "I was planning on it, sir." Hargrave walked Wilson to the door and watched him leave. He didn't believe for a second that Wilson was planning on keeping him informed, and he found it even less believable that Wilson was planning on simply aiding the CIA in finding Rickman. All things considered, though, he had to let him go. Rickman was a valuable asset, and the FBI needed to make sure the broader national security interests were being looked after. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something else going on here, something that Wilson was keeping from him. Chapter 5 Jalalabad, Afghanistan. Hubbard was clearly agitated. He'd gone over to the window to watch Zahir and his men leave. Rapp ignored him and took a moment to discuss something he wanted Coleman to follow up on. Rapp was just finishing his point when Hubbard approached them. Hubbard blinked several times and asked Rapp, "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" "I think so," Rapp replied calmly. "I'm not sure you do. That man is crazy." Hubbard pointed toward the door as if Zahir were still there. "I have to work with him. What in the hell were you thinking?" Rapp remained cool and said, "You can't bribe a guy like that. He'll screw you over in the end, every time. The only way to deal with a guy like Zahir is to make him fear for his life." Hubbard was incredulous. "Darren is going to flip when he finds out. He's worked nearly a year to bring Zahir back into the fold." At the mention of Sickles's first name, Rapp began to lose his grip. "Darren is an idiot. Idiot or not, he's my boss, and the agency's top guy here in Afghanistan. Are you done?" It was more of a warning than a question. "No, I'm not done. I'm far from done. You're going to be here for a week or two at the most, and then you'll head back to the States, and I'll have to deal with him. You don't know shit about Zahir. He's a ruthless son of a bitch. He's probably going to kill me." "Then kill him first," Rapp growled. Hubbard looked at Rapp as if he'd lost his mind. "Darren's his handler. I can't kill him." "I'll deal with Darren. In the meantime, you need to grow a set of balls. The way you let him walk in here and talk to you, what the hell is wrong with you? You work for the damn agency, Hub, not the State Department. Start acting like it, or find another job. Shit, you've got mercenaries, former Taliban, Northern Alliance, former Coalition, Special Forces. They're all hanging out looking to make a buck. You could have gone to Rick, given him 10 or 20 grand, and found 15 guys that'd be willing to shoot the prick in the head when he left his house in the morning." "It's not that easy." "Really?" Rapp asked, his jaw clenched with anger. "Well, then I must be frickin' Superman, because I've lost track of how many scumbags like Zahir I've plugged over the years. It's not fucking rocket science," Rapp said, poking Hubbard in the chest. "Darren would lose his mind," Hubbard said in his own defense. "I just told you I'll deal with Darren." Rapp couldn't wait to get his hands on the pencil-pushing prick. "Right now I need you to work every source you have. Start shaking the trees and find out what happened to Rick. And if you run into Zahir and he so much as looks at you the wrong way, I want you to call me. Do you understand?" Hubbard slowly nodded, knowing it was unwise to continue to push the point with Rapp. "Yeah, I'll get on it." "Good, and remember, we need to move fast." Rapp heard his name called from upstairs. He looked at the staircase and then back at Hubbard. He slapped the taller man on the shoulder and said, "Remember who we are, Hub. Don't take any crap, especially for the next 48 hours. If we don't get Rick back, Zahir is going to be the least of our problems." Hubbard moved toward the door. Coleman stood at Rapp's side, his .45 caliber H&K hanging loosely at his side. When the junior operative was gone, Coleman said, "I'm not sure he's cut out for this job." Rapp wasn't sure either, but he couldn't be mad at Hubbard. "If Darren Sickles had been my boss, God only knows how I would have turned out." Coleman kept his blue eyes focused on the door and said, "If Darren Sickles had been your boss, you would have killed him. Hell, Stan was your boss, and you almost killed him, and he's one tough bastard. Sickles is a pussy." Rapp thought of Stan Hurley, the man who had trained him. Pound for pound, Hurley was the toughest man Rapp had ever known. One mean son of a bitch. That was more than 20 years ago, though. More recently, Hurley had begun to show his age. His mind was still sharp as hell, but he was looking frail. "They don't make 'em like Stan anymore." Coleman cracked a smile. "They sure don't. But you're not too far off." Rapp feigned insult. "Are you trying to say I'm some crotchety, set-in-his-ways old man who drinks and smokes too much and still chases women like I'm in my 20s? You're more like him than you'll ever admit. If he was here, the two of you would have gotten in a fight over who got to stick a gun in that terrorist's face." Rapp laughed. "Yeah, and he would have won. And then he would have flown up to Kabul and done the same thing to Sickles." "Well, the day's far from over. I'd say there's a better than 50-50 chance you and Sickles will have it out." Rapp cursed under his breath. One more thing to deal with, he thought to himself. He heard his name called again and walked to the bottom of the stairs, stepping around the dead bodyguards. He looked up the flight of stairs and said, "What's up?" A brunette poked her head around the corner and said, I think you should come up here. There's something you need to see. Rapp started up the stairs, keeping his feet near the wall so as to not step in the trail of smeared blood. Sidney Hayek was the newest member of Rapp's team, and it had been Kennedy's idea to have Hayek fill a vacant spot. Rapp had been less than enthused for several reasons. The first was pretty straightforward. His line of work didn't lend itself toward trusting people. The room for error was thin, and the stakes were so high that Rapp preferred running an op with an understaffed team over risking a new recruit who might get the entire team killed. The second reason for his apprehension was obvious. Hayek had come to them from the FBI. Rapp hit the top landing and asked, "What's up?" Like the rest of the team, Hayek was wearing an olive-drab field jacket, the pockets stuffed with the various tools of the trade. As directed by Rapp, she wore her flak jacket under her field jacket to draw less attention. She was also wearing a pair of jeans, a pair of Merrill hiking boots, and a blue Detroit Tigers baseball cap with a light and a small fiber-optic camera clipped to each side of the visor. She looked at Rapp with her almond eyes and asked, "Scott told you about the safe?" "Yeah, any sign of forced entry?" "No. I'm afraid it looks like it was opened by Mr. Rickman." Rapp frowned. "Let's not jump to any unfounded conclusions." Hayek shrugged. "I never met the man, but I assume he was the only person within a couple thousand miles who had the code." It was more like 7,000 miles, but Rapp didn't bother to correct her. Hayek had grown up in Detroit, the only daughter of Armenians who had emigrated from Lebanon. She was fluent in Arabic, and most important, she could walk down the streets of nearly any Middle Eastern city without anyone giving her a second glance. In response to her accusation, Rapp said, "He was the only one with the code." "Well, the safe was opened using the code. There was no tampering with the locking mechanism, and as best I can tell, it wasn't hacked." "You're sure?" "As sure as I can be after being here less than an hour." Rapp tried to picture how it had gone down. So he was forced to open the safe at gunpoint. "I didn't know the man, so I can't say." After working with her for 7 months, Rapp was starting to get a sense of how Hayek operated. It was more what she didn't say than what she said. "You have some concerns." "I always have concerns." "Share them." "Some things don't make sense." "Such as?" She hesitated and then said, "Come here and I'll show you." They started down the hall. "Careful where you step." Rapp looked down and stepped around a sizable pool of blood. That was when he noticed the splatter on the wall. "What's this?" Hayek looked over her shoulder. "One thing at a time. I want to show you the office first." She entered the room and walked behind the desk. There were no windows. The walls and ceiling were covered with acoustic foam, and the floor was covered with a series of rubber squares. Behind the desk, a narrow door covered in foam was open. Behind it was the open safe. "What am I looking for?" Rapp asked. "Nothing." Hayek turned off the lamp on the desk and then hit the UV light on her visor. She looked down at the floor in front of the safe and then expanded the area, sweeping the light back and forth. "No blood. Not a drop." "I still don't get it." "Come here." She walked across the room and stepped into the hallway. She hit the light switch and extinguished the hallway lights. The UV light on her visor lit up splotches and splatters of blood. "Lots of blood out here, but none in there. Now, I don't know Rickman, but I've heard he was a pretty serious man." "Your point?" "I've been around you long enough to guess that someone would have to beat you to a bloody pulp before you'd even think of opening that safe." Rapp nodded. "There's no blood in the office." "The rough stuff could have started anywhere. Down in the kitchen." Hayek shook her head. "And there would be blood in that office, even if it were just small traces, but there isn't any." Hayek's theory was slowly sinking in. "What else do you have?" "This mess." Hayek pointed at the blood on the wall. "Best guess is it belongs to one of the bodyguards downstairs." "The one missing half his face?" "Yeah." Hayek edged closer to the wall. She pointed at a gooey chunk. "I have samples of everything, and I'll be able to test them for verification when we get back stateside, but I'm 99% sure this is brain matter with a little bit of bone and blood, consistent with the gunshot wound received by John Doe number 4 downstairs." "And this should interest me how?" "Look at the pattern of the splatter. Hayek acted as if she was holding a gun. The bodyguard would have been facing this way, toward the stairs. The person came up and shot him from behind. The bullet tore through his head, exited, leaving this large splatter on the wall, and then the bodyguard fell face down here. That's why there's the big pool of blood. Rapp studied the blood splatter on the wall. It all lined up. I agree. So what's your point? 3 of the 4 guards were shot in the face. Makes sense. They were reacting to the intrusion, going to meet the threat. This one, though, is shot in the back of the head. Doesn't make sense. He should have been shot over there at the top of the stairs, by the perps coming up the stairs. Rapp ignored her police talk. He was a little irritated with himself for not seeing it sooner. How closely did you look at the bodies downstairs? Close enough. Did you take measurements of the entrance wounds? Not exact, but I'm pretty confident that the first 3 men were shot by a 9mm. And you know that how? Hayek held up a Ziploc bag with 3 brass shell casings. I found these on the floor. And the 4th man? Hayek shook her head. I've looked all over this hallway, and the stairs, and I can't find the casing. Best guess on the caliber? Best guess? A .45, hollow point. Definitely not the same caliber that took out the other guys. Rapp ran all the information through his head, knew where it was taking him, but didn't want to go there even though he knew he had to. He looked back in the office. There was no sign of struggle, not a thing out of place. The hallway was a bloody mess. Rapp's eyes focused on the Rorschach-like splatter. I suppose the slug is buried in that wall. Yeah, I was going to dig it out, but I wanted to ask you first. I don't know this team coming in from Langley. Don't want to step on their toes. It would be a problem, but Rapp could deal with it. Dig it out as quick as you can. Anything else you need to tell me about? Hayek hesitated and then said, No. What is it? Nothing. She shook her head. I'll know more when I start matching up the blood samples with the bodies. I think we'll be able to get a pretty clear picture of where everyone was when this thing went down. Nice work, Sid. Do me a favor and keep this between the 2 of us. Until we know for certain, I don't want anyone running around peddling half-baked ideas. Anyone leans on you, send them to me. Understood? Kennedy had asked her to relay as much information as possible, as quickly as possible. Hayek could see that she was caught between her 2 bosses, but Rapp was just starting to trust her, so she said, Understood. Good. Wrap things up and be ready to pull out in 10. What's the rush? There's a meeting back in Kabul, the whole alphabet soup. You hate those kinds of meetings. I hate any meeting, but especially this kind. Rapp thought of Sickles running the meeting without him. Why the man worked for the company was beyond Rapp's ability to comprehend. I need to make sure a certain idiot doesn't make this shit show any worse than it already is. Chapter 6. U.S. Embassy, Kabul, Afghanistan. I've never even heard of this man, the woman said with obvious frustration. Who the hell does he think he is? Colonel Hunter Poole took a final drag from his cigarette, then tossed it to the gravel and crushed it with the heel of his black jump boot. I don't know much about him. But you've heard of him. Poole knew he needed to be careful. Ariana Vinter was a passionate woman whose one glaring weakness was that she thought she could bully her way to any victory, and from what he'd heard about this Rapp fellow, it was probably not wise to attack him in a direct fashion. Poole shrugged and said, He's a spook. They don't exactly advertise their resumes. Vinter regarded her military man with a skeptical squint of her hazel eyes. You're holding back. Poole played it cool. I've heard a few things, the kind of stuff that doesn't make it into official reports. He lit another cigarette and said, He's notorious in certain circles. Notorious? How? Vinter asked, taking a deep pull off her thin menthol cigarette. Their liaisons had become increasingly common. The embassy was a crowded, cramped place, and smoking indoors by Americans was strictly forbidden even in a country where virtually everyone smoked. And then there was the simple fact that they needed to be careful about their relationship, So they came to this corner of the compound where the multicolored shipping containers were stacked. It was the hinterlands, where the workers and the occasional jarhead came to replenish supplies, but never the higher-ups from the embassy. And Poole and Winter were definitely higher-ups. Poole placed a hand against a rust-colored Connex container and thought about the various rumors regarding Mitch Rapp. The man, like Poole, was in his mid-40s. Unlike Rapp, however, Poole had a sterling record. He'd graduated in the top 5% of his class from West Point, completed Ranger School, and then blazed a trail through the Big Green Machine with stops at the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College and the John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. He was a platoon leader in the First Gulf War, and by the time the Iraq campaign started, he was the company commander of Alpha Company, 2nd Ranger Battalion. He completed 3 combat tours with the Rangers, 2 in Afghanistan and 1 in Iraq. During his second tour in Afghanistan, he was serving as an intelligence officer on the Joint Special Operations Command staff when he heard his commanding officer tell a story about a CIA covert officer who had bluffed his way into a detention facility at the Bagram Air Base by impersonating a U.S. Air Force colonel from the Office of Special Investigations. A week earlier, 2 high-value Taliban commanders had been caught on the battlefield and thus far had refused to talk. In less than an hour, Rapp managed to get one of the men to spill the beans on an impending terrorist operation set to target the United States. The rumors about how he pulled this off were varied, but they all circled around some very Orwellian tactics that created a mix of awe and fear among the men at JSOC. There were other stories out there about Rapp, most of them from second- or third-hand accounts of his exploits in Indian country. If they were to be believed, Rapp was a person capable of extreme violence, with little concern for his own mortality and an absolute disregard for the political and legal issues that the men and women in uniform had to wrestle with. Poole had followed the rules as any smart West Pointer would, and he was now on the doorstep of receiving his first star, a lifelong dream. But that wasn't where it was going to end. Poole felt he had the right stuff. Shooting for the chairmanship of the Joint Chiefs was his ultimate goal, and if that worked out, who knew? Maybe even the Oval Office was a possibility. Up until recently, Poole would have found it difficult to understand a man like Rapp. Poole had been a rule follower, but Winter had opened his eyes to the reality of Washington. She had shown him that there were times where rules were senseless obstacles. Rapp appeared to have built his entire career and reputation on the same philosophy. As enticing as it was to cut corners, Poole knew he needed to be careful. The U.S. Army was an entirely different playground. One misstep in the eyes of the wrong general, and your career was over. It was the fear of just that kind of misstep that caused Poole to temper what he knew about Rapp. It's not easy to separate fact from fiction where he's concerned, but if you believe even half of what is said about him, he's an extremely reckless individual. The kind of man that could sink my career, Poole thought to himself. Damn it! Winter flicked her cigarette into the side of the container, sparks cascading to the ground. The last thing we need right now is some brute from the CIA screwing us up. I've worked way too hard. Winter thought of her career at the State Department, and all of the sacrifices she'd made to climb the ladder alongside all of the other scheming and plotting diplomats. She'd taken this god-awful posting in Afghanistan for multiple, complicated reasons, and one very simple one, because it would further her career. Winter hated Afghanistan. It was a country filled with people who were stuck in some ancient misogynistic culture that should have died a century ago. The place was filled with hocus-pocus religious fanatics who had less respect for women than most men had for their dogs. As much as it bothered Winter that a bunch of bearded freaks could terrorize women with impunity while the U.S. government stood by, her boss had made it clear that there were other priorities. The orders had come from the White House that with the election bearing down on the administration, they needed to accelerate the military withdrawal. The administration was looking for an excuse, any excuse, that would satisfy the independent voters. For several years, Winter had been pushing reintegration as a solution. The original term had been amnesty, but it didn't poll well, so she came up with something more benign. After multiple focus groups and $125,000 to one of K Street's top PR firms, They landed on reintegration. The word had a more clinical sound to it, but more important, it would pave the way for exit and victory. It was one of those rare moments in Vinter's career when her genius had led to something that she didn't want. It had been nearly a year ago when the Secretary of State's assistant told her to come on up to the palatial office for a very important meeting. It started out well enough. The secretary told her the president loved her idea. Vinter had beamed with pride, like a child finally receiving due recognition from a distant parent. And then came the bad part. The president wanted her to take the lead, run with her idea, and make sure it got implemented. Her boss told her, "The president wants you on the ground in Kabul, supervising the entire operation. You report directly to me. We're putting a lot of power in your hands. The ambassador will be told to aid you in any way you need, and the White House is prepared to lean very heavily on the Pentagon and the CIA to make sure they support you. For all intents and purposes, you will be running the show in Afghanistan." Vinter didn't really hear the rest of it. Her mind hung up on the part about living in Kabul, as if it were some bone-jarring pothole in an otherwise smooth road. Vinter had traveled to Afghanistan on multiple occasions, and she had long ago decided that she detested the place. But this was a career-maker. She knew almost immediately that if she did her year or two in hell, she could demand any post she wanted afterward. Her husband wasn't thrilled that she had failed to consult him on the decision, but she knew he wouldn't have the balls to really stand up to her. And besides, her teenage son was driving her nuts. There was too much testosterone in the house for her liking. She rationalized that it might be the best thing for her to take a break from the two men in her life, and if it caused her marriage to fall apart, that was something she could deal with. After 17 years, change might not be the worst thing. "He's a small cog in an extremely big wheel," Poole said, trying to calm her down. Vinter was an extremely intelligent and passionate woman, but she could handle only one passion at a time, and Poole was more interested in getting her to hike up her skirt at the moment. He reached out and placed his right hand on her shoulder. "One call to the secretary and you can have him shipped off to Antarctica." He started rubbing her shoulder. Vinter turned that possibility over in her mind until she figured out that her little army boy was a little too earnest in his physical contact. "What in the hell are you doing?" "I'm trying to help you relax. You don't think clearly when you get like this." "And you don't think clearly when you let your dick do your thinking. I've seen that look in your eye before. You're not worried about me thinking clearly. You're focused on having sex." Vinter saw the playful grin on Poole's face. "It's only been, what, 6 weeks? And I already have you figured out. There will be no screwing back here between the storage containers like a couple of dogs in heat. It happened once. It was a moment of weakness, and it will never happen again." "Come on," Poole half moaned. He pulled her close, adding, "I need you." "You had me 2 days ago. I don't think you need it that bad." "Normally I'm not like this, but you make me crazy." He kissed her lips while his hands found her backside. Vinter pushed him away. "We have a meeting in 10 minutes. Snap out of it. Zahar is threatening to take his men and go back to the mountains. If that happens, it could create a domino effect, and all of the progress I've achieved over the past year will vanish. All because some spook got kidnapped." She thought about the strange turn of events. "I hear this mercenary who is trying to undo all of our hard work is going to show his face at the meeting." Poole pulled Vinter's hand toward his crotch. "Speaking of hard..." Vinter almost slapped him. "Stop it. We need to focus. Darren is absolutely beside himself. He says this Rapp has serious mental issues. Do you know what Washington will do if they hear we screwed this up?" Poole had finally got it through his head that they weren't going to have sex. He took a deep sigh. "You're making way too big of a deal out of this. We didn't screw anything up. We're on schedule with reintegration. If this thing goes off the tracks at this point, we blame it on Rapp. We lay it at the feet of the CIA and get out of the way." "That doesn't work for me. I don't fail." Vinter stabbed herself in the chest with her index finger, attempting to add some unneeded emphasis to her position. Her hazel eyes wild with fury, she added, "I'm not going back to D.C. A fucking disaster." Poole sighed. It appeared that a confrontation was unavoidable. He wondered if there was any way to minimize the oncoming clash. Winter would expect 100% support from him, but Poole had already decided it would be foolish to confront Rapp in such an open way. Poole had learned that when going into battle against an unknown enemy, you must set your ego aside and have a contingency in place for a tactical withdrawal. That was the careful course he would have to navigate. Winter would scream at him later, but even with the great sex, he was growing tired of her browbeatings. Maybe this would present an opportunity to balance the scales and make her more compliant. "I'm going to support you, but I'm warning you he might not be the kind of guy you want to pick a fight with." "Well, I'm not the kind of woman you want to pick a fight with. And it's not going to be a fight. I'm going to tear his balls off and send him packing, and that's going to be the end of it." As much as Poole wanted to believe her, he shared none of her confidence. "Ariana, I know I'm not going to be able to change your mind, but don't tell me I didn't warn you." Having no desire to hear her response, Poole turned and began making his way toward the main building. Chapter 7. Inter-Services Intelligence, Headquarters, Islamabad, Pakistan. Nadima Shan walked down the broad hallway with a sense of dread. After 29 years of working for Pakistani intelligence, one would think Shan would be used to these bumps in the road. But this particular bump concerned him for reasons that he was extremely reluctant to share with anyone else in the building. Shan was an expert navigator when it came to the turbulent waters of the ISI, and that historical knowledge only added to his growing concern. The place was not some monolithic bureaucracy where like-minded men shaped the intelligence-gathering and covert activities of Pakistan. The ISI was a deeply divided, sectarian institution composed of intelligence professionals and military personnel who had vastly different ideas about what was best for their country. The main fault line lay between the secularists and the religious fanatics, with various groups within each camp. The secularists typically pushed for modernity and stability. They had warned for years that the intelligence agencies' support of the Taliban in Afghanistan and Lashkar-e-Taiba in Kashmir, India, would eventually bite them in their proverbial behind. The religious fanatics saw the Taliban as an ally that could be used to keep neighboring Afghanistan weak, and the fiercely nationalistic element of the group refused to waver in their support for the terrorists in Kashmir. Their hatred for India ran so deep that they blindly supported the savages who intentionally killed civilians in an effort to make Kashmir a free state. The hardliners were exposed as reckless fools in the aftermath of the Mumbai terrorist attacks that left 195 dead and the world-famous Taj Hotel a smoldering ruin. The international outcry was deafening. As the Deputy General for Analysis and Foreign Relations, Shan heard it the loudest. Even before the attacks on New York and Washington, Shan had had a very close relationship with the CIA and MI5. After those attacks, Shan began to see just how dangerous it was to support the mongrel dogs of jihad. Even President Musharraf began to see the light, and when he moved to support the United States in the war on terror, those dogs turned on him and tried unsuccessfully to take his life 7 times during his tenure as Pakistan's head of state. Only 5 of those incidents had been reported. Shan and his colleagues at ISI helped cover up the other 2 due to the conspirators' ties to certain intelligence officials. All of these incidents were embarrassing for the ISI, but none of them compared to what was uncovered when the Americans sent in one of their elite commando units to kill the world's most notorious terrorist. Bin Laden, it turned out, had been hiding in Pakistan for years. Shan instantly knew that factions within the ISI had been harboring him. Money would have changed hands, to be sure, but the primary motivation was undoubtedly ideological symmetry. No matter how Pakistan tried to deny it, there were a significant number of men in the Pakistani military and ISI who supported and applauded the actions of the Taliban and al-Qaeda. Shan was on his way to see just such an individual. Lieutenant General Akhtar Durrani was the Deputy General of the ISI's external wing. Durrani and Shan ran 2 of the ISI's 3 main groups. Their influence was vast, and they both reported directly to the ISI's Director General. Shan managed to move back and forth between the secularists and the hardliners, depending on the situation, while Durrani was firmly in the camp of the hardliners. Ashan's pragmatism was driven by an obvious fact. Pakistan was overwhelmingly a Muslim country. Ashan moved past the hand-picked military bodyguards and his colleague's male personal assistant with nothing more than a nod. ISI headquarters was a sprawling compound, and the Foreign Relations Wing was a healthy distance from the offices of the External Wing, but even so, the two deputy generals were very close. Almost every day, Ashan made the lengthy walk from his office to Durrani's. Unlike most of the Pakistani men his age, Ashan was very focused on his health. Neither of his parents had made it to 60. His father died of a heart attack brought on by years of smoking cigarettes, and his mother died of lung cancer brought on by years of smoking. Ashan abhorred smoking, and made every effort to eat right and walk every day. He was intent on living well into his 80s. The heavy door to Durrani's office was closed. Ashan glanced over his shoulder at the assistant who checked the lights on his phone. "He's alone." Ashan knocked on the door and turned the knob. He stepped into the large rectangular office and was enveloped in a haze of grey smoke. Ashan didn't hesitate. He flipped a switch on the wall, and the hum of an exhaust fan kicked in. He had had the unit installed nearly 4 years ago because he could no longer tolerate sitting in the smoke-filled office. He considered chastising his friend for not having it on, but thought better of it. The man was breathing the carcinogens directly into his lungs. The exhaust fan would make little difference. "Nadim," Durrani said, leaning back in his high-back, black leather chair. "What a pleasure." Durrani was dressed in his army uniform, lest anyone forget the duality of his importance. Ashan, having served only 4 years in the Air Force, was dressed in a blue suit and yellow tie. "I was in the neighborhood, and I decided to stop by." "Exercising again," Durrani smiled and held out his cigarette. "I've warned you. If you keep that up, it will kill you." "Yes, I know. If only I smoked like you and the rest of the country, I would be much healthier." "You might have more fun," Durrani said, with a broad grin forming under the ample black mustache that seemed to be a prerequisite for being an officer in the Pakistan military. "I have plenty of fun." Ashan continued past the 2 chairs in front of his friend's large desk, and sat in the chair by the window that looked out onto one of the many inner courtyards of the compound. The armchair was something else he had ordered on his own. The 2 chairs in front of Durrani's desk were stubby little things that forced the occupants to look up at Durrani as if he sat high atop K2. Ashan couldn't be certain, but he suspected that the seating arrangement was a holdover from the old colonial days when British officers ran their country. "So what brings you to my little enclave this morning? Do you need the dirty tricks of the External Wing to save your rear end once again?" More serious than kidding, Ashan said, "Your dirty tricks are usually what puts my posterior into the hot water." "Oh, come now," Durrani said with a deep laugh. "We all have our roles to play." Ashan was not in such a playful mood. He knew his friend too well, knew his capabilities and his weaknesses, and if he had been stupid enough to lend any of his people or expertise to facilitate the lunacy in Jalalabad, then they were all in a great deal of trouble. "Let us just pray for a moment that no one in the External Wing had anything to do with what happened across the border last night." "Which border are you referring to?" Ashan ran a hand across his clean-shaven face and tried to gauge whether his old friend's ignorance was real or feigned. The man had become so adept at playing this game that Ashan could no longer tell the difference. He decided to play it straight. "The border to our north." "Ah, Mr. Rickman. Very unfortunate. I'm surprised you have heard." Ashan was used to the constant shots at the capabilities of his department. "Foreign relations is our specialty." "How did you learn of it?" "The embassy. They sent a cable this morning." Ashan told only half the truth. He'd also spoken with the CIA directly. "The Americans are very upset." "I would imagine they are. Mr. Rickman is not someone I would want to lose." Ashan turned and glanced out the window. He sensed his friend was playing some kind of game, but he could no longer be sure. They had met 35 years ago while he was studying at Oxford, and Durrani was at the Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst. Back then Durrani was an open book, transparent about his passions and plans. Ashan had always appreciated his honesty and forthright manner. The ISI had slowly turned him into a duplicitous spy master, however, and Ashan feared there was an ever-deepening divide between them. "Akhtar, I have to ask you something." Durrani gave a welcoming smile, signaling for his friend to proceed. "You will not like this question." "People ask me questions every day that I do not like. It is part of my job." Ashan watched him light another cigarette and then casually asked, "Do you or any of your people have any information about the kidnapping of Rickman?" Durrani didn't answer right away, as he was taking in a deep breath of smoke to make sure the cigarette stayed lit. Only fools had to relight a cigarette. He shook his head and exhaled, saying, "That is a pretty broad question. Could you be more specific?" "Do you have any knowledge that he was a target?" "Personally, I had no knowledge." "And your people?" Durrani scoffed. "Why would my people be involved in something so reckless?" Ashan could come up with a half-dozen reasons that would make his point. He was going to let it go, and then something pushed him further than he had gone with his friend in some time. "Maybe you should tell me, since we both know some of your people decided it was a good idea to hide bin Laden from the world. In our own backyard, I should add." Durrani's easy expression hardened. "It has been decided that we are not to discuss that matter." Yes, it had been decided. In the embarrassing aftermath of the SEAL Team raid, the President and the Director General had asked Ashan to investigate any potential involvement by the ISI in aiding bin Laden. A 2-star Army general had been ordered to investigate the potential involvement of the armed forces as well. The general had come back with a pathetic report that cleared the military of all involvement. Ashan's investigation was an entirely different matter. 6 intelligence officers were implicated, as well as 5 Army officers and a handful of subordinates. And there were more. Before Ashan could finish his investigation, the Director General stepped in and seized all evidence, and had it destroyed. Ashan had been furious, but he was told it was for the good of Pakistan. The Director General told him the Americans had penetrated his investigation and were now in possession of information that they could use to blackmail Pakistan into doing their bidding. Ashan knew the answer was a complete fabrication. His investigation was taking him to the doorsteps of some very influential people. He was on the brink of exposing to the world that senior Pakistani officials had harbored the world's most notorious terrorist. Rather than clean house and admit their mistakes, the President and his senior cabinet members decided to bury the entire matter. Not a single person was punished, and since firing those involved might bring about more speculation, they were allowed to stay in their positions. Ashan found the entire thing infuriating, but was left with no recourse except one. He very quietly and carefully passed what he knew on to the Americans. "Yes, it has been decided that we are not to discuss the matter. But we have always prided ourselves on being realists, and since we are in your office, which we both know to be secure, I see no harm in pointing out that we know for a fact that some of your people are indeed reckless." "Don't be so smug. Your department was implicated as well." "Yes," Ashan nodded. "One reckless moron, and I have done my best to make his life miserable. I have him stuffed down in one of the sub-levels, digitizing old files. And the 5 men in your department, how are they faring?" "How I run my department is my business." Ashan took the defensive answer for what it was, an admission that the duplicitous scum still held their old positions. "So now that we've established that we have people in our fine organization who would indeed participate in a plan as reckless as kidnapping someone like Joe Rickman, how do you suggest we make sure that none of our people had anything to do with this?" "I would suggest doing nothing. Nothing. Even investigating such a thing will draw the attention of the Americans. I see no reason to open my wing up to more of their accusations when I am confident that my people had nothing to do with this. Afghanistan is a rough place, as the Americans have found out. They should have gone home a long time ago." Ashan made no attempt to conceal his exasperation. "Why must you continue to treat the Americans as if they are our enemy?" Durrani stabbed out his cigarette in the large copper ashtray and folded his hands across his tight green uniform shirt. "Afghanistan is our toy. The British thought it was their toy for a long time. And then the Russians thought they could take it, and then the Americans in their arrogance thought they could do what neither the British nor the Russians could accomplish. They thought they could tame the savages and take what is ours." Ashan shook his head. He had heard all of this before. "Again, you have conveniently left out the part where Al-Qaeda attacked them. We could have handled Al-Qaeda for them. All they had to do was ask. They didn't need to invade our neighbor. Look at all the damage they have caused." Ashan started to speak and then stopped. It was all a waste of his time. They'd been over all of this before. Durrani loved to feign ignorance and spout his dislike for the Americans, all while gladly taking their money. It was rumored that he'd pocketed millions over the course of the war, some of it undoubtedly coming directly from Rickman. Ashan had been on the verge of leveling the accusation on multiple occasions, but had always maintained just enough control to avoid suicide. Durrani wasn't the only one who took money. Most of the leadership at the ISI received some form of payment from the Americans, including Ashan himself. The problem with Durrani was that he took the money and then worked feverishly to undermine the legitimate goals of their ally. "The damage they have caused? And I suppose you think we've had no hand in this mess, training and funding the Mujahideen and then the Taliban and even some members of Al-Qaeda. Afghanistan is a mess, but it is our mess. It is time for the Americans to leave. And what do you think they're trying to do? This reintegration program that I've been helping them with is so they can pull out and maintain a network of paid spies to continue to manipulate the affairs of this region." Durrani shook his head. "It is unacceptable. It is understandable considering everything they've been through. Would they allow us to meddle in the affairs of countries in their geographical sphere of influence?" Durrani didn't wait for an answer. "They most certainly wouldn't. They have worn out their welcome. It is time for them to go home." Increasingly, this was how their conversations played out. To push further would be a waste of time and energy. "And what about Rickman?" The general shrugged. "Another casualty of war. Everyone involved in this mess has lost thousands. Rickman is just another body." Ashan shook his head in genuine disbelief. "That's where you're wrong. Joe Rickman is not just another body. He is one of the CIA's most important assets. And they are not just going to sit back while he's tortured. The man has too many secrets, extremely valuable secrets. You are overstating his importance. And even if you weren't, good luck finding him." "Overstating his importance?" Ashan stood and walked to the other side of the large desk. He faced his friend and said, "Do you know who the Americans have dispatched to find Rickman?" "I have no idea." Ashan placed both hands on the desk and said, "Your old friend, Mitch Rapp." Durrani looked away and swallowed hard. After a moment of silence he said, "We will offer him any assistance he needs." The words were flat, with no real commitment behind them. "Akhtar, we have been friends for a long time. I don't want you to react. I don't want you to say a word. For once, please, listen to me. Mitch Rapp is an extremely dangerous man. The fact that they have sent him over here is proof of how serious the Americans are about getting Rickman back. Rapp doesn't care about diplomacy or politics. He is the last man you want to cross. He will kill anyone who has anything to do with this. I'm going to leave now, but I suggest you follow through on your words. Offer him any assistance he needs, and if you find out that any of your people have aided the Taliban in— "We have no idea who did this," Durrani said, with more than a tinge of irritation in his voice. "You are correct," Ashan said in a soothing voice, "but we can make some educated guesses. And if the usual suspects are involved, We can almost guarantee that somewhere someone has a connection to the ISI. We need to put our people to work. They need to tell us what they find out, and we need to hand it over to the Americans. I know this is painful for you, but you need to act like a true ally." Durrani looked as if he'd taken a bite out of a sour lemon. "I am sick of the Americans and their arrogance. This is not my problem. They can find Rickman on their own." Ashan stepped back. "Fine, you stubborn fool. Rapp has already warned you what he would do to you if you stabbed him in the back again." He retreated toward the door and asked, "Does he strike you as a man who doesn't follow through on his threats?" "I am not afraid of Mitch Rapp." Ashan placed his hand on the doorknob, a genuine feeling of sadness in his heart. His friend had turned into a stubborn old fool who thought the Americans lacked the resolve to play this nasty game at his ruthless level. For the average American he had a point, but Mitch Rapp was in no way average. Ashan opened the door, and over his shoulder said, "If you aren't afraid of Mr. Rapp, then you need to have your head examined." Chapter 8. Kabul, Afghanistan. Rapp looked out the porthole of the enormous MRAP Cougar. The drive from the airport to the embassy was short, just under 2 miles. The Army Corps of Engineers had done a nice job widening the Great Massoud Road to relieve as many choke points as possible. Cameras had been installed, and fresh blacktop prevented insurgents from trying to bury roadside bombs. No parking was permitted on the street, and the sidewalks were kept clear of garbage, vendors, and pretty much anything that could conceal a roadside bomb. Despite all of these precautions, Rapp was filled with anxiety. While most people found comfort in the mine-resistant, ambush-protected vehicles, Rapp thought of them as big rolling coffins. You might as well paint a sign on the hulking side that said infidels. Rapp preferred a more low-profile form of transportation. The clandestine service at Langley bought older model vehicles and had private contractors make sure the cars were in top mechanical shape. Occasionally, they would add bulletproof glass and some armor, but in Afghanistan, Rapp felt the key was to change vehicles often and blend in. As they hit the big turnaround at the corner of the embassy, Rapp felt his chest tighten. They were close to the gate, and this was where the crazies liked to attack. The vehicle came to a sudden stop. They were the third in a 3-vehicle convoy. Rapp looked up at Coleman with irritation washed across his face and asked, "Why are we stopping?" Coleman gave him an easy shrug. "Probably checking our creds." "You mean to tell me those dumbasses didn't pre-clear us?" "No idea." Coleman smiled, amused at Rapp's nervousness. Rapp punched the button to lower the back hatch. "Well, I'm not going to be a sitting duck." As the stairs lowered, Rapp nimbly navigated them before they were all the way down. Coleman laughed at him and popped the button to close the hatch. The Air Force security guys driving the vehicle were grumbling up front, wanting to know who the moron was who had just compromised their secure vehicle. Coleman waved them off and apologized. Outside, Rapp came face to face with a U.S. Marine who couldn't have been older than 20. The corporal gave Rapp a knowing nod and said, "I don't like those things either." Rapp took a quick look around and realized the Marine was part of a security team that had been pushed out 100 feet from the main gate. They were in a semicircle spaced every 30 feet, a loose cordon designed to create a secure pocket while credentials were verified and vehicles checked. The embassy's perimeter blast walls, ballistic glass, and Kevlar-reinforced walls were impervious to car bombs, but visitors were vulnerable during this brief window when they were at the embassy's doorstep. 2 4-man fire teams composed the extended security. What a shitty job, Rapp thought to himself. They were a thin tripwire out here to slow down any crazy bastards who were barreling down on the gate in an explosives-laden vehicle. Their early shots with their M4s were not likely to stop the vehicle, nor were the rounds of the M249 saw. It was the job of the big 50-caliber guns back at the gate to punch a hole in the engine of any unauthorized vehicle. "How'd you end up with this powder puff job?" Rapp asked, as his eyes continued to sweep the area. The Marine tapped the 2 chevrons on his sleeve. Shit rolls downhill, and as my gunny likes to remind me, the Corps isn't a democracy, so I do what I'm told." Rapp nodded, understood it was the way it had to be. "Good luck." Rapp turned and headed for the door next to the big steel gate. A sergeant in his tan combat utility uniform and decked out in body armor intercepted him. Rapp pulled out a set of fake State Department credentials. The sergeant took the credentials and said, "Wait here." He walked over to the closest guard booth and slid the identification through the metal box. A few moments later he returned with Rapp's fake creds and a badge. "Are you armed, Mr. Cox?" Rapp shook his head and said, "Nope," even though he was carrying 2 pistols and a knife. He followed the sergeant to the small door and stepped through. On the other side, a familiar face was waiting for him. Rapp was neither pleased nor bothered to see Mike Nash. Irene decided to send over reinforcements. Nash had been attached to Rapp's team for almost 5 years and had recently been promoted to deputy director of the counterterrorism center at Langley. "I'm only the first wave. She's pulling in clandestine boys from all over the place." Rapp grimaced. He didn't have the time or the patience to manage all of these people. It quickly dawned on him that he wouldn't have to. That was why Nash was here. Still, he needed to have a say in what these people would be doing, or they'd end up falling all over each other. "And what are we going to do with everyone?" Nash shrugged. "They're going to beat the bushes until we find something more specific." Normally, Rapp would have been drastically against drawing too much attention to what they were doing, but this little disaster was a unique problem. Beating the bushes was as good a start as any for the moment. "Any orders?" Rapp asked, knowing there would be. "Yeah," Nash said as he jerked his head toward a tree-lined walkway, signaling Rapp to follow him. The 2 men looked enough alike to be confused as brothers. Rapp was 5 years older and an inch taller. His hair was black, with a touch of gray where Nash's was dark brown. The main similarities were in their square jaws and overall demeanor. When they were a good distance away from the gate, Nash found a spot under a towering cypress tree. "What did you find out in Jalalabad?" 4 dead bodyguards. Safe's empty, his laptop is gone, and God only knows what else. It's a fucking disaster." "Any leads?" "Not really." Rapp shook his head. "Although I met some asshole named Zahir. He used to be a terrorist, but now he's supposedly our friend." Rapp's tone made it obvious that he didn't buy the last part. "Abdul Siraj Zahir. I'm familiar with his work. I warned both Rick and Sickles that we didn't want to get in bed with him, but they ignored me. Well, the asshole showed up at the safe house and tried to throw his weight around. And I'm sure you employed all of your diplomatic skill to defuse the situation. You're a smart man. He took a shit all over Hubbard, and when I couldn't take it anymore, I stuck a gun in his face and threatened to blow his head off." Nash laughed. He thought briefly about telling Rapp how dangerous Zahir could be, but he'd be wasting his breath. Mitch knew his type all too well. "Not the most subtle approach. Listen, I'd love to be all sneaky and clever about this, but we don't have the time. We either get him back in the next few days, or all hell's going to break loose." Nash concurred. "Irene agrees. We all know the score and know what has to be done." Rapp was suspicious that the higher-ups in D.C. were of a single mind. "Listen, I've seen this movie before. They say all kinds of shit, talk tough and demand results, and then we run off and start kicking in doors and knocking heads, and then a year from now, if things start to leak, they'll act all shocked and demand we swing from the mast." "I don't disagree. But at least this time Irene says DOD, State, and the White House are all on board." Rapp still wasn't buying it. "That's what they say now, but I'm telling you, down the road they'll bail on our asses so fast it'll make your head spin." "You're probably right, but what in the hell are we going to do about it? We either play by the book and watch it all fall apart, or we get rough and hope we get him back before he spills the family jewels." "I know what we have to do, and I'm willing to do it, but you're not going to convince me that those clowns in D.C. will support us for a second." Nash didn't have much faith in his fellow bureaucrats, and even less in the politicians who ran the city, but they had more leverage than Rapp was giving them credit for. "Did you know Rick became the de facto paymaster for this reintegration program?" Rapp was surprised by the news. "I thought State was running that clusterfuck. They were the lead agency, but they didn't have the wherewithal. or I suspect the guts, to actually shake hands with this collection of misfits, so the president asked Irene if we could help out. And she said yes. That's correct. So Irene has a little more leverage on all of them this time around since they all signed on. Maybe they'll be more cooperative. I won't hold my breath. None of us expect you to, which is what we need to talk about. This meeting that's about to take place, Irene wants you to keep a low profile. Why? She's working directly with the SecDef and the SecState to keep their people in line. The White House is helping out, and she thinks she can get all of them to basically close their eyes and cover their ears for the next 72 hours. Fine by me. Nash pressed. She doesn't want you to pick any fights. Rapp scoffed and shook his head. With who? With anyone. What about that Sickles dumbass? She wants me to handle him. Really? Rapp said with a raised brow. Then you'd better keep him away from me. Nash knew this wouldn't be easy, and dancing around the issue would only make it worse. Listen, everyone knows your point on this, but you have a history of not playing nice on the playground with the other kids. Rapp heard the first MRAP roll through the gate, shook his head in frustration, and said, Spit it out, I'm not in the most patient mood this morning. You're never in a patient mood, so I need you to slow down for a second. Hear me out. There's going to be a woman in this meeting. Ariana Vinter. Have you heard of her? No. She's from State. She's the one who came up with this whole reintegration business. Apparently she's a real ball-buster, very connected, and she's not afraid to chew ass. Wonderful. Yeah, well, Irene thinks you two are going to have a problem. Why would you guys want to put me in a room with this woman? Believe me, Irene thought long and hard about it. Then why don't I just skip it? We thought about that, but Irene wants them to understand how serious this is, and she wants them to all know that we are running the show until the White House says different. Then I don't see a problem. Irene's not so sure. She doesn't want you getting distracted, and she thinks this Vinter will do exactly that. This was the type of stuff that drove Rapp nuts. In the best of times, he couldn't give a rat's ass about the feelings of some State Department bureaucrat. But now, in the midst of one of the worst debacles the agency had seen in decades, his fuse was so short he was ready to explode. He pointed his finger at Nash, and was about to unleash a torrent of expletives when Coleman rolled up and interrupted him. "Mike, how was your flight?" Coleman extended his hand. "Fine." Nash shook his hand and then pointed at Rapp with his thumb. "I'm just trying to calm down our friend." "Don't waste your time. Where's Stan? I need to talk to him." For no apparent reason, Nash's demeanor melted into a mask of concern at the mention of the man who had trained both him and Rapp. Rapp picked up on it immediately. "What's wrong?" "He's not going to be making the trip." "Why?" Nash looked at the ground for a few seconds and then said, "He got some bad news while you guys were in the air." "What kind of bad news?" Rapp asked. "Cancer." "Shit," Rapp said under his breath. "His lungs?" Stan Hurley had smoked for more than 40 years. Nash nodded. "Stage 4. They're giving him 6 months, maybe a little more, maybe a little less." It was as if all of Rapp's energy had left him, just melted away from his head down to his feet and onto the pavement. His relationship with Hurley was a complicated one that couldn't have started off on a worse footing, but over the last 2 decades the irascible old cuss had become an extremely valuable mentor. Often he was the only person that Rapp could really confide in. Hurley was the only man who had truly walked in his shoes. Rapp turned away from Coleman and Nash and began to walk. He had no destination in mind, only a feeling that he needed to be alone so he could get a handle on the sadness that was beginning to wash over him. Chapter 9. The assassin's attention was focused on the 15-inch screen of his laptop. A Do Not Disturb sign was hung on his hotel room door to make sure housekeeping didn't accidentally wander in and catch him doing something nefarious. Even so, if they did, there wouldn't be much for them to see. Gone were the days of all the bulky surveillance equipment, tripods for big cameras with even bigger lenses, video recorders, and big-dish parabolic microphones, and the big suitcase packed with monitors for video and audio. All of that now fit into a wireless device no bigger than a tissue box. He had helped design it in his ample spare time for just such a reason. The Americans would love to get their hands on something so portable and effective. The act of surveillance was far more complicated than one would think. Static targets, like embassies, often conducted counter-surveillance. Standing in the window of a hotel room across the street from a major embassy, with a pair of binoculars to your eyes and a set of cameras on each side, was a near sure ticket to getting your door kicked in and a bag put over your head. What would follow after that was sure to be very unpleasant. The assassin had been on the receiving end just once, and he had spent years trying to erase his unpleasant week as a guest of the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service. He had no desire to be the subject of such barbarity again. And while the Americans were not quite as ruthless as the Russians, they had shown that they could be brutally efficient in the face of an enemy who refused to put on a uniform. The new surveillance equipment consisted of 2 cameras and a directional microphone. Both cameras were capable of extreme magnification, but for the assassin's purpose, he kept one on the wide-angle setting so he didn't lose sight of the big picture. The 2 cameras and microphone were combined in the tissue-sized gray box. It was mounted on a small, lightweight tripod with a motor that allowed him to remotely turn and focus the device. The functions were controlled with a joystick and the laptop's mouse. Instead of standing in the window and risking exposure, he sat on the bed, with the lightweight computer on his lap. It felt good to be back in the game. The assassin had never fully retired, but he had significantly cut back on the number and type of contracts he would take. He still traveled a great deal, most of it to handle his far-flung finances, but he had also created a job that gave him the perfect cover to travel. He was now a security consultant. Having spent so many years trying to figure out how to kill someone, it was an easy transition. He basically stalked his client, and then, instead of killing him, he would debrief him by pointing out his vulnerabilities and the precautions he should take. The pay was okay, and the work was somewhat fulfilling, although ultimately disappointing. Hunting a fellow human being without killing him was a little bit like getting half a blowjob, thrilling yet ultimately disappointing. This contract, however, had been a little unusual from the start. He had been contacted through his legitimate consulting firm for a job in Abu Dhabi. He did a lot of business in the United Arab Emirates, so he thought nothing of it. A week later, the assassin checked into his room at the Jumeirah and Etihad Towers. An hour later, a package was delivered to his suite containing a smartphone, a very vague explanation of the job that was being offered to him, and now he would be paid. His client was exceptionally cautious, which the assassin liked. He also liked that the client was offering a large sum of money. His finances were still in decent shape, but $3 million would go a long way. The only thing that he didn't like was that the target was only described in vague terms. But even though he didn't like it, it wasn't that unusual. The most serious clients usually made you jump through a few hoops to gauge if they could trust you, and then they would reveal the full identity of the target. The size of the contract, combined with the challenge of assassinating an American official in Afghanistan, was too much to resist. So, as per the instructions, he turned on the smartphone, tapped the texting icon, and punched his answer into the dialog box. That had been 2 weeks ago. Since then, the assassin had flown more than 20,000 miles and received $1 million in 3 separate wire transfers. As per his orders, he had checked into the Kabul Grand Hotel the previous day and patiently awaited further instructions. 5 minutes earlier, a text had informed him that the target was headed his way in a military convoy consisting of 3 vehicles. The first tan MRAP came into view, and the assassin's anticipation grew that he would finally learn the identity of the target. He'd spent much of the last 2 weeks wondering who it could be. He liked a challenge, so part of him was hoping it would be the ambassador or a 4-star general, and based on the fee, his wishes were likely to come true. He'd done some checking, however, and the ambassador was already at the embassy, so he could rule him out. The trucks came to a stop outside the main gate of the embassy, as was to be expected. A few seconds later he watched as the back hatch of the last vehicle opened. A head popped out into the bright sunlight, and the assassin squinted as he watched a man hurry down the steps. His fingers quickly adjusted the camera and brought the picture in tight on the man. The hair on the back of the assassin's neck bristled with a combination of excitement and fear. His job had just gone from complicated to dangerous. Most of his targets over the years had been businessmen or government officials who were either too corrupt or too pious, usually men in their 50s or 60s who were out of shape, their senses almost completely dulled by women, drugs, booze, and a life of luxury. They were often surrounded by bodyguards who were well past their prime. The man he was now staring at on his screen was far from past his prime, and even if he had lost a step, he was perhaps one of the most dangerous animals on the planet. It had been a few years since the assassin had last seen the CIA operative, but the details of that near-death experience were forever seared into his psyche. He still moved with that rare mix of athleticism, grace, and menace. He stopped next to a soldier and spoke a few words. The assassin watched as Rapp's head turned from side to side, surveying the landscape for any threats. His first encounter with Rapp had been eerily similar. Even back then, there was a part of his deeply embedded survival instinct that told him this wasn't someone to be messed with. The challenge, however, proved too great to resist, and the assassin was lucky to be alive. Reason would dictate that Rapp was here to protect the prospective target. The assassin ran through a quick list of possibilities. A mid-level CIA official would not garner a $3 million payday, and it was unlikely that Rapp would be wasting his time riding shotgun for such a person. It was possible that it could be an Afghan official, but again the price was too high. The image of the woman popped into his mind almost without effort. Irene Kennedy was the director of the CIA, and she and Rapp were very close. That would make perfect sense. It had to be Irene Kennedy, the director of the CIA. The assassin suddenly got the feeling that he had made a huge mistake. As a general rule, the CIA was not an organization you wanted to cross swords with, precisely because they had men like Rapp who would hunt you to the end of the world to settle the score. The price also seemed a little low for someone like Kennedy. For a long moment the assassin considered his options. If the target was Kennedy, the smartest course would be to pack up his gear and catch the next flight out of Kabul. It wouldn't matter where, just so long as it was as far away from here as possible. If it came to it, he would return all of the money and eat his expenses. He needed the money, but it wasn't worth it. The odds for success with Rapp involved decreased by at least half, and there were other issues that complicated the matter. It would take no longer than 5 minutes to pack his gear. He picked up the HTC-1 phone that his employer had left him. With one simple text, he would find the identity of the target. The agreement had been such that once the identity was revealed, the assassin could not back out. He was tempted to run, but he was more curious to find out the identity of the target. The assassin tapped out his message. "The convoy has arrived. I am in position." He hit send, and then sat back and watched Rapp enter the embassy grounds through a gate. So far the client had been good about getting back to him. It had been a strange dance up to this point, but one that had a certain logic to it. The contract had rolled out in a graduated manner. The basic terms were agreed on, but the target was not to be revealed until he was in country and in a position to act. 5 minutes passed, and then 10, and the assassin was growing uncharacteristically anxious. He went to the bathroom and heard the phone beep as he was washing his hands. When he came back into the bedroom, he opened the text and stared at the icon for an encrypted file, and then tapped it. A split second later, a photo of Mitch Rapp engulfed his screen. The assassin dropped the phone on the bed and almost opened the shades before he caught himself. "How in the hell—" he blurted out as he began to sweat. He told himself to calm down and think this through very carefully. There had to be a way out of this. $3 million was not enough money to take on someone like Rapp. $10 million wasn't enough. And even if it was, there were other factors to consider. The assassin ran his fingers through his dark brown hair and walked into the bathroom. He stared at himself in the mirror and asked himself how he had gotten into such a ludicrous situation. It was the money, of course, and the thrill of the hunt. Domestic life had become extremely boring, but it was better than being dead. "What are the odds?" he asked aloud. The question steered his mind in a mystical direction, and he now focused on a powerful word that was thousands of years old. It was karma, of course. It was the only thing that could explain the odds. What he had done years ago had almost certainly led him to this place. He owed a debt, and it was time to repay it in full. With absolute conviction, the assassin knew what he must do. He went back into the bedroom and forwarded the encrypted file to his laptop, where he began to review Rapp's dossier. It was incredibly detailed. So detailed, it caused the assassin to worry about who had hired him. There were very few organizations that could put something like this together. He flipped back to the surveillance screen and found Rapp talking to another man inside the embassy compound. The odds were staggering, but the payoff would be far better than just the $3 million. A smile of anticipation spread across the assassin's face. This would be, perhaps, the most fulfilling contract of his career. The trick, of course, would be to get close enough to Rapp without alerting him first. If Rapp detected him, he would be dead before he had a chance to collect on his debt. Chapter 10. The conference room was located off one of the interior corridors on the 6th floor of the embassy. It was State Department turf, which Nash didn't like, but Kennedy wanted him to make this one effort to play nice and get these people to understand what was at stake. If they didn't get in line after that, he was supposed to turn Rapp loose. The idea that Nash could control Rapp in the first place was ludicrous. He made that exact point to Kennedy, but she remained obstinate on the matter. She wouldn't go into detail about why they had to go through this little dance, but as director of the CIA, Kennedy did not always feel that she had to explain every order she gave. She operated on a level that was way beyond Nash's understanding, influenced by people and organizations that he fortunately didn't have to answer to. Add to that the fact that she was the smartest person he'd ever worked for, and he decided to simply carry out her orders. That was all back in Washington. Over here, in Afghanistan, however, he was once again questioning the wisdom of her strategy. To say that Rapp wasn't suited for this kind of thing wasn't entirely fair. A more accurate description would be to say that these other people weren't suited for the war on terror. Rapp was more driven than any person he'd ever encountered, and that took a lot of getting used to. His lack of patience was a byproduct of that drive and his intimate knowledge of the enemy. While others debated a problem from every conceivable angle, often arguing over degrees, Rapp analyzed the same problem with a rapidity that was astounding, and then chose a course of action or decided not to act. His default setting more often than not, however, was to act. Rapp understood that kinetic energy was more apt to bring about a desired result than sitting around waiting for the enemy to move first. If they got through this meeting without Rapp punching Sickles, Nash would consider it a major accomplishment. Darren Sickles, the station chief, had assured Nash that the room was secure. Nash received the information as if he was satisfied and then followed his own protocols and quietly had a member of his team sweep the room for devices. Sickles found out about it shortly before the meeting was to commence and told Nash that he was offended. With Kennedy's orders paramount, he offered Sickles a half-hearted apology and said something to the effect that you can never be too careful. There was a very good chance Nash would put Sickles' reaction in a report when this saga was over. Kennedy preached vigilance when it came to making sure lines of communication were secure. No one in the community had a right to be offended by someone taking extra care to make sure a room was clean. That Sickles felt the need to let Nash know he was offended was juvenile. Nash was growing used to it, however. When he was called on to run the CIA's counterterrorism center at the relatively young age of 39, it had pissed off a whole bevy of professionals who had more experience than he did. Nash gave it all as little thought as possible, but there were certain individuals whom he had to act more guarded around, and Sickles had just added his name to that list. Nash stepped off the elevator and was surprised to see Rapp standing in the hallway by himself. "I just lost $100. "Why?" "I didn't think you'd show." Rapp ignored his friend's attempt at humor. "Let's go. The sooner we get this thing over, the sooner I can get back to what's important." Rapp turned and started down the hall. "Have you seen Darren?" Nash asked. Rapp shook his head. "You know he's upset, right?" Rapp stopped, turned abruptly, gave the appearance that he was going to blow his lid, and then restrained himself. "I just wanted to make sure you knew the lay of the land," Nash said, a bit defensively. "Trust me, I know the lay of the land, and I don't give a shit about Darren Sickles and whether or not he's offended. Mitch, this is coming from Irene. I'd prefer it if you skipped this meeting, but she insisted that you be here. Why, I have no idea, so if you don't think you can keep your temper in check, then I think you should take off." Enough anger flashed across Rapp's face that Nash took a step back. Rapp said, "Let's be clear about something. I know you have a fancy new title and a nice office at Langley, but you are not in my chain of command. You're Irene's message boy, and I personally couldn't give a fuck what you think. If Irene wants me here, then I'll act like a good soldier. I'll follow her orders. But I don't need your personal input, or Darren Sickles, or anyone else's for that matter." Nash was used to Rapp's rough edges, but there was something more to this. The two men had been in plenty of heated arguments over the years, but there seemed to be some genuine animosity this time, as if Rapp now thought they were on opposite sides. Nash took a long breath and said, "You've never been one to follow orders, and I sure as hell don't see why you'd start now." "Very funny, big man. I'm really not in the mood for your shit. I'll play your game, but I'm warning you that idiot Sickles better watch himself or I'm coming across the table." "Don't let Darren get to you. He's freaking out because all of this went down on his watch. He's probably scared to death that this'll be a career ender." "Yeah, well, I'm freaking out, too. Joe Rickman is missing, and if we don't get him back, the bodies are going to start piling up from here to Islamabad and Tehran and God only knows where else. Good people who have put their asses on the line for us are going to die, and on top of that I just found out the man who trained me, who I've spent the last 20-plus years working with, has terminal cancer. So excuse me if I'm not exactly in the mood to deal with these people and their petty turf wars." "That's fine. I'm not looking forward to it either, but we need to work with these people. You said it yourself, Rick's files are gone. These people are our only hope. We need what they have. We need to know who Rick's been meeting with. Somebody got on the inside and helped pull this thing off." Rapp slowly nodded. "I know we need their shit, but that doesn't mean we have to kiss their asses." "Yes, it does, at least to start with." Rapp mumbled something to himself and then walked away. Nash followed a few steps behind, wondering if perhaps Hurley's diagnosis had affected Rapp more harshly than he would have guessed. True, they'd worked closely together for a long time, but both men had an emotional side that was about as soft as granite. Nash followed Rapp into the conference room, closing the door behind him. Standing to his left in the far corner were Sickles, Ariana Vinter, and a man who he assumed was the DOD's military attaché. Nash had skimmed his jacket on the flight over. He couldn't remember his name offhand, but recalled that he was a West Pointer. The room was standard government decorating. The carpet was a dark mix of gray and black that would serve to hide any stains, and a large brown table with a fake wood grain top dominated the room. In the center of the table was a tray with a coffee pot, cream, sweetener, sugar, some straws, a half-dozen mugs, and as many bottles of water. There were 10 black swivel chairs arranged 4 on each side and 1 on each end. Winter held up her hand in a gesture to silence Sickles, then smiled at the two men who had just entered the room. "Good morning. I assume you are Mr. Rapp and Mr. Nash?" Rapp didn't speak, so Nash answered for them. "That's right, and I assume you are Ariana Winter?" "Yes. Please have a seat." Nash noted that she was much prettier than in the photograph on her government-issue ID. He looked at the man to Winter's left and noted the eagle on the patch in the center of his chest and the name on the right side of his chest. Reaching across the table, Nash extended his hand and said, "Mike Nash, Colonel, nice to meet you." Poole took his hand. "Counterterrorism, right?" "That's correct." Poole looked at Rapp and stuck out his hand. "Colonel Poole, military attaché, Mr. Rapp?" Nodding, Rapp took the man's hand, but didn't say anything. After a firm handshake, Rapp sat down. "May I offer either of you anything to drink?" Winter asked. Rapp kept his mouth shut and offered only a slight shake of his head. Nash said, "Coffee would be great." Winter grabbed the carafe and poured a cup. "You strike me as the kind of man who takes it black." "That's right," Nash smiled. "Thank you." He took the mug and set it in front of him. Winter told Poole and Sickles to sit. Then she grabbed a seat across from Rapp and Nash. Sickles was on her right, and Poole on her left. She directed her gaze at Rapp, and in a sweet voice said, "Mr. Rapp, we've never met before. What exactly is it that you do for the CIA?" "I'm in the clandestine service." "Do you have a title?" Rapp shook his head. "I report directly to DCI Kennedy." "I see," Winter said, placing her hands flat on the table. She examined her fingers for a long moment, and then, in a casual voice, asked, "Do you think I'm stupid, Mr. Rapp?" Rapp didn't take the bait. He instead turned to Nash and gave him a look that said, "This is your show. Feel free to jump in." Nash cleared his throat. "Ariana, I'm not sure we understand the question." Her expression flared briefly as she turned her attention to Nash. "I wasn't addressing you. I was speaking to your colleague, Mr. Rapp. Now, Mr. Rapp, I asked you a straightforward question. Do you think I'm stupid?" "I don't know you." "You don't know me. That's all you have to say." "I've never met you before, and I haven't heard anything about you until this morning. So I'm not really in a position to answer your question. You could be a genius or an imbecile. As of right now, I can't answer that question, but keep talking, and I should be able to give you an answer in a few minutes." Winter took in a long breath. "Do you think the President is a smart man?" Rapp thought about that for a moment. The man had his strengths and weaknesses, but all in all, he was no dummy. "Yes, I think the President is a smart man." "Well, the President put me in charge of this little hellhole because he thought I was the best person for the job. My team and I have worked extremely hard to implement the President's plan, and things were going very smoothly until you showed up this morning and shoved a gun in the face of one of our allies." Winter's agreeable facade was slowly melting away, revealing her angry side. "I know you think you're some hotshot, but you need to understand something. I'm in charge around here, and if I don't like you and what you're up to, you're going to find your ass on the next flight out of here. Do you understand me?" Instead of answering the question, Rapp again turned to Nash and said, "I think you'd better field this one." "Ariana, we are in a unique situation. None of us are questioning what you have accomplished, but you need to understand—" "I don't need to understand a thing," Winter said, slicing her hand through the air like a karate chop. "I live here. I know what's going on. You two don't." She wagged her finger at Nash and then Rapp. "I'm not going to have you come in here and screw up a year's worth of work because you're upset that one of your black bag guys got kidnapped. No fucking way that's going to happen. So let's be real clear about this. I don't want you two going to the bathroom without asking me for permission first. You don't talk to anyone who's involved in reintegration unless I clear it. Do you understand me?" Rapp raised his hand as if he was waiting to be called on by his teacher. "What?" Winter asked. "I have the answer to your question. I think you're an imbecile. There could be some underlying psychological issues as well, but I'd need to spend more time with you, which isn't going to happen. Beyond that, I'm pretty sure you're stupid." Winter's even complexion became blotchy with anger. "Don't fuck with me. I'm not going to warn you again. You two are not in charge. I'm running the show. I make one phone call, and your lame ass is on the next military transport out. In fact, I'll make sure it's one of those big ones with all the props that makes you feel like you've been in a blender." "A C-130, Rapp said. "The vibration helps me sleep." "I don't give a shit if the vibration gives you a hard-on. One wrong move and you two are gone." "Listen," Nash said, "we're all on the same team." "I'm not on your team," Winter said with absolute conviction. Rapp turned his attention to the CIA station chief. The fact that he had decided to sit on the other side of the table spoke volumes about him. "Did you bother to brief her on who we are?" Sickles cleared his throat. "I gave her some basic background." "That's it? More or less?" Nash dropped his head into his hands and waited for what was about to happen. There could be no blaming Rapp this time. This woman had clearly picked the fight. Rapp knew Sickles was holding back. They'd revisit all of this later when they could keep it within the family, and Rapp would remind Sickles in a very persuasive way where his loyalties were supposed to lie. But for now, Winter was the problem. He looked across the table with his near black eyes and said, "Do you like your job?" "Let me guess, this is the part where you're going to ask me a bunch of questions and then threaten me. Well, I'll save you the time. You can't threaten me. I'm untouchable. I'm the president's point person in Afghanistan. I'm in charge." "There's a few generals and an ambassador who might disagree with you. But I don't have the time to argue the point. If you're in charge, all the better. We need you to hand over everything that you were working on with Joe Rickman." "That's not going to happen. It's highly classified information." Rapp shook his head in semi-disbelief. "You do realize we're the CIA. Our job is classified information." "Not my classified information." After nodding a few times, Rapp stood. "So there's not going to be any cooperation?" "I told you the deal. You two don't move without talking to me first. We'll see how you behave, and then we'll revisit the cooperation." Looking at Sickles, Rapp asked, "Have you briefed her on how serious this is?" "She understands the situation, and she also knows about your reputation. We've worked long and hard on reintegration, and none of us are too happy to see you barge in here and begin destroying everything we've accomplished." Rapp stared at Sickles for a long moment. He could scarcely believe what he was hearing. He pointed at the station chief, snapped his fingers, and then hooked his thumb toward the door. "You're done. Get the hell out of here. I'll come find you in your office when I'm done." "You have no right to—" "Darren," Rapp yelled, "shut your mouth. I have every right. I have the DCI's full backing on this, and I swear to God, if you're not out of this room in the next 5 seconds, you can kiss your pension goodbye. As it is, your ass is in hot water. Joe fucking Rickman got snatched on your watch. Do you have any idea how bad this is?" "Never mind. Just get the hell out of here. We'll talk about this in your office. Go, now, move it." Sickles had tried to call Kennedy 3 times this morning, and Kennedy had not taken any of his calls. Maybe Rapp was telling the truth. The station chief got up and left the room, without saying another word. When the door was closed again, Rapp looked at Poole and said, "If you'd prefer to leave as well, you won't hear me complain." "I'll stay." "Fine." Turning his attention back to Winter, Rapp said, "You might think you're connected. You might even think you're important, and in certain circles that might be true. But not this time around." "Oh, really?" "Yeah. Let me explain how this works. We're the guys they call in when the shit hits the fan. Go ahead and call your boss when we're done. She'll tell you the same thing. In fact, I'm pretty sure she'll tell you to do what we ask and then get the hell out of our way." Winter shook her head. "The Secretary of State has complete confidence in me. After I tell her what you did to Commander Zahar this morning, you're the one who's going to be praying they let you keep your pension." "You go ahead and make that call. But just remember I warned you. This reintegration crap is a circle jerk, and everyone who's anyone in D.C. knows it. It's a gimmick so we can declare victory and get the hell out of here. Joe Rickman getting snatched is serious shit, and they all know it. You see, his head is full of a lot of nasty secrets that will embarrass your boss and a lot of other heavy hitters back in D.C. They don't like being embarrassed, so your little circle jerk is going to take a backseat to my problem for a while." I don't really care if the papers print nasty stuff about your boss or anyone else, but I do care about all the agents that work for us who will more than likely end up dead if we don't find Rick and find him quick." "You have no idea who you're screwing with, Mr. Rapp." "Actually, I have a really good idea. You're some spoiled brat who's gotten her way her entire life." He pointed at her wedding ring and added, "Your husband is miserable, some poor browbeaten son of a bitch. You probably keep his balls in a little box on your desk, and based on your selfish attitude this morning, I'd say there's a pretty good chance you've been having an affair with the colonel here. The point is, I don't give a shit who you are, but you'd better care who I am and understand that I'm the meanest son of a bitch you will ever meet. That's why the president sent me over here, because he wants results, and he knows I won't put up with people like you. So you go ahead and call your boss, and anyone else you need to, and after they've all told you what I've just told you, you will hand over every shred of information you have regarding Joe Rickman and the scumbags you had him making deals with. And if you don't, I can guarantee you will be the one on the next flight out of here." Chapter 11. Jalalabad, Afghanistan. He lay on the floor, wearing only a pair of U.S. Army-issue boxer shorts, curled up in the fetal position, his face and body battered to a pulp. Joe Rickman tried to open his eyes, but they were either too swollen or too caked with dry blood to yield. He had never felt such pain, never even imagined that it could be so bad. His trainers back at the farm had warned him, and he had nodded as if he understood everything they were saying at the time. But they said he didn't. Anyone who hadn't been through it could never really understand just how bad it was. Now, Rickman understood. He'd kept it together so far, but just barely. There had been a few moments when he was on the verge of calling it quits. He told himself that they would know when to stop. After all, Rickman had always known when to call his people off. He had sat through countless interrogations and had never lost a single subject. Rickman's methods and those of his colleagues were a bit more clinical, though. Before an interrogation started, they met and put a script in place. What questions were to be asked, and what methods they would use to inflict pain. Rickman was never one to get his hands dirty, of course. He didn't even like his people getting their hands dirty. That was why he was such a big fan of electricity. It was nice and clean. No blood to mop up when everything was done. His team appreciated it as well, as they were the ones who had to clean up the room. It wasn't as if you could grab a janitor and bring him to the secure detention facility to clean up the blood from a rough session that, in the eyes of some of his fellow countrymen, was blatantly illegal. Rickman's captors were obviously less concerned about the mess. The people in this part of the world were far more accepting of torture. In a sense, these animals had followed their version of a script. They had spared his feet and genitals and, for the most part, had slapped rather than punched him in the head. Most of the beating had been inflicted with a rubber hose and open palms, methods that were designed to elicit pain without causing life-threatening injury. At least that's what he kept telling himself, as each blow landed. Even during the height of the beating, Rickman had kept a careful inventory of where and how they were hitting him. Fortunately, they had restrained themselves from striking him in the head too many times. Other than a heart attack, the easiest way to lose a subject during the interrogation was to create hemorrhaging in the brain. Rickman tried his eyes again, and got one of them partially open. The eyelid fluttered to life to reveal his dank surroundings. He was in a cellar of some sort with a dirt floor. White sheets were draped along the walls. His hosts had spray-painted the word infidel in black across one of the sheets. They'd made sure to follow their script while filming his beating and kept the word infidel in the frame just behind him. The place reeked of urine. That was the first thing Rickman thought of when they'd brought him here, and he was repulsed by it. He was a neat freak, and the idea of being held captive in such a foul place gave him almost as much anxiety as the impending session. After the beating started, however, the smell quickly became the least of his problems. And now he cared even less, since he was pretty sure he'd added to the potpourri during his beating. Rickman tried to lift his head, but it hurt too much. So he lay there and tried to take an inventory of his pain. Nearly every inch of his body was aching. But there were a few areas that stood out. Chief among them were his ribs. He was pretty sure a few of them were broken or, at a bare minimum, bruised. The majority of the session had been conducted with Rickman's arms strung above his head to some contraption on the ceiling, his flanks exposed to the brutal blows. Even when they weren't beating him, his shoulders screamed with pain as if they were going to be ripped from their sockets. Rickman gathered the strength to roll from his side onto his back. He winced as shards of pain shot through his rib cage. Slowly he turned his head toward the door. The video camera was mounted on a tripod. The red light under the lens told him it was still recording. That was good. Record all of it for all he cared. He heard movement and voices outside the door. Rickman tensed with the anticipation that the beating would begin again. The door opened. Throwing more light into the room, the man turned off the camera and stood over Rickman. He was wearing a gray knee-length shirt with gray baggy trousers that the locals called perahan tunban. He squatted and held a bottle of water to Rickman's swollen lips. "It will go much easier if you tell them what they want to know. It doesn't have to be like this." "I guess I'm into pain. What can I tell you?" The man frowned and shook his head in a sad manner. After a long moment he fished a bottle of pills from his pocket and took off the cap. He tapped out 2 pills into the palm of his hand and then shoved them one by one into Rickman's mouth. "These will help." Rickman tried to spit them out, but the man covered his mouth with his hand and said, "Don't be a fool." A little bit of water and the pills slid right down. The man stood and walked back to the door. He opened it and waved another man in. The new man was carrying a small black bag. It occurred to Rickman that he was a doctor. That was a good sign. His captors were taking this seriously. The man dropped to one knee next to Rickman and placed a stethoscope against his chest. After that he slapped on a blood pressure cuff and then dilated both eyes with a penlight. After no more than 2 minutes, the doctor announced that he was strong enough to resume the interrogation. The doctor left. 2 new men entered the room, masks pulled on to conceal their faces. The camera was turned back on, and the man in the baggy gray pants nodded for the 2 men to continue. A rope ran through a pulley on the ceiling and was tied to Rickman's wrists. The 2 men yanked on the rope and pulled Rickman into a standing position. "This time you will answer my questions, yes." Rickman looked at the man through his one good eye and spat a glob of blood into his face. The beating commenced immediately. Strangely, the blows didn't hurt as much this time. He told himself to stay strong. It wouldn't be much longer. It couldn't be, or he might die. And he doubted these men would want that. Discipline was paramount. Chapter 12. Kabul, Afghanistan. Everyone made mistakes. It was how you handled them that counted. Own up to them, make a few adjustments, and move on. At least that was the way Rapp had been taught. Anything short of that was counterproductive, self-serving, and typically dishonest. Rapp didn't like having his time wasted under normal circumstances, but in a crisis like this, it unnerved him when people couldn't at least set aside their issues, grab a bucket of water, and help put the damn fire out. Act like sickles and deny that a mistake had been made, and that little pressure cooker inside Rapp's head got so hot he became explosive. There was a distinct possibility that Rapp might break the station chief's jaw, and Nash knew it. He also couldn't blame him, but at this point it might or might not solve their problems. There were certain guys at Langley who were old school and would be more than willing to take a beating if it saved them from being dragged back to Langley. But Sickles wasn't one of them. He would love nothing more at this point than to claim victimhood, and Nash couldn't allow that to happen. Rapp stopped outside the secure door that led to the CIA's suite of embassy offices. He looked at Nash and said, "Tell me again why you think we need him." He knows these people. He's worked with Rick for the last 2 years. He has to have some info we could use. We ship him back to Langley, and he's going to become significantly less cooperative. I don't give a shit. We ship him back to Langley, and he'll realize real quick I'm not the only one who's pissed at him. His career is over unless he gets some religion real quick, and even then I'd stuff him in some cubicle. Before Nash could respond, Coleman approached and said, "Hubbard called. He talked to that veterinarian in J-Bat." "And?" "The vet says he never put the dog down. Told Hub he couldn't figure out what was wrong with it, so he referred Rick to another vet here in Kabul, better animal hospital." "So was Hub wrong or misinformed?" "I'm not sure I understand." "He told us the dog was put down by a vet in Jalalabad. Did Rick tell him that, or did he just assume?" "I don't know. Get him on the phone. I want to talk to him." Rapp pivoted and faced Nash. "You've got about a minute to convince me. We need to be out there, not in here. We need to be kicking down the door of every scumbag we can find, and maybe, if we got a whiff that Iran is behind this, we need to return the favor." "I'm as pissed at him as you are. He broke our first rule. He forgot who he works for. It's not state, it's us. But you said it yourself. The clock is ticking. This trail is going colder by the second, and let's face it, Rick's got the brains, not the brawn. If he hasn't already broken, it won't take much longer. We need Darren to give us everything now, not 2 or 3 days from now when he's back at Langley and Irene finally makes him see what a jackass he's been." Rapp didn't like it, but Nash was right. "Then put all the cards on the table and give him 2 clear choices. He either gets his shit together and remembers which team he plays for, or he's done. This is his last chance." Nash nodded and said, "I think you should be the one to deliver that message." Before Rapp could reply, Coleman handed him the phone. "Hub, did Rick tell you that he had Ajax put down by the vet down there in Jalalabad, or did you just assume he did?" Rapp listened as Hubbard relayed his answer and then said, "Text me the info on the vet here in Kabul. I'm going to have a talk with him." Rapp handed the phone back to Coleman, and before he could return to the problem of Darren Sickles, Nash asked a question of his own. "What was that all about?" Rapp wasn't about to go into his suspicions, not until he had more information. "I'm just trying to run down a few leads. Darren is all yours. I need to get out of this building or I'm going to commit some serious violence." "Give me 5 minutes," Nash begged, holding up the fingers on his right hand. "No. I'm sick of talking. I need to get back out there." "A vet? What in the hell is he going to tell you?" "Don't worry about me. Focus on Darren and those other idiots. We've got more people coming in," Rapp checked his watch, "about 3 hours from now. They need to hit the ground running, and that means you have to put a game plan together for them." Nash's face soured. "Who said I was the office manager?" "It goes along with your fancy new title. You're the senior man on the ground, so you get to stay here and babysit everyone while we go kick down some doors and knock a few heads." "This is bullshit." Rapp smiled. "You're a national hero. We can't afford to lose you." "More bullshit," Nash barked. "You were there, too. In fact, you were the crazy son of a bitch who rushed those guys with nothing more than a pistol." "Shh," Rapp said with a finger over his mouth. "That's classified information." He laughed, and then said to Coleman, "Get the boys saddled up. You want to travel light or in force?" "Light. Just you, me, Joe, and Reavers, and none of that M-Rap shit." Rapp started to walk with Coleman at his side. "Find us an old beat-up sedan." Nash was genuinely conflicted as he watched Rapp and Coleman walk down the long hallway. It pained him to not be included in stuff like this. He had officially become a paper pusher, and it killed him. It made his wife a great deal happier, and in light of the fact that he had 4 kids, one of whom was still in diapers, it was probably a good idea to hang up his spurs. But God, he missed it. Chapter 13. The assassin had killed 87 of his fellow human beings. At least, that was how many he had specifically tallied. There were likely a few more, bodyguards and such, who died later from injuries suffered at his hands, so he reasoned the number could be as high as 100. But the official tally stood at 87. Many of those kills he was proud of. Nasty people who were creating pain and destruction in their lust for power or profit. There were also more than a few that he knew he'd answer to his maker for. Most of those came early in his career, before he'd honed his skills and become more selective. Some were mistakes, and some were a simple lack of experience. He'd used his hands, wires, knives, and poison, but most often he used a gun or a rifle. There were a few regrettable times when he'd employed explosives, which were extremely effective but unruly in the sense that the odds for collateral damage increased dramatically. He was good at killing. Too good, really. And that was what brought about his near downfall. You didn't get good in this line of work from a lack of confidence, but you could definitely end up dead from an overabundance of belief in your abilities. After 13 years in the business, he learned that there were certain times when you needed to say no. Sometimes for no reason other than the fact that you'd said yes too many times. The challenge to test your abilities and the money were incredible motivators, and he'd found himself competing to be the best. Increasingly, he needed to take the most difficult jobs so he could prove to himself that he had no peer. It was stupid, really, as if there would one day be an award ceremony for the greatest assassin of the last decade. Eventually, his ego and an extremely big payday put him on a collision course with mortality. That one job had changed everything. It had made him wiser. He was still confident, but he was also keenly aware of his weaknesses and the fact that there were others out there who were every bit as talented as he was, and even a few who were better. The last and final piece was perhaps the most difficult to judge. By necessity, he never met his employers. He didn't want them to know what he looked like, and if they had any brains, they knew it was best not to reveal themselves to a world-class killer. This type of arrangement necessitated a middleman who was able to negotiate contracts and make sure that payments were made on time. He had used 3 such individuals over the years. The first 2 were dead, one of natural causes, the other from a bullet to the back of the head while he was taking a leisurely stroll through El Retiro Park in Madrid. The Spaniard, it turned out, didn't fully embrace the confidential aspect of their work, and it didn't help that he was stealing money from him. His agent for the last 2+ years had been a Russian, and up until this point things had gone smoothly. This current contract was beginning to take on the stench of a job that he should have declined. Separate the most obvious problem, which was the target, and he was left with a bevy of red flags. Chief among them, his employer was showing himself to be a control freak. Just in the last few hours, the anonymous employer had provided information that left him to wonder who he might be. It was natural to wonder such things in this line of work, but more often than not, there was a simple motivation. This one was beginning to feel different. The mystery man was feeding him with information that could be provided only by someone on the inside. In the assassin's mind, that distinctly raised the possibility that he was being watched. The anonymous employer was now calling the shots at a level the assassin did not like. This employer was a puppet master who thought he needed to pull the assassin's strings, as if the assassin was an amateur. After revealing that the target was none other than Mitch Rapp, a bellman delivered a large manila envelope that contained an address, a map, a key, and specific instructions on when and how he was to take the shot. The assassin was at first offended. He was the professional, after all. If this employer was so good at this, he should come and take the shot himself. The assassin checked his ego, however, and for the moment was willing to explore what was increasingly feeling like a contract that fell outside his normal risk parameters. One voice inside his head, the one that was ruled by common sense, was telling him to go to the airport and leave the country immediately. If he was being watched, though, this could cause a problem. The other voice inside his head, the one that could sometimes get him to overextend himself, was telling him this was far too exciting to walk away from. For the moment, curiosity and the large payday got the best of him. He retrieved his alias passport from the hotel safe with a matching credit card and cash, as well as other worn forms of ID that any seasoned customs agent would expect to find in a 40-ish man's wallet. He donned a pair of cargo pants, hiking boots, field shirt, and light gray North Face vest. Into the left cargo pocket of his pants he slid a Kershaw black blur folding knife in the event that he needed to discreetly kill someone. Next came what he considered his lifeline. Should things go drastically bad, he laid his specially designed backpack down on the bed and went over his gear. Inside was an FNH-57 single-action auto-loading pistol. He'd fired virtually every handgun known to man, and in the hands of a trained marksman, there was no better pistol to carry into a gunfight for 3 reasons. The first was the low recoil of the weapon. The second was the 20-round magazine capacity, and the third was its unique 5.7 by 28 mm round, which was capable of defeating all but the best body armor. The pistol had a short suppressor attached to the end and 3 extra magazines. The pack also contained 2 M84 stun grenades with timers, which he'd learned could come in very handy should he need a distraction to complete his job. The backpack itself was the most impressive piece of equipment. It was made out of ballistic fabric, and with the quick pull of a zipper and the yank of a handle, he could pull half of the backpack over his head, where it would rest on his chest. With a few swift moves that took no longer than 2 seconds, the backpack became a bulletproof tactical vest, with his pistol and his other much-needed tools readily available on his chest. He hooked a fanny pack around his waist. Inside was a second lens for his digital camera and a subcompact 9mm Beretta with a 2-inch suppressor on the end. The rest of his gear was thrown into a generic black carry-on bag. He was always careful about what he touched, so it didn't take more than 5 minutes to wipe down the room. The hotel was filled with security cameras, and he wouldn't be surprised if the embassy had real-time access to those cameras. There was absolutely no doubt that his image would be captured, and as much as he didn't like it, there wasn't a thing he could do to prevent it from happening. So he slung his Canon EOS 5D Mark II camera around his neck to complete his cover as a freelance photographer, and headed for the lobby. He kept the 2 key cards, one in his backpack and the other in his wallet in case he needed to return to the hotel, but past experience told him he would not be coming back. In fact, it was extremely likely he would be making a hasty exit from the country. He smiled for all of the digital cameras in the lobby and then asked the doorman for a taxi. The man asked him if he was checking out, and he told him no, even though it was likely he was doing just that. The assassin had been to virtually every major city on every continent, with the exception of Antarctica. He had a very good grasp of how standards of living fluctuated from one country to another. Even with all of the money that the Americans and their coalition partners had used to build up the city's infrastructure, Kabul was still basically a hellhole. Garbage was plastered against the curbs of virtually every pothole-strewn street, and if the city owned a street sweeper, there was no evidence of it. The relative high altitude and lack of rain helped cover everything with a film of dirt. Beyond that, the city's inhabitants seemed to embrace throwing their garbage wherever they liked, almost as if it were a national pastime. The driver was a talkative fellow, which the assassin didn't like, but things were coming to a head so quickly that there was no time to be picky. Normally he would have changed cabs at least 3 times, but he was more interested in checking out the location where he had been told to kill Rapp. That was the part that was grating on his nerves more than anything else. He was a professional, and was used to picking a time and place of his own choosing. This entire thing was becoming a little too orchestrated. The office building was a half-block off the Kabul River, a muddy morass of refuse that in the late spring and early summer was bursting at the banks from all the snowmelt from the mountains. But in the fall it slowed to a trickle and again revealed that the inhabitants of Kabul thought of the river as a garbage dump. Even though the office was only a few miles from the hotel, the drive took nearly 15 minutes. The lack of traffic lights and the heavy noontime traffic made the going slow. His Arabic was basic enough to find out that the driver spoke English, which made things much easier. After some haggling, they agreed on what it would cost to hire him for the next few hours. The assassin directed him to the location where he wanted him to wait and then tore a $100 bill in half. The driver didn't like that one bit. After some cursing, the assassin explained to him that he'd get the other half when he came back, and a fresh $100 bill as well. This seemed to calm the man a bit. The two exchanged mobile numbers, and then the assassin left the taxi along with a roller bag in the trunk. He circled the block, snapping photos as he went, but in reality, he was taking a digital recording of everything. It was a mixed business residential district with a good number of 2- and 3-story buildings. By European standards, the place was a dump, but here in Kabul it was considered upper class. Vendors lined both sides of the streets, selling everything from the popular vests that most men wore to brightly colored plastic chairs and tables to tea, with a surprisingly varied selection. There were fruit and produce vendors of almost all imaginable kinds. These merchants, the assassin knew, would have their finger on the pulse of this street where they lived 6 days a week from sunrise to sundown. Anything out of the ordinary, and they would seem a bit agitated. He was careful to not appear to be taking any direct shots of any particular people, as it could make them jumpy. Rather, he made it look as if he was taking long-distance shots of faraway objects. The veterinary hospital was near the end of the block, with a park next door that was adjacent to the side door of the hospital. The office building he was supposed to take his shot from was across the street and about 80 meters down the block. At first glance, the location was perfect. The assassin took a final casual look around and then entered the building. There really wasn't a lobby, just a small landing for the stairs that led to the second floor. He did a quick walkthrough of the first floor and was alarmed to see that there was no secondary exit. That was reason enough to pull the plug on the assignment, but he had some time to spare, and curiosity drove him to take the steps to the second floor. It took his eyes a moment to adjust to the poor lighting. He walked past the office that was in his instructions and went to the end of the hall, where he was relieved to find a ladder that led to the roof. Going back to the office, he unzipped the fanny pack and slid his right hand around the grip of the Beretta should he need it. The key slid into the lock easily enough. The assassin stayed behind the door frame and pushed the door open. The office was a simple 15 by 15-foot space, with dirty, cracked walls and carpeting that was worn in the places where the previous tenant's desk had sat. Underneath the window, someone had set up a folding table and chair. On top of the table sat a rectangular tan nylon bag that he had seen many times. He closed and locked the door and approached the bag as if it might bite him. After hesitating for a moment, he retrieved a pair of latex gloves from his fanny pack and snapped them on each hand. He ran the zipper all the way along the perimeter and carefully folded the top over to reveal a shiny new Heckler & Koch HK-416. A soft whistle of admiration rolled past the assassin's lips. The H&K 416 was the most advanced M4 carbine available. The weapon was outfitted with the top-of-the-line optics that, in the hands of the assassin, would make it lethal out to 600 meters. At 80 meters, a headshot would be a snap. The short-stroke gas piston operating system delivered the round with incredible accuracy, and more important, the weapon rarely jammed. He lifted the weapon from its case and turned it over in his hands. The suppressor was tucked in a separate compartment. The carbine was a fine piece of craftsmanship. His thumb pressed the magazine release, and he inspected the rounds. As per his request, the magazine was loaded with Remington's revolutionary 300 BLK subsonic round, which had significantly more punch than the standard 5.56. He seated the magazine back into the weapon, turned on the EO Tech sight, and brought the weapon up to his right shoulder. Standing 5 feet back from the window, he sighted in the front door of the clinic. With both eyes open, the red dot balanced perfectly on the door handle. At this short distance there would be no need for a tripod or shooting stick. At this distance he wouldn't need the 3 times magnifier, but he flipped it into place nonetheless. He wanted to see if there was anyone out there watching him. He started to his left and searched for a likely sniper position. After 5 minutes of carefully probing, he was left with no evidence that he was being watched. But he knew the absence of such evidence meant nothing. If the person was good, it was a simple thing to conceal a position that was 1,000 meters away. After placing the H&K 416 back in the case, he picked up a manila envelope and dumped the contents on the table. There was a handmade map that showed the location of the rooftop access and a line of exfiltration across several rooftops to a ladder that would lead to the street. He set it off to the side and picked up a photo of Rapp. This caused him to frown. His employer had already provided the same photo via text. He grabbed his lighter and burned both map and photo, dropping them to the floor and stamping them into the carpet when they were nothing more than a few fragments. He grabbed his digital camera and began going through the footage he'd taken. He was roughly 3 minutes in and had picked out 2 interesting individuals who seemed to pay him a little too much attention. They were also conveniently located at each end of the block. The assassin was about to explore this further when a text arrived informing him that Mr. Rapp was on the way. Estimated time of arrival was 6 minutes. He felt his heart begin to quicken, something that hadn't happened in a long time. The assassin took in several deep breaths, and then shook his arms loose to try to let out some of the tension. Why put 2 watchers on the street if they already had eyes on the target? The answer was unfortunately obvious. They were not here to keep an eye on Rapp. They were standing at their posts, doing one of 2 things. The first was simple enough. His success or failure would be reported in near real time to his employer. No real harm, but another sign that his employer had some serious assets at his disposal. The second possibility was more ominous. His employer planned on killing him as soon as Rapp had been taken care of. Chapter 14. The silver Toyota 4Runner hadn't been washed in over a month. The windshield had a divot from a rock and a crack that crawled its way along the bottom, dying in the right corner. The front bumper had seen some use, but not as much as the rear. Both sides had enough scrapes and dents so that the vehicle fit right in on the wild streets of Kabul. This all made Rapp happy, as he greatly preferred anonymity to large steel-plated vehicles that screamed USA. Rapp was in back, looking out the dirty rear passenger window at nothing in particular. His mind was revisiting what he'd seen at the safe house that morning. Sidney Hayek didn't think she'd get the preliminary ballistics back for another 24 hours, and Rapp was already starting to think he didn't need them. The way the bodies were strewn about the house, the big .45 caliber hole in the back of the one guy's head, and the security system being defeated without the slightest warning, it all looked bad. Throw the dog on top of that, and he cringed at the possible outcomes. The real question was why. Rickman was a strange bird, there was no doubt about that. But it was a big jump from being a little different to being a traitor. Rapp knew he was getting a bit ahead of himself, though. The dog could have been an honest mistake. Hubbard could have easily misheard Rickman, or just assumed that he'd put the dog down at the local clinic. But when Rapp got these kinds of feelings, more often than not they turned out to be right. The difference this time around was that he was hoping he was wrong. Maslik was driving, and Big Reavers riding shotgun with his bushy dark beard, a pair of wraparound Oakleys, and his standard fuck-off expression on his face. Like a pit bull, he was not the friendliest creature when it came to new faces, but immensely loyal to those whom he knew. Coleman had been his CO when the 2 men were SEALs, and then after they had continued to work together as private contractors for the CIA. Maslik was former Delta Force and had been attached to Rapp's team on and off for 3 years. Both men had a cool detachment that had been honed by killing enemies who had desperately tried to kill them first. They never looked nervous, but they never stopped surveying the landscape for threats. Rapp pulled out his phone and checked to see if there were any new emails from Langley that might shed some light on Rickman's location. Kennedy had told him that Rickman was the top priority for the National Security Agency until the president said otherwise. Every conversation, email, tweet, and text within 1,000 miles was being translated and crunched by the NSA's Cray supercomputers. They were bound to pick up something. Rapp just hoped it was enough for him to get a solid lead. "So are you going to tell me why you've got a hard-on for some vet?" Rapp looked up from his phone and wondered how much he should share with Coleman. It wasn't that he didn't trust him. Next to Kennedy and maybe Hurley, there was no one he trusted more. It was just that a gut feeling like this could poison what they were trying to do. Coleman waited a few seconds for Rapp to answer and then said, "You're not the only one who thinks this thing doesn't smell right." Rapp made no attempt to hide his surprise. "What are you talking about?" "Please, I've been in enough shootouts to know how things go down. You're hung up on the bodyguard, the one missing half his face." Rapp confirmed his suspicions with a simple nod. "It jumped out at me, too. The rest were all shot with 9mm, and then there's this guy who was obviously tapped by a .45, and we both know Rick loves his big kimber." "And the guy was shot in the back of the head while he was moving down the hallway from Rick's office and bedroom," Rapp added. "I noticed the same thing, but then I started thinking, what if Rick found out this bodyguard had set him up? Maybe he had some suspicions, and then the guy went and took the security system offline. Hell, Rick could have been sleeping. He hears the commotion downstairs, and as a last act of desperation, he shoots this guy in the back of the head." Rapp turned Coleman's scenario over in his mind, hoping that it would explain away his fears. "I hadn't thought of that." Rapp tried to imagine Rickman being roused from his bed and springing into action. Joe Rickman was anything but a foot soldier. Officially, he was a mid-level case officer in the CIA's clandestine service. Unofficially, he'd spent the last 8 years running the clandestine service's black ops in the Islamic Republic. He didn't show up on the flowcharts that were given to Congress. There was no important title before his name. He wasn't a station chief or a deputy director. He was a black hole that happened to be a repository of a mountain of dirty, nasty secrets. So far, no one knew the exact number, but the best guess was that more than $250 million in cash had passed through Rickman's hands while he'd played this dangerous game. There was no oversight, no accounting, no one back in Washington asking for receipts and riding his ass to fill out expense forms. The suits didn't want to know the details of what Rickman was up to, and because of his big brain he was able to keep it all straight without writing anything down. He continued to pass his twice-a-year lie detector test, and that was good enough for the people in charge. Rapp had worried for some time that it was a recipe for disaster. Yes, Rick loved his kimber, but there could be an absolute chasm between spending time on the range in a controlled environment and getting yanked from a deep sleep and not shooting yourself in the foot. The more Rapp contemplated the mess, the more he thought the biggest red flag was the security system. If Coleman was right, and the one bodyguard had been the inside man, he would need to see proof that this guy had the ability to defeat an extremely complicated security system. Rapp was no dummy, and he'd been stymied plenty of times by the technological aspect of his job. That was why he normally traveled with experts, like Marcus Dumont, who was a hacker extraordinaire. "Rick was no shooter," Rapp said. "I'm not saying it's not possible, but I have a hard time seeing Rick plugging a guy in the back of the head in the middle of the night, especially one of these hardened guards we chose for him." "We'll find out. If the bodyguard was bad, there'll be something. Now, what about this vet?" Rapp sighed. "Rick had a dog. I remember, Rottweiler. Slobbered all over the place. Thing never left his side. He treated it like it was his kid." Coleman shook his head with disapproval. "No way to train a dog like that." "I asked Hub about the dog. He said it had been sick. Only 6 years old or something like that. Rick brought it to the vet down in Jabad and had it put down. I told Hub to talk to the vet and make sure the dog was put down. The vet didn't put it down." "Nope. In fact, he couldn't figure out what was wrong with it, so he told Rick to bring it to the big city vet up here in Kabul." Coleman looked skeptical. "Sounds like a bit of a reach." Maslick announced that they were 2 blocks away from the clinic. Rapp looked out her window as they passed a green Ford Ranger pickup that was the local police department's main form of transportation. 4 men were sitting in back, decked out in full combat gear. More to himself than Coleman, he said, "Yeah. Well, we're about to find out." Chapter 15. The office window consisted of 2 laterally sliding pieces of glass with an aluminum frame. There was no screen, and the channel was filled with so much debris that it was difficult to open the window. It was neither a warm nor a cold October day, and the way people smoked in this city, a cracked window wouldn't stand out as a possible threat, even to someone as aware as Rapp. The assassin decided 4 inches would give him enough range to cover the 20 or so feet in front of the clinic's main door. He checked his sight line once again, and then returned to the question that was chewing on his nerves. It was possible that his employer was cheap and simply wanted to save himself $1.5 million. But considering the lengths that he'd gone to, that was unlikely. The more plausible explanation was that this control freak on the other end of the text messages and envelopes didn't like loose ends, and the assassin was about to become a loose end. He prided himself on his instincts, and when a hunter realizes he might soon become the hunted, it's a feeling that is impossible to ignore. His mind was speeding to calculate his avenues of escape when a truly frightening thought hit him square in the cerebral cortex. What if his employer had somehow discovered his past with Rapp? Surely there were a handful of people in the U.S. government who knew the details of that catastrophe. The scales in his mind that were trying to weigh his employer's honesty against the possibility that he was being set up suddenly jerked in favor of the latter, as if an anvil had been dropped on that side. There was no longer any doubt in the assassin's mind. He was being set up. The front door did not seem like a great option, as both ends of the street were being watched, but the roof gave him even greater concern. It was obviously the avenue of escape that the employer preferred him to take, which likely meant there was a trap waiting for him. He looked down at the phone that had been his link to the employer, and had the ominous feeling that it was being used to track his every move. Even worse, the thing could have a small bomb in it. Not enough to kill him unless it was placed next to his ear. Intelligence agencies had used cell phones to assassinate enemies for more than a decade. He decided he wouldn't be answering any calls. As if on cue, the phone bleeped, and the screen lit up. The assassin flinched slightly and was embarrassed. Control of his nerves would be the difference between life and death. The screen told him his target was less than a minute away. It also gave him the make and model of the vehicle. As if by reflex, he picked up the M4 and snapped the suppressor onto the end of the barrel. His eyes looked over the case, taking a quick inventory. The magazine in the rifle was the only one provided, no spares in the event of a shootout. He let out a deep sigh, and the thought occurred to him that the room itself could be wired for sound and image, or worse yet, booby-trapped to explode after he'd completed his mission. That idea more than anything caused him to go through the motions. He placed the tactical sling over his head and stepped a few feet back so that no one on the street could see him. He brought the rifle up and tested the sling as if he was trying to find the right amount of tension. He eased his eye in behind the viewfinder and placed the red dot on the front door of the clinic. His mind was already counting down the seconds to Rapp's arrival. Everything at this point was natural, pounded into his brain through repetition. Physically, he was doing everything that he would normally do, and if he was being watched, there would be no reason for his employer to think he was onto him. He lowered the rifle and kept his breathing easy. The shot would happen during a brief window, maybe 5 seconds, as Rapp left the vehicle and made his way to the door. While all looked normal physically, his mind was behaving quite differently. It was churning through every available option over and over, trying to calculate which avenue would lead to his best chance for survival. Suddenly, the money didn't mean very much. Oh, he'd keep the $1.5 million, and if he made it out of this hellhole alive, he'd do his best to track down this asshole who was setting him up. He wondered if Yuri was in on it. His agent, a former Russian SVR intelligence officer, was more than capable of doing what was best for himself. That was why the assassin had never met him face to face and communicated with him almost entirely through email. All of this would have to be dealt with later. For now, he needed to stay focused on saving his own hide. The Toyota SUV rolled into sight beneath him and stopped at the curb directly in front of the clinic. The assassin brought the rifle up and thanks to the modern technology of his EOTech sight, was able to keep both eyes open. He timed his next move perfectly. All 4 doors of the SUV opened, and men piled out, all of them wearing baseball hats. Even though he couldn't see Rapp's face, he knew which one he was within a split second. He slid the red dot in the center of the viewfinder onto the middle of Rapp's back, and moved his finger from the trigger guard to the trigger. He watched Rapp cover the ground between the car and the front door, smoothly following him with the weapon. Suddenly, the assassin's head jerked toward the door as if he'd heard a noise in the hallway. His finger slid off the trigger and straightened. He moved quickly to the door and listened for any other sound. After a few seconds, he returned to the window, only to see that Rapp was already in the building. 2 of his men were standing on the sidewalk, keeping an eye on the car. He did his best to look disappointed. The assassin picked up the camera, popped out the memory card, and slid it in his pocket. He didn't want to lug the camera around. Not knowing what he would find in the hallway, he unslung the M4 and then pulled the cord on the backpack that converted it into a tactical vest. He wanted quick access to one of his stun grenades if anyone was waiting for him in the hall. After grabbing the M4, he moved to the door and did not hesitate. He yanked it open and took a quick look. The hallway was empty, so he moved with speed to the stairs and down 1 flight. As he pushed through the main door onto the sidewalk, he was fully committed. The M4 was slung with the butt just under his right armpit and the suppressor down by his left thigh. His right hand gripped the handle, but his finger was clearly visible and off the trigger. As he moved onto the street, he looked to his left and then his right, and all his fears were validated. Parked at the end of each block were police trucks filled with officers in full combat gear. When he looked across the street at Rapp's men, he saw that they had also noticed the men. The one with the beard noticed him first. He casually changed his stance and brought his rifle into a position where he could quickly dispatch this potential threat. The assassin let his weapon hang from his neck, raising both hands to shoulder height, his palms out. When he was 20 feet away, he kept moving and said, "I need to speak to Mitch." The familiarity in his voice seemed to relax the 2 watchdogs a bit. The assassin closed the distance to within 6 feet and then stopped. He looked to his right and then to his left. One of the men whom he had seen earlier was talking on a cell phone and began yelling and motioning at the police officers to get out of the truck. A second truck with 6 more men raced to a stop behind the first. The assassin resisted the urge to raise his rifle and shoot the spotter with the cell phone. Instead, he turned to the 2 big Americans and in near-flawless English said, "I think you guys better call for some backup." Chapter 16. The sparse waiting area held 4 people, a dog, 3 cats, and a bird. The bird was in a cage behind the receptionist's counter, as well as the 2 cats that were sleeping in wicker baskets. A little boy, not more than 8, held the leash of a small pooch while his mother sat protectively next to him. An elderly man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth cradled a sickly-looking black cat that was missing large clumps of hair. The old man looked depressed. Neither adult made eye contact, but the little boy gave Rapp a friendly smile. Rapp returned the gesture with a nod of thanks. Most of the people in Kabul tried to ignore foreigners, and Rapp didn't blame them one bit. Their country had been at near constant war for 30 years. There were others who stared you down as if they wanted to kill you, and a small minority who would smile and maybe even say hello. Rapp approached the blue Formica reception desk. A nice young woman in a black hijab looked up at him and asked in English, "How may I help you?" "Do I look that American?" Rapp asked, trying to seem offended. "No, but he does." She pointed over Rapp's shoulder at Coleman. Rapp turned around and looked at his friend's blonde hair and blue eyes. Coleman's Northern European ethnicity made it nearly impossible for him to blend in on ops like this. "Yeah," Rapp said. "He works for the United Nations. I think he's Swedish or something like that. I can't understand a thing he says. At any rate, we were hoping to speak with Dr. Amin." "I'm sorry, but he's at the university right now." "Do you expect him back this afternoon?" "Normally not, but if we're busy, he stops by on his way home. May I ask what you need to discuss with him?" Rapp hesitated. He wasn't used to sharing information, but this woman seemed nice enough, and she might be able to save him a step. It's a rather important matter. Rapp retrieved his Joe Cox credentials emblazoned in gold with the seal of the United States and the all-important, somewhat vague words, Federal Officer, raised and embossed. We're trying to track down a missing person. We were told that he brought his dog to your clinic about a month ago. He was an American, and his dog was a Rottweiler. Do you remember anyone like that? She shook her head. No, but I'm only here part-time. Do you have a name? Rickman had more than a few aliases as well. Rapp had no idea if he had used one, so he started with Rickman's real name. The receptionist spun her chair around and crab-walked the chair over to a row of file cabinets. Rapp looked over his shoulder to find Coleman with his arms folded across his chest and shaking his head. Swedish? What in the hell is wrong with you? Rapp started to laugh, and then his eyes caught something beyond the glass doors. His left hand slid between the folds of his jacket and around the grip of his 9mm Glock. The change in Rapp's demeanor didn't go unnoticed by Coleman, who did a casual 180-degree turn to see what was going on. Rapp could scarcely believe his eyes. It was as if a ghost had walked out of his not-so-distant past. Nearly 4 years ago, to be exact. He watched the man walk past Reavers and Maslick, stopping briefly to point at something down the street. In Rapp's mind, it was a move to distract them. But Rapp could not be distracted. Not by this man. He drew his gun and lined the sights up on the head of the man who had killed his wife. The receptionist said something, but Rapp didn't hear her. He was too intent on the man coming through the door. The only thing that prevented Rapp from shooting him on the spot was that he had his hands in the air in what seemed to be a genuine posture of surrender. Coleman said, "Is that who I think it is?" "Yes." One of the glass doors opened, and the assassin stepped slowly into the lobby. He glanced at Coleman and then focused on Rapp. "We need to talk, and we must do it quickly." "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't shoot you." Louis Gould kept his hands in the air and gave a slight shrug. "I can give you several, but since time is of the essence, let's start with the fact that I didn't shoot you in the head when you got out of your truck a minute ago. Even more important, I think you're going to need my help in the very near future, possibly the next 30 seconds. Despite the anger that was coursing through his veins, Rapp's pistol was extremely steady. "What in the hell are you talking about?" Gould took a quick look around the waiting room. He would have preferred to have this discussion in a more intimate setting. But there was no time for that, so before he got into the details, he looked at Rapp's blonde-haired friend and said, "I told your guys outside that they should call for backup, but I don't think they took my advice. Trust me, you are going to want to make that call, and do it quickly." The assassin then said to Rapp, "I still take the occasional contract." Rapp shook his head. "That wasn't part of the deal." "I know," he said sheepishly, "but we needed money, and I have been very selective." He shook his head, showing the first sign of frustration. "We can discuss this all later. The important thing is that I took a contract from an anonymous employer. My instructions were to fly into Kabul yesterday. About 90 minutes ago, I received instructions to come to an office building on this street. When I arrived, this rifle was waiting for me, along with a photograph of my target." Gould pointed at Rapp. "You." "You're full of shit." "I wish I was, but that's not the real problem." Gould kept his hands up while he took a step back to see if he could see what was going on at the one end of the block. As he did so, one of Rapp's men came through the door. It was Maslick. "There's something going on out here. Both ends of the street are blocked by the police, and they've got about 10 guys at each end that look like they're planning some kind of an assault." Gould confirmed with his own eyes what the man had said. "They are here to kill you, and me too, I suppose." A single rifle shot cracked the relative calm of the afternoon. The 4 men in the lobby were all combat veterans, and none of them flinched. They all looked at Reavers, who was standing on the sidewalk. Before any of them could react, a fusillade of bullets rang out. The glass doors shattered, and when they looked up, Reavers was falling to the ground. Coleman shouted above the roar of the rifle shots, "Suppressive fire! I'll grab 'em!" Rapp moved to his left and pushed his back against the wall, while Maslick moved to his right and did the same. Both men began squeezing off well-aimed shots at the officers at the opposite end of the street. Coleman holstered his gun, yanked open the door, and grabbed Reavers by the tactical vest. The big man didn't budge on the first try, so Coleman put all of his muscle into it. Bullets were zipping past his head in both directions. He backpedaled into the reception area and immediately noticed the streak of red blood on the white tile floor. Out of the line of direct fire, he knelt and tried to find where he'd been shot. His hands slid over Reavers's body, checking for blood. Within seconds, he found 2 fatal wounds. The first was in his hairline, on the top right side of his head, and the second was in the groin. Reavers's brain was gone, but his heart was still pumping, and from the looks of the pool of blood on the floor, his femoral artery had been hit. In battle, the passage of time slowed for Coleman. In a brief instant he acknowledged that his friend was gone, and that now was not the time to deal with it. That would come later. Anger, frustration, genuine sadness, and some laughs, to be sure, but right now was about survival. "Reavers is dead," Coleman announced above the roar of fire. He grabbed his friend's M4 rifle and started stuffing the extra magazines into his vest and cargo pockets. Rapp stole a quick glance at Reavers's lifeless body, and then he noticed the frightened look on the little boy's face. He yelled to Coleman, "Get these people back into one of the exam rooms." Gould showed up at Rapp's side and dropped to one knee. He began firing well-aimed single shots. In less than 5 seconds, he counted 3 kills with as many shots. "We need to put someone on the roof." After a couple more shots, he yelled, "And you might want to see if you can get someone to come help us." "Scott," Rapp barked without taking his eyes off the street, "call Mike and tell him what we're up against. Tell him we need a quick reaction force, ASAP, or we're all dead." Rapp stepped back, ejected an empty magazine, and popped in a fresh one. Yelling back to Coleman, he added, "A gun chip would be nice." Rapp popped off a couple of rounds and saw a man go down. Then, looking down at Gould, he said, "Get up on the roof and see what you can do. I'll join you as soon as I can. How much ammo do you have?" Gould shook his head. "Just this one 30-round magazine, and then I'm down on my pistol." Rapp noted the make and model of the pistol in Gould's vest. "At these distances, I bet you're pretty good with that thing." Gould nodded. "The best." "We'll see about that. Grab one extra magazine for the M4 from the blonde guy, and then get your ass up on the roof before we're all dead." Chapter 17. Coleman had stashed the old man, the mother and son, their animals, and the receptionist in one of the exam rooms down the hall. Rapp assumed there were some nurses and at least one vet somewhere in the building, but there wasn't a lot he could do about their safety other than keep the local police at bay until the cavalry arrived. As best he could tell, 3 more pickups filled with combat-clad cops had arrived. It begged the question, could that many Kabul police officers be corrupt? The front entrance to the clinic was a tangled mess of broken glass and chipped stone. The door and the 2 side windows were completely blown out, and the metal frame was twisted and punctured from bullet strikes. Rapp was about 5 feet from the edge with his back pressed against the wall. Matherick was standing directly across from him. They were alternating darting out and taking a few shots to keep the cops from rushing the door. So far they were succeeding, but just barely. Rapp watched Matherick eject a spent magazine and insert a fresh one. Their advantage in this fight was their ability to hit targets with consistent, frightening accuracy. Coleman, Matherick, and Rapp had all fired thousands of practice rounds a month with pistols, carbines, and long rifles. Rapp had no idea how much Gould practiced, but his fee was likely a good predictor of his ability. Even though they were outgunned, this was all going to come down to ammunition. Rapp knew a little about how these men were selected and trained. Most of them were simply trying to make a living and were extremely brave, as the Taliban often targeted them and their families. He found the idea that they were all corrupt to be a bit of a stretch. It was more plausible that it was someone in their chain of command who was corrupt. Rapp thought of Commander Zahir down in Jalalabad. Until recently, the man had been a terrorist and had a bounty on his head, courtesy of the U.S. government. Not only was the bounty gone, but the man was now on our payroll. How many assholes like Zahir were now wearing the uniform of the Afghan police? Innocent or not, these cops were trying to kill Rapp and his men, so he was left with no alternative if he wanted to survive. A fresh barrage of bullets slammed into the front wall of the building, peppering Rapp with tiny pebbles. He darted out, fired 2 well-aimed shots, and ducked back into the lobby as a dozen-plus bullets raked the spot where he'd been standing less than a second ago. Rapp shook his head with anger. That had been closer than he would have liked. He looked across at Maslick again and noticed a splotch of blood on his right shoulder. This position was quickly becoming too hot to defend. Sooner or later one of them was going to pop out and take a bullet in the head. Rapp made a snap decision and ordered Maslick to the roof. Maslick tried to argue, but Rapp made it clear there was no time for debate. As Rapp began his retreat from the lobby, he passed Reavers's body. He noted the SIG P226 pistol still in the man's thigh holster. Kneeling, Rapp grabbed the gun and the 3 spare magazines. The anger came boiling to the surface, and Rapp said to himself, "I swear to God, I'm going to kill these idiots who came up with this reintegration crap." The image of Sickles popped into Rapp's mind, and it suddenly occurred to Rapp that Sickles had probably recruited the man who was now trying to kill him. Rapp popped in his earpiece and looked up Sickles's mobile number. He tapped the number and listened as it began to ring. Rapp left the lobby and entered the hallway that bisected the building. Down at the far end, Coleman was stacking and shoving equipment against a side exit. Taking up position against the doorframe so he could cover the front entrance, Rapp began to wonder if the wall he was behind was thick enough to stop a .223 round. The answer was likely no. So as Darren Sickles' voice came on the line, Rapp walked back into the lobby. "Hey, dickhead!" Rapp barked above the roar of gunfire. "Did Mike tell you the shitstorm we're in?" Rapp holstered his gun, stepped behind the reception desk, and began yanking up on the heavy Formica countertop. "He just told me I have no—" "Shut up and listen to me." Rapp gave the top one more shove, and it broke free. "This is your fault. You recruited these scumbags, and you were dumb enough to think you could trust them." Rapp grabbed the top and lugged it back into the hallway. "You are going to get on the fucking phone, and you are going to call every last one of them, and you are going to tell them that I'm going to place $1 million bounty on every one of their fucking heads, and I'm going to be the one collecting it." Rapp tossed the heavy top up against the doorframe and leaned against it. He drew his weapon again, feeling a lot better about his position, but not so good about Sickles, who was yammering about how he didn't understand any of this, that it simply didn't make sense. With more important things to do than listen to Sickles' senseless speculation, Rapp yelled, "Darren, I don't give a shit what you think. Just get on the damn phone and make it clear to these assholes that I'm going to hunt them down and kill them." Rapp was tempted to tell Sickles that he was going to kill him as well, but it was likely to be an extremely counterproductive threat, so he bit his tongue and hung up. Rapp knew what their next move would be, and it likely wouldn't take long. The U.S. had outfitted the Afghan police with takedown gear that included battering rams, breaching shotguns, ribbon charges, and bulletproof riot shields. It was the bulletproof riot shields that worried Rapp the most. All a thoughtful commander needed to do was grab a couple of shields and do the old Roman tortoise. The first man in the line would hold his shield directly in front of him, and the second man would hold the shield above them, protecting them from the men on the roof. They'd rush the front door with 1 or 2 lines of men. If that happened, Rapp knew they would overpower him and his little 9mm pistol in a matter of seconds. The thought of dying like that got Rapp thinking, and he yelled down the hall, "Scott!" Coleman shoved a big metal exam table against his pile and turned to look at Rapp. "What? You come across any oxygen tanks?" "Yeah." Coleman didn't have to be told what to do. He ducked into one of the rooms and came out with 2 green tanks. He dragged them down the hall by the necks and dropped them at Rapp's feet. Rapp kept his eyes and his pistol on the door and asked, "Any more?" "Yeah. Put 'em in front of your pile down there and get your ass up on the roof." Coleman shook his head. "You get up on the roof. I've got this handled. Stop wasting time. Drop the tanks down there and get moving. They're probably running low on ammunition." Coleman reluctantly dropped 2 more tanks by the side door and then stopped to offer Rapp Reavers's M4 rifle. "Nope, no need for that down here. This is all close quarters. Get your ass up on the roof and buy us some time." Coleman started to leave, but Rapp grabbed him by the arm. "What did Mike say?" "He said he'll get some shooters here as soon as it's humanly possible." "Call him back and tell him we'll take anything. Get a little bird to give us an ammo drop and maybe a saw or 2. Rapp glanced back at the front door. "Maybe some grenades, too." "I'm on it." Coleman had his phone out and was calling Nash again. "Call if you need help." Rapp knew he'd be making no such call. He'd hold them off as long as he could, and then, if he was still alive, he'd limp his way up to the roof. What a shitty way to die, Rapp thought to himself. All of the close calls he'd had, and it was going to come down to being killed by men who were supposed to be his allies. He heard Stan Hurley's gruff voice telling him to suck it up. Now was not the time to think about death unless it was the other guy's mortality that you were focused on. Hurley was fond of saying that no matter how bad things got, there was always a way out. Rapp clung to that idea, as there was an ebb in the volume of shots being fired. just a pop here and there, instead of the sustained blister of rounds smacking into the building. Unfortunately, Rapp knew what that really meant. It was too soon for Nash or Sickles to have been able to call off the dogs, so it is more likely that someone in a command position with half a brain had showed up and was now getting the men ready for an organized assault. Rapp holstered his gun and dragged the 2 oxygen tanks into the lobby. He stopped about 6 feet short of the front door, laid the tanks on their sides, and then drew his gun. Lest they think no one was guarding the front door, he slid along the wall until he had an angle to shoot from. He squeezed off 2 shots and then 2 more and ducked back into the lobby. He was pretty certain the first 2 shots had hit one man, but the second 2 had bounced harmlessly off a clear plexiglass riot shield. Rapp went back to his position in the hallway with a foreboding feeling that this might be one situation he wasn't going to be able to get out of. Chapter 18. Gould popped the hatch and had to will himself onto the flat roof. Somewhere out there, he feared, a sniper was still lurking. He rolled onto his side, the M4 cradled protectively in both hands, and then crawled his way to the parapet of the roof. There was a 2-foot stone parapet that provided sufficient cover. He carefully brought his head above the lip and scanned the buildings across the street. With no shooters in sight, he got up on his right knee and brought the butt of the rifle up to his right shoulder. Gould swung the muzzle over the edge of the roof, sweeping it from left to right with both eyes open, the big square EOTech aperture bringing his targets clearly into view. The spotter in civilian clothes was standing behind one of the police trucks with his cell phone held to his left ear. "There you are, you little prick," the assassin said, with a smile creasing his lips. Gould placed the red dot right over the cell phone, let loose an even exhalation, and then casually squeezed the trigger. The rifle jumped a 1/4 inch, but Gould never lost sight of the target. The heavy bullet shattered the cell phone and then exploded through the man's head, spraying blood, bone, and brain matter in a mini mushroom cloud onto the men and street just past him. 3 police officers were left standing in shock, gaping at the man who had just been urging them into action. And then, 3 seconds after that, they were all lying on the street, dead. Gould worked his targets methodically, keeping the rifle in single-shot mode. It took the police approximately 10 seconds to realize there was a new threat on the roof, but it had cost them dearly. 7 officers had been dispatched. Gould was about to swing his rifle around so he could go to work on the cops at the other end of the street when the air around him exploded with the sharp snaps of bullets. He dropped flat behind the lip as bullets began to thump into the stone like a jackhammer. It took a second to sink in, but Gould realized that his position had been discovered, and that the men at the other end of the street had something more to bring to the fight than the relatively light M4 rifle. Since everything they had was provided by the Americans, it was likely that it was the heavier caliber M249 squad automatic weapon, or SAW. The machine gun fired the heavier 5.56 by 45 mm NATO round and was effective out to 1,000 yards. Gould guessed that they were firing from no farther than 100 yards. The machine gun continued to rake the edge of the roof, raining down shards of stone on Gould. For the moment, all Gould could do was take cover beneath the edge of the roof and try to move to a different position. On his own, this was pure suicide. Gould began to wonder why he was sticking around. He had done his job and warned Rapp. True, the act had not been entirely selfless, as it had gotten him out of his own hot corner, but now he was in an even less desirable situation. He glanced across the roof, wondering what lay on the other side. He couldn't tell if there was a small gap between the 2 buildings or if they shared a wall. Worst case, he'd have to jump a gap. He could then scurry across that roof and find access to the street. The police would be so focused on this gunfight that he was sure to go unnoticed. Gould made up his mind. He'd done enough, and martyrdom really didn't suit him, so better to bolt before another 100 cops showed up and brought this building down around them. It was time to save his own ass, so without further internal debate, Gould rolled onto his stomach and began to crawl toward the far side. He was halfway across when one of Rapp's men popped out of the hatch and asked, "Where you going?" Gould ignored the question and said, "They're raking the parapet with machine gun fire." The man nodded, looked over at the parapet, and asked, "Which direction is it coming from?" Gould pointed to their left. All right, you get back over there near the middle, and when I give you the signal, stick your rifle over the parapet. Don't bother firing any shots until I've taken care of the machine gun. Go!" Maslick watched the man crawl away and then scrambled over to the corner on all fours. Once in position, he checked his weapon and visualized what he was about to do. He then whistled and signaled for the man to make his move. Maslick watched as the black barrel went over the parapet. A split second later, the position was hammered with incoming fire. Maslick shouldered his weapon and popped over the parapet. Below him, no more than 50 yards away, 6 green police pickups were blocking the intersection. Men were huddled behind each, but in the bed of one of the vehicles, a man was crouched down with an M249 in his hands and the bipod resting on the roof of the cab. Maslick brought the man into the center of his sights just as the machine gun ran out of ammunition. The police officer had turned to reach for another canvas ammunition drum when Maslick shot him in the head. The fact that Maslick had just killed someone who was more than likely on his side was irrelevant to the former Delta Force operator. The only thing on his mind as he began shooting one man after another was his friend, Mick Reavers. Chapter 19. The ebb in the relative number of shots fired at the front entrance was bringing on a bit of an adrenaline hangover for Rapp. This wasn't the first time he'd experienced the physiological problem. It had happened many times before. It started with a dry throat and sour stomach. For most people, it eventually led to a headache, sometimes one that was debilitating, but Rapp got only the dryness and the upset stomach. His hands used to get a little shaky, and his vision would blur at the far edges, but he'd mastered those 2 crucial problems. Either through willpower or through repetition, his body was no longer as shocked by these near-death experiences. Rapp's left ear was ringing from all of the shots that had been fired. Whenever possible, he operated with a suppressor. He did so for multiple reasons that included stealth, increased accuracy, and the fact that he didn't want to be deaf by the time he was 50. Because of the loud reports from all of the gunshots, he almost missed the beeping tone in his right ear that was coming out of his Bose Bluetooth earpiece. Reaching into his pocket to look at the caller ID seemed like too much effort, so he tapped the button on top of the device and said, "Rapp." "It's Mike. I just spoke to Scott. We haven't been able to get anyone at the Afghan police to cooperate, but I'm on my way with some boys from JSOC. "I hope by chopper." "Yeah, we've got 2 Black Hawks and 2 Little Birds." "ETA?" There was a long pause, and then, "They're firing up the birds right now. We hope to be airborne in the next 60 seconds. Pilot told me we should be on station 2 minutes after that. You're not far." Rapp pushed back from the wall and took a deep breath. He didn't like the silence and suddenly felt the need to see what was going on out on the street. As he moved slowly across the lobby, he asked, "Have you guys discussed your ROEs?" Rapp knew this was going to catch Nash off guard. ROEs, or rules of engagement, within the military and especially special operations, were very specific. They outlined who could be engaged and how, and Rapp very much doubted the brass was going to let their shooters come in and open fire on the Afghan police, no matter how fucked up the situation was. "No, we haven't." "Let me save you guys the headache of trying to sort this mess out. We have police at both ends of the street. My guess is when you guys show up, they're going to think you're here to help them. Hopefully they'll stop shooting. Put the Blackhawks over them and hit them with the rotor wash, and then bring the Little Birds in to pick us up on the roof. I don't think they'll shoot at you, but I can't make any promises." "I'll pass it along. Anything else?" "Yeah, if I don't make it out of here, there's something you need to know. Does the name Louis Gould ring a bell?" There was a moment of silence, followed by, "The man who killed your wife?" "That's him. Somebody hired him a few weeks ago to fulfill a contract in Kabul. He says he didn't know it was me until this morning. He was set up in an office building across the street and was supposed to shoot me when I showed up to see the vet." "How the hell—" "Exactly. Do you want to tell me how the fuck somebody knew 2 weeks ago that I would be in Kabul talking to this vet when I didn't even know I'd fucking be here?" "I have no idea, but no more of this bullshit about not making it. We'll be there in minutes, and after I pull your ass out of the fire again, we'll figure out what in the hell is going on." "I'll tell you what in the hell is going on. Somebody set my ass up. Rick was the first domino, and they knew how we would react. We're being played." Rapp carefully moved along the wall until he was just a few feet from the blown-out entrance. "Is Gold still with you?" "Yeah, he's on the roof." The only police that Rapp could see were taking cover behind their vehicles. "Did Scott tell you we lost Reavers?" "Yeah, I'm sorry about that." Rapp flexed his knees and then stuck his head out so he could see down the length of the front of the building. He ducked back just as a flurry of shots rang out. What he saw scared him more than the shots. "Mike!" Rapp yelled as he hustled across the lobby. "They're getting ready to rush the building with riot shields. You guys better haul ass, or there's going to be no one left to save." "We're getting in the birds right now. Hold on for a few more minutes." Rapp didn't bother to answer. He moved in behind his piece of formica and switched his pistol to his right hand. He counted the seconds in his head, figured it would take the cops another 8 seconds to shuffle down the sidewalk in their tight formation. He extended his arm, sighted the Glock in on one of the tanks, and then decided it would be better to pull the gun in close and cradle the grip with his left hand. The first shield came into view, the man behind it clasping the shield with his left arm and holding a pistol in his right hand. 3 men followed, all with shields, 2 protecting their flanks and the 4th holding his shield above their heads. When they reached the front door, Rapp slid his head back behind the formica, closed his eyes, and squeezed the trigger. The 9mm round punctured the first tank, and the explosion was instantaneous. Rapp attempted to pull the gun back behind his relative cover, but there wasn't enough time. The energy from the shock wave hit him like a massive hammer. It slammed into the countertop and shot Rapp across the hall and into the far wall. He bounced off the wall and slid to the floor with the countertop and a good portion of the wall falling on top of him. His hearing was completely gone. He tried to open his eyes, but felt himself slipping away, falling into a deep hole, and then everything went black. Chapter 20. Coleman joined Maslick and Gould on the roof just as things were settling down. The sun was starting to slide out from the cloud-filled sky, and the wind was picking up a bit. Coleman ran across the roof in a low crouch as sporadic bullets zipped overhead. He did a quick ammunition check with the other 2 and then handed each of them a 30-round magazine, leaving himself 2. Coleman then surveyed the situation at both ends of the block. It appeared Maslick and Gould had taken the fight out of the police. Coleman had seen it many times before. Put a group of special operators in an all-out gunfight with a force superior in size, and they would balance the scales quicker than you could imagine. The simple fact was that at these distances, they hit what they were shooting at. It was demoralizing for the opposing force as they watched one friend after another get shot in the head. The ones who managed to stay alive got the message real quick that it was a good idea to keep their heads down. And when you decided to keep your head down, you ceased to become an effective fighter for the simple reason that you couldn't hit a target if you weren't willing to expose yourself and aim your weapon properly. Having been in combat many times, Coleman knew how to recognize the ebb and flow of battle. The frantic adrenaline rush of the initial engagement was almost always followed by a lull as each side took stock of its losses and either retrenched or prepared for another assault. The dynamics of this battle dictated who would do what. They were in no position to launch an assault, so it would be the other side that would have to make the next move. Coleman moved to the roof's edge a few feet away and dropped to one knee. "Any movement on the roofs across the street?" Gould glanced across the street. He'd been worried about the same thing. Crossways from them was a 3-story building that was the high ground on the block. Gould pointed his rifle at the building and said, "If they put a few decent shooters up there, they could make our lives miserable. Yeah, keep your eye on it." Gould looked behind him. There were multiple elevated rooftop positions within 500 yards. "If they get behind us, we're done for." Coleman checked his watch. "We'll be out of here before they figure that out." Off in the distance he heard the dull thumping of rotor blades. Coleman looked to the east, toward the airport. At first he couldn't find a sign of the helicopters, as they were flying so low, and then he saw the shimmer of movement as they skimmed the rooftops almost 2 miles out. "Scott!" Coleman turned his head and looked at Maslick, who was pointing over the edge of the building. "We've got trouble." Coleman looked down and saw the men with the clear, bulletproof shields forming up along the edge of the building. He looked to his right and saw the same thing. He grabbed Gould and said, "Get over there and help him." A bullet slammed into the top of the stone parapet just a few inches from Gould's face. He almost immediately realized from the trajectory that it had to have come from above. Lunging forward from his knees, he shoved Coleman to the ground as a barrage of bullets hit their position. Gould rolled off Coleman and said, "I'll deal with the men across the street." He handed Coleman one of the canisters from his vest. "It's only a flashbang, but it might help." Coleman grabbed it from him. "I'll try to draw their fire in a second." On all fours, he stayed near the edge and began crawling to the far corner. He looked back at Gould, counted down with his fingers, and rose onto one knee. He was surprised to see 4 gun barrels pointed in his general direction from an elevated position. He was expecting just 1 or 2. Coleman's right index finger began rapidly squeezing off rounds. His aim was far from exact, as he was trying to draw the attention of these men so Gould could get a few good shots. Gould came up a second later and quickly moved his aperture into position. He placed the red dot on the closest man's head and fired. At the exact same instant, he saw a muzzle flash from the man he was trying to kill. Before Gould had a chance to seek out a second target, he was knocked on his ass. He knew immediately it was his left shoulder. He looked over and saw the near-perfect circle of blood slowly growing. His shoulder was screaming with pain, but Gould knew the injury wasn't fatal. At least, it wasn't if he got medical care in the not-so-distant future. His best hope for that was if he got off his ass and back in the fight. With a grunt and more effort than he should have needed, he got back on his knees and took aim at the men across the street. Gould's left hand was still functional, so his aim was as steady as ever, although he knew that might not last. Only 2 heads were visible. Gould lined up the first one, took the shot, and saw the man go down. He was moving the rifle into position for the second shot when there was a large explosion beneath him. The building shook for a second, and then all was quiet. "Damn it!" Coleman yelled. "Cover me!" He tore off across the roof for the hatch. Gould shouldered his weapon and began firing on the rooftop position across the street. More barrels suddenly appeared, and he had to seek cover beneath a stone parapet. When he looked back, the blond-haired guy was gone. Gould lay on his back for a moment, trying to survey the damage to his shoulder, and then he suddenly became aware of the growing noise of helicopter rotors slicing through the air. Coleman found his way down the ladder as quickly as you'd expect from a guy who had spent a good portion of his life on ships. By the time he reached the staircase, he had Reavers's M4 up and ready to engage. He flew down the stairs and into a cloud of floating debris in the first-floor hallway. He didn't care how many men there were, he was going to rush them head-on. Moving down the hallway at a steady pace, he saw the pile of debris near where he had last seen Rapp. Coleman's heart sank as he stepped on the pile and swung his weapon to the left to engage the men who would be coming through the front door. He was shocked to find not a person standing. On the sidewalk just outside the front entrance, there was a tangle of bodies. Coleman saw some movement and almost fired. One of the cops was trying to roll onto his side. Coleman's conscience got the better of him, and he took his finger off the trigger. 2 sounds suddenly filled the relative silence. The first was a low moan, which seemed to be fading, and the second one was the roar of U.S. Special Operations helicopters, which was definitely growing in volume. Coleman turned and looked down at the pile of debris that he had just walked over. He began yanking ceiling tiles and pieces of wood and sheetrock from the heap, and then he saw the blue countertop that Rapp had used to fortify his position. Next, he spotted a hand and an arm. Coleman released the rifle, letting it hang from the sling around his neck. Taking both hands, he lifted the large piece of formica up, revealing a dusty and pale Rapp. He chucked the large board off to the side, dropped down to one knee, and stared at Rapp's lifeless face. Coleman placed a finger on Rapp's neck to search for a pulse, and then slapped him a couple of times on each cheek. Rapp gasped, his eyes shot open wide, and his left hand shot up and grabbed Coleman by the throat. Coleman removed Rapp's hand from his throat by applying just the right amount of pressure to his wrist. "It's me, you idiot! You think you can stand?" The former Navy SEAL could tell by the way Rapp's eyes were darting around that he still wasn't entirely with it. He ran his hands up and down Rapp's body, looking for any injuries. The thump-thump signature of the helicopters was growing louder by the second. The thought of missing their ride, or worse, getting one of the birds blown out of the sky because they weren't up on the LZ, made Coleman skip the rest of the medical assessment. He stood and grabbed Rapp by his tactical vest, yanking him to his feet. Rapp wobbled and almost fell to his left, but Coleman steadied him. "Come on, this way. Our rider's waiting for us." "What the fuck are you talking about?" "We have a hot double date." Coleman squatted, threw Rapp's right arm around his neck, and then moved the 2 of them down the hallway. "Don't want to be late. Come on, we need to hustle." "Where the hell are we?" Rapp wobbled again, and his legs gave out. Coleman struggled to keep him upright, and then decided he needed to change tactics. He spun Rapp toward him, bent over and threw Rapp over his shoulder. Coleman hefted him in a fireman's carry and started up the steps. "Damn, you're getting fat." "Put me down, you idiot. What are you doing?" "Saving your fat ass, dumb shit." Coleman reached the second floor and stopped at the ladder that led to the roof. The rotor wash from one of the helicopters was blowing through the opening. Coleman didn't think he could climb the ladder with Rapp over his shoulder, so he set him down. Rapp's pupils were as big as saucers. "Shit," Coleman muttered. He turned Rapp toward the ladder and placed his hands on the rung just above his head. "Come on, climb, let's go." Rapp turned his head and gave him a blank stare. Coleman screamed at him. "We're going to die if you don't get moving. Snap out of it." Coleman grabbed him by the waist and started pushing him up the ladder. Rapp seemed to finally come out of his stupor, his hands grasping at the rungs above him. "That's right." Coleman prodded him on as they made painfully slow progress. Fortunately, Maslick appeared in the hatch opening. He grabbed one of the shoulders on Rapp's vest and practically yanked him onto the roof. By the time Coleman cleared the ladder, the big former Delta Force operator had Rapp on his feet and was dragging him toward one of the waiting little birds. Coleman watched as bullets began impacting the ground around Rapp and Maslick. He snapped his M4 up to his shoulder, flipped the selector to full automatic, and began raking the roofline across the street with fire. Coleman marched steadily forward, and when his weapon locked out, he ejected the spent magazine and inserted a fresh one, charging the weapon and then releasing another volley. Ducking under the little bird's rotors, Coleman kept up the suppressive fire and jumped onto the port side external bench. He looked inside the back compartment and saw Rapp and Gould in a pile on the floor. Maslick was sitting on the starboard side bench, laying down suppressive fire. Coleman took his finger off the trigger and reached forward, slapping the pilot on the shoulder. Coleman gave the man the thumbs-up signal, and the bird immediately lifted into the air. They banked to the right, which gave Coleman a good vantage point to fire at the building with the men on the roof. No one, however, was getting up to shoot at the helicopter. They were either all dead or had finally taken the hint that it was a good idea to stay down. As they gained elevation and distance, Coleman released his rifle and strapped himself in. That was when he noticed that Rapp was out again. He reached in and slapped him on the cheek. Coleman had seen a lot of concussions, and this was not the norm. Gould was lying next to Rapp with a bullet hole in his shoulder, his face tight with pain. Coleman seemed to remember seeing some blood on Maslick as well. A hospital was more important than getting back to the embassy, plus the CIA had its detention facility at the Bagram Air Base. Leaning forward, he shouted above the roar of the rotors and engine, "We need to go to Bagram, straight to the base hospital." The pilot nodded and began speaking into his lip mic. About 5 seconds later, the little bird and one of the Black Hawks broke formation and headed to the northeast for the 15-minute flight to the main U.S. Air Base and its Level 1 Trauma Center. The Black Hawk pulled alongside, and Coleman could see Mike Nash sitting in the back of the much larger Black Hawk, talking on a headset. The fallout from what had just happened was going to be huge. Nash was probably already dealing with it. Coleman checked on Rapp again. He was still unconscious, which, from a medical standpoint, was a concern, but there was a silver lining. If Rapp were awake right now, he'd probably have them on their way to assault the police headquarters in Kabul. No Afghani politician or State Department official would be able to calm Rapp down. Even Kennedy would have a hard time convincing him to stand down. The only thing that could stop him would be a hospital bed. Once Rapp started, Coleman knew there would be no stopping him. He'd kill every last corrupt official he could get his hands on. Chapter 21. Jalalabad, Afghanistan. Rickman no longer wondered if his ribs were broken. He was convinced. 3 of them, he was pretty sure. Both eyes were now firmly closed, the skin so swollen and tight that he probably looked like he was morphing into an insect. His tongue told him that 2 of his teeth were knocked out and a 3rd was chipped. He had finally broken. He'd heard the maxim many times before. Everyone broke. He was no different, of course, and no one would expect him to hold out for very long. He had lived a life insulated from physical pain. He'd been hired for his intellect, not, like Mitch Rapp, for his predatory instincts. Emotional agony, Rickman could write the book on. But this physical stuff was an entirely different game. He'd prepared himself, In a broad conceptual sense, he understood what it would be like, and that it would not last forever, that the physical scars would heal. Nothing, however, no amount of meditation and careful consideration could prepare him for the absolute brutality, the hair-splitting agony that would result from his nerve endings being so assaulted. There was some embarrassment that he couldn't even last 2 days. Barely 24 hours after the torture started, Rickman caved. The secrets came flowing out in a torrent. He babbled from one subject to another like a crack addict who couldn't keep a train of thought. It would take multiple experts to decipher what he had really said, and that was intentional on Rickman's part. There was just enough truth in his words to make them believe him, but there were also traps and deceptions that would give the CIA the time they would need to maneuver and possibly save a few people. There were also a few scores to be settled, some enemies who would now have to answer to the Taliban and defend what he'd said they'd done. The words would be a waste, as they always were with groups like the Taliban. The group was all that mattered. Individual needs were not important. The more the person tried to deny something that couldn't be proven, the more it looked to these obtuse fools as if that person was putting himself before the needs of the group. Unable to decipher what had really happened, the Taliban would act predictably. They would kill the perceived traitor. It was a complex mix of facts, outright lies, half-truths, and complicated misinformation that was possible only with Rickman's genius. They thought they were in control, but they weren't. By the time he was done with them, Rickman would have these fools killing each other. Terrorist would be pitted against terrorist. Unfortunately, a few allies would be killed, but his side was not without fault. Soldiers died every week in this war. A few intelligence assets weren't worth getting too spun up about. Rickman heard the door open, and he didn't bother to try to open his eyes. He'd stopped trying hours ago. They were too puffy to work properly. He felt a certain sense of calm. The end was near, and then the pain would stop. "It is time," a steady, soft voice announced. Rickman sighed. He so much preferred this one to the others. He was smart and actually knew what questions to ask. "But I'm having so much fun." Rickman tried to smile through his swollen lips. "I know you are, but we all have our orders to follow." "Yes," Rickman said. "We all must be good soldiers." The man squatted next to Rickman, keeping his back to the camera. Deftly he slid an unseen syringe into the crook of Rickman's left arm while pretending to take the man's pulse. He depressed the plunger. He doubted Rickman noticed the prick. The man's body was so overwhelmed with pain that this little stab wouldn't even register. "So now that I've begun talking, it would be nice if we could conduct the follow-up questions in a more civilized setting." The man seemed to be pondering Rickman's request. "There's only one problem." "What's that?" "You lied to us." "I did not lie to you. I told you what you wanted to know." "Ah, I find it interesting how you phrased that. You told me what I wanted to know. That is not what I wanted. I wanted the truth." "I gave you the truth." "You did not," the man said, in a voice bereft of emotion. Rickman grew nervous and began coughing up blood. "I've told you everything," he managed to blurt out in his defense. "You are a devious man." His tone had shifted to that of a disappointed father. "We all know this, so the beatings will have to continue, but don't worry. You will learn very quickly that your games are not worth the effort." "Please," Rickman blindly reached out, clutching for the man's arm. "I am doing everything you've asked of me." The man stood and took a step back. "Not everything. You have told us a few of your secrets, but you have also told us many lies. That means we will have to do this the hard way." "Please," Rickman started crying. "I will tell you what you want to know." The man was wearing a mask over his face and shook his head sadly. "You will tell me the truth, not what I want to know. The truth is the only thing that will save you." "I will tell you the truth, then," Rickman pleaded. "Yes, you will." The man turned and walked past the camera, its red light glowing. In the hallway he took off his hood and tossed it on a wooden table. The two men were waiting like obedient dogs for instructions on what to do next. Wazir Qasr was apprehensive about how to proceed. He didn't have much confidence in these men. One of them started to speak, but Qasr held up a hand. The men had at least learned that much. Qasr despised people who talked too much, and had explained to the two half-wits that there was nothing they could say that he hadn't already thought of. After fishing out a cigarette and lighting it, Qasr exhaled a cloud of smoke and said, "It is time to increase the pain." Both men nodded eagerly. The taller of the two said, "The genitals, can we hit him in the genitals now?" "Yes, you may hit him in the genitals." Qasr took no joy in this. It was simply part of the job. "I have given you the area I want you to focus on, where I know he has lied. You will increase the pain until he tells us the truth. Yes?" "Yes," both men answered. Qasr waved for them to proceed. He took another puff of his cigarette while the two simpletons put their masks on. Qasr couldn't shake the feeling that these two fools might somehow mess this up. There were no guarantees in life, and definitely none in the dangerous waters where they were swimming. Qasr settled into a wooden chair and watched the single monitor. He checked the time on his watch and made a quick calculation. "This shouldn't take long," he said to himself. Rickman was strung up once again by his wrists. They had yet to lay a hand on him, but he was already sniffling. The men began taking turns, slapping him in the head and heaving insult after insult at him. Qasr could tell that the CIA man was losing control of his legendary wits. He'd been awake for a day and a half, and he'd been beaten so severely that he could barely stand. He was exhausted, and on the verge of a complete collapse. The men paused for a moment, and then, without warning, one of them took a rubber hose and swung it up between Rickman's legs, striking him in the groin. A glob of blood exited Rickman's mouth as his entire body convulsed forward. His sniffles turned into sobs, and his chin was coated with spit, tears, and blood. Rickman was begging for them to stop, but the men paid him no heed. They were literally kicking the crap out of him as Rickman defecated in his boxes. This only upset the men more. The slaps were now replaced with punches. Qasr watched Rickman slump suddenly, his legs completely giving out. The Pakistani moved closer to the screen and tried to see what was wrong. It was not unheard of for a subject to lose consciousness during an interrogation. Qasr checked his watch again and frowned as the two men continued to beat their unconscious prisoner. It took them another minute to realize that something was wrong, and by then it was too late. Chapter 22. Bagram Air Base, Afghanistan. Rapp heard voices. He opened his eyes and looked up at a ceiling he was pretty sure he'd never seen before. His brain didn't seem to be working quite right, as the only thing he could figure out was that he was in a bed and his head hurt. The voices were coming from somewhere down by his feet. Moving his eyes caused discomfort, but he caught a glimpse of two men and a woman talking. None of their faces were familiar, but one of the men and the woman were wearing white coats. The other man was in what looked like light blue pajamas. Rapp didn't know why, but their clothes had some meaning to him that he couldn't grasp. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Suddenly the three people were standing over him, two on his right and one on his left. He opened his eyes and could see their lips moving, but it was all scrambled. Suddenly a woman shined a bright light in his eyes. Rapp didn't like it one bit, but his limbs felt as if they were encased in concrete, so all he could do was lie there. Thinking of moving them hurt his head, so he gave up on the idea and let the woman move the light from one eye to the other. When she finally clicked the light off, he was so relieved he fell back asleep. Rapp had no idea how long he'd been out, but sometime later he woke to find a familiar face. His head rolled to his right, and there, in a chair next to his bed, was someone who he knew was very important to him. He couldn't come up with her name or how he knew her, but he knew he should have known. In a moment of panic he asked himself if he knew his own name. He came up with that one pretty quickly, but when he asked himself where he was, a half-dozen cities popped into his head, which got him wondering what he did for a living. Then things got really murky. "You're awake," the woman said with a warm smile. Rapp noted the familiar brown eyes, the glasses, and the auburn hair pulled back in a tight ponytail, and then something clicked. "Boss," Irene Kennedy said, "you had us a bit worried." "Where am I?" "Heath Craig Joint Theater Hospital, Bagram Air Base." Rapp frowned, and another link popped into his head. "Afghanistan?" Kennedy looked at him with appraising eyes. "Mitch, what is your last memory?" Rapp looked past her at the far wall. Some part of his brain was telling him to bluff his way through this, but another part was telling him he needed to tell her the truth. He couldn't remember everything about her, but he knew she was someone he could trust, perhaps the only person he could truly trust. "Is there any water around here?" Kennedy grabbed a covered plastic glass with a pink straw sticking out of a round hole in the center of the lid. She raised the elevation on Rapp's bed about 6 inches and then held the straw to his lips. After he'd had a good gulp, she repeated the question. "So, what is the last thing you remember?" Rapp tried to recall, but nothing was coming to him. He gave a slight shrug and said, "I don't know." "But you remember who I am? Where you work, things like that?" "It took me a moment to remember you. It didn't come right away." "And where you work?" I think it's in Washington, but I'm not sure exactly where." "My title?" "You're my boss." Kennedy nodded. The doctors had warned her that things could be patchy. "I'm the director of the Central Intelligence Agency." "Oh," Rapp said as something fell into place. "It's coming back to me now." "Good. Do you remember my son?" Rapp started to shake his head and then stopped because of the pain. "Sorry." "It's all right. His name is Tommy. The two of you are rather close." "What happened to me?" Rapp reached a hand to his head and winced. "There was an explosion. You hit your head. You have swelling on the brain. They call it a subdural hematoma." "Explosion?" She shook her head. "I don't think we want to get into that right now. The fact that you're awake and fairly lucid is a good sign. The doctors tell me all of this is normal, and with time you should regain most, if not all, of your memory." Kennedy smiled and put on a brave face. Rapp was her top operative. Even at 90%, he could be exceptional, but that depended on which 10% was lost. "How long have I been out?" "A little over a day." "A day?" Rapp asked in surprise. "Yes." "And a stressful day at that. 21 dead police officers, all killed by her men, and an assassin, which further complicated the entire affair." She was sitting on that particular piece of information for the moment. The facts, as she'd gathered them, showed that Rapp and his men were left with no choice but to defend themselves. Those facts, however, didn't matter to the Afghani people and their political leaders, at least not in the immediate aftermath of the slaughter. The president had ordered Kennedy to Afghanistan to see if she could straighten out the mess before the damage was irreversible. By the time she landed, she was in possession of the information she needed. Her people had already identified the corrupt Afghani police commander who had ordered the attack. The man had simply vanished. His government-sponsored house cleaned out of anything of value. Contacts within the Afghan National Police confirmed that most of the police officers who were killed were former Taliban members whom the corrupt commander had brought onto the force. They were all part of the State Department's vaunted reintegration program. Kennedy gave the go-ahead for her assets to begin sharing this information far and wide. By the time she landed, the Afghans were firmly split. One camp of hardliners refused to blame anyone other than America for the catastrophe. It was no shock to anyone who followed Afghan politics that these men were the ones who had pushed reintegration in the first place. The second camp was made up of the various groups that had fought the Taliban for more than a decade and had warned the first group that their scheme of bringing them into the fold was short-sighted and naive. Kennedy arrived at the U.S. Embassy, and after giving Darren Sickles a very cool reception, she kicked him out of his office and called the president and his national security team. In her typical analytical manner, she relayed the information regarding the corrupt Afghan police commander. The president asked just two questions. Did we suspect that this commander was a bad egg? And did Kennedy think this was linked to the abduction of Rickman? The first question was easier to answer. The CIA had a file as thick as a phone book on Lieutenant General Abdul Rauf Qayyum. They had warned the State Department that the man was hardcore Taliban and should not be included in the reintegration program. Kennedy relayed this as dispassionately as possible. The Secretary of State would get beat up over this, and Kennedy didn't need to pile on. They had a good working relationship, and she wanted to keep it that way. The answer to the president's second question was less clear. Kennedy wasn't ready to share the information surrounding Louis Gould until she knew more. It was looking as if the abduction of Rickman and the attack on Rapp were part of a coordinated effort to damage the CIA's ability to operate in Afghanistan. Until she had more information, though, she simply told the president that they were proceeding under the premise that the two events were linked. Chapter 23. Kennedy spent another 10 minutes with Rapp, both answering and evading his questions and gently probing to gauge the depth of his memory loss. His inability to recall information stretched across all aspects of his life. One pattern did emerge, though. His mind was blank when it came to anything that involved the last 3 days. Before that, things were spotty, but Rapp's recall seemed to get better as each memory fell into place. Not wanting to overwhelm him, she didn't bother to tell him that in the middle of the night the doctors had been on the verge of drilling into his head to drain the clotted blood that was creating pressure on the brain. The prognosis was very iffy at the moment. The military doctors had ample experience with head trauma caused by explosions. Every case was different. Some patients progressed to a full recovery with nothing more than a week's bed rest, while others never fully recovered despite the best effort and medical care. Kennedy would not allow herself to think the worst. Over the years, Rapp had proven that he had an extremely strong ability to survive what would kill most people. His refusal to be deterred, despite overwhelming odds while it often put him in harm's way, was the very thing that drove him to never quit. Dying simply wasn't an option. His recovery right now depended on rest and relaxation, two things that were as foreign to Rapp as not barking at a stranger was to a dog. This put Kennedy in a unique quandary. She needed Rapp to find Rickman. There was no other asset up to the task. There were others who could help, but she needed Rapp's fearless, ruthless behavior to deal with the miscreants who orbited their interests in this part of the world. Unfortunately, he was sidelined until the doctors told her otherwise. So far they were being vague, telling her he would likely be kept in bed for a week, and then there would be another week of rehabilitation. A variety of symptoms could persist, including lethargy, slurred speech, difficulty in walking, blurred vision, numbness, headaches, amnesia, dizziness, and pain. The last part didn't concern Kennedy. Rapp's pain threshold was off the charts. She was betting that he would recover way ahead of the curve, but she couldn't count on that. So she told him she had some things to attend to, but that she'd be back to see him in a bit. Kennedy then found one of the doctors in the hall, an Air Force major, and told him that Rapp was awake. She filled him in on their conversation, and the doctor said this was a very positive development. He then excused himself and went to personally check on his patient. Kennedy found Coleman in the small lounge with two of her bodyguards. She asked her men for a bit of privacy and sat down next to Coleman. Kennedy grabbed Coleman's hand. "You know you saved his life." Coleman was embarrassed. "Let's not get all melodramatic." An uncharacteristically big smile spread across Kennedy's face. "I don't think you understand. You'll be able to hold this over his head for years." Coleman joined in with a big grin. "Good point. The only problem is that I think he's saved my life at least twice. I'm still behind." "His memory's a little shaky at the moment. Maybe he'll forget he's ahead. I'll never tell him." "He's awake?" Kennedy nodded. Coleman breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank God. How's he doing?" "He seems to be okay, but he doesn't remember much." "What does that mean?" "I'm not sure he knew who I was when he woke up. He recognized me, but he had to struggle to come up with my name. He remembered his own name, but he couldn't tell me where he worked, at least not at first. As we talked, more and more things seemed to fall into place." "Rick?" "No idea. In fact, I don't think he can remember a single detail over the past 72 hours. "Shit." Coleman dropped his face into his hands. "So he's out of commission?" "I'd say for at least the next week." "What are we going to do?" "I'm not sure at this point. Do you have it in you to take the lead?" Kennedy thought she knew the answer, but she needed to ask the question. Coleman thought about it for a moment and then said, "I have the drive, but Mitch and I are very different. You know that. I'm not afraid to break a few rules and even a few noses, but I'm an amateur compared to him. The only other person I know who could do it is Stan, and from what I heard yesterday, he's not exactly up to the challenge." "What about Mike?" Kennedy asked, referring to Mike Nash, her counterterrorism director. After inhaling sharply, Coleman shook his head. "I like Mike, but I'm not sure he's cut out for this rough stuff. I don't blame him. He's got a wife and kids, and you gave him an important job with a nice title. He'll do well. And if he had his back to the wall, he'd do whatever it would take to survive, but that's not what this is." "What is this?" "You want Rick back. You need to find someone who's willing to throw out the rule book. You need someone like Mitch who doesn't give a shit about the politics, someone who's fearless, someone who will make these dirtbags fear for their lives." Kennedy agreed. The only problem was that she had no such man available. "Louis Gould. Have you had a chance to talk to him?" "Only briefly." "Do you buy his story?" Coleman let out a small laugh that said what he thought of the question. "I'm not sure I believe a thing that comes out of that guy's mouth." "What does Mike say?" Nash and another CIA interrogator had been tag-teaming Gould since the night before, trying to sort through his lies. "He says progress is slow. I'm going over there in a minute. Gould doesn't know it, but I have some leverage on him. He'll tell us what we need to know, and then some. If we can find out who hired him, everything might fall into place." "It would be nice if it were that easy, but I'm guessing there are some firewalls in place that are going to make that very difficult." "Probably. But he might be able to point us in the right direction." "I'm counting on it." Kennedy closed her eyes briefly and then said, "You lost a man?" Coleman wore the fateful memory on his face. "Yeah. One of my best." "McReevers." "That's right." Kennedy could tell Coleman had some emotions that he hadn't yet begun to deal with. She looked away and said, "Through back channels I've made it very clear that I want his body back by the end of the day." "I appreciate that." Coleman looked across the room for a second. and stared at a poster of an 810 Warthog. He never had a chance. They shot him before he even got his weapon up. It wasn't often that Kennedy allowed herself to get pissed off, and it was even more rare for her to show it. She supposed she was filling the void left by both Rapp and Hurley. "Scott, I want to make something clear. We are not going to allow this crap to go unchallenged. I've got more shooters on their way over, and within 24 hours I am going to have some targets for you. We're going to find General Khayyam. It might not be this week or the following, but you are going to find him, and you are going to kill him. Do you understand me?" Coleman nodded. "That's what I was hoping you were going to say." "And by the time we're done, my guess is there's going to be a few more names added to our list." Chapter 24. Inter-Services Intelligence Headquarters, Islamabad, Pakistan. Ashan had been summoned to the Director General's office, and he thought he knew why. His people had informed him of the developments across the border. Not only was Rickman gone, but another operative in Jalalabad had gone missing, and there had been an attempt on Mitch Rapp's life. As the Deputy General of the Foreign Relations Wing, the only thing that surprised Ashan was that he hadn't heard directly from the Americans. Even so, he had directed his people in both Jalalabad and Kabul to aid their counterparts from the CIA. The ISI was an extremely controversial yet influential part of the Pakistani government. In recent years there had been pressure to make the intelligence agency more accountable. Parliament had decided that the best way to avoid future scandal would be to make sure the head of the spy agency wasn't anyone too special. In other words, they wanted someone they could control. They found just the person in Air Force General Ahmed Taj. Taj's career in the Air Force had been spent almost entirely in supply and logistics. He had both a fondness and an aptitude for moving men and equipment from point A to point B. Ashan had noticed this some time ago, as it seemed that nearly every time he was called to Taj's office he was ordered to get on a plane and go somewhere. When he'd been informed of the meeting, he called his wife and asked her to pack a bag for him just in case. The office of the Director General was decadent. The space was nearly as big as a tennis court. The walls and ceiling were covered in a deep brown rosewood paneling, and there were 3 granite fireplaces. Most of the walls were covered with bookcases, but there had been updates that included several large flat-screen monitors tastefully concealed behind tapestries. Ashan was 5 minutes early and was irritated to find his friend General Durrani seated and sharing tea with their boss. It was just like Durrani to arrive early in an attempt to reform and dictate the agenda. The room was divided into 3 parts. To the far left was the Director General's mammoth desk, a map table, and 4 chairs. The middle of the room was dominated by a conference table for 16. The most Ashan had ever seen at the table was 6 people. To the right was a sitting area. A massive leather couch that could seat 6 was centered on the fireplace. 2 more couches framed the area around a large glass coffee table. Taj greeted Ashan and asked him if he'd like some tea. Ashan graciously accepted and sat by himself on one of the shorter couches. He accepted his tea and saucer with both hands and placed it on the glass tabletop. He would very much like to know what the 2 men had been discussing, but would never want to seem so desperate. Besides, there was a good chance it would be revealed during the course of their conversation. "How are things in foreign relations?" Taj asked. Ashan was pleased to see that in a break from his predecessors, Taj was dressed in a light gray suit as opposed to his military uniform. "We're getting along." "Good. So," said Taj, picking up his cup of tea and taking a sip, "I assume you've been following the recent developments in Afghanistan." "I have." "Any thoughts?" Taj was less than average in height, and sitting by himself in the middle of the massive couch gave him kind of a childlike appearance. Ashan hated such open-ended questions, especially when there was likely an agenda or at least a formed opinion behind it. His job was to offer his insights to the Director General, so he took in a short breath and pushed ahead. It appears, at least from a timing standpoint, that someone has decided to launch an operation against our American friends. Any idea who? This was where it always got tricky. Ashan decided to start out cautiously. Beyond the usual suspects, no, sir. As for the usual suspects, I'd like to hear your list. The Taliban is the obvious choice, although I doubt that they have the organization to be able to conduct such a complicated operation. Explain, please. 2 different targets, all individuals, which means it's very hard to predict where they will be in advance. From everything we know, the Taliban by themselves don't have the assets to pull something like this off. By themselves? They are. Ashan started and then stopped. There was a safer way to go about this. All we need to do, sir, is look at a map. Afghanistan is landlocked. Ashan ticked off the neighbors. Iran, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, China, and us. Don't leave out the Americans, Durrani interjected. Ashan was struck by the stupidity of the statement. You think the CIA is doing this to itself? I don't pretend to know the American mind. I'm simply saying they are highly invested in maintaining their influence over the region. Ashan decided to let the stupidity of his colleague's statement stand on its own. Historically, the Stans have had no relationship with the Taliban. If anything, they have been pulled into America's orbit. It is, however, possible that Russia could be involved. Do you have any evidence? No, Ashan said, with a quick shake of his head. Although they seem to be taking great joy in poking the Americans as of late, so we should at least consider them. Iran is growing in influence, and we all know they have ample hatred to attempt something so brazen. China so far has shown almost no interest in the region. As to why, that is fairly obvious. There are no natural resources other than the opium trade. As we've discussed, if Afghanistan had oil, China would be very interested. The Director General rubbed his fingers along his mustache while he considered the analysis. So we think it is likely that it is either the Iranians or the Russians. There is one more possibility, sir. You forgot about us. It was immediately obvious that Durrani had been waiting for this. I told you he would try to pull us into this sordid mess. I am trying to do no such thing, Ashan answered in a voice bereft of tension. The Director General asked for my analysis, and I gave it to him. Durrani ignored his old friend and looked directly at Taj. I warned you, this is dangerous. He has absolutely no evidence, yet he is willing to implicate us. How long do you think it will take until the Americans get word of this? They have spies all over this building. Shifting his butt so he could face Ashan directly, he asked, How many people have you told of this? Ashan would have burst out laughing if the entire thing wasn't so serious. Akhtar, you must not be listening. Let me phrase this a different way. If you were the Americans, where would you start looking? I don't give a damn about the Americans. This is not our problem. It is theirs. And we should keep it that way, not help them try to implicate us. Ashan sat back and threw up his hands. Director General, I do not understand his animosity. There is no place for it here. Taj looked as if he wished the entire matter would simply go away. But with these 2 strong-willed subordinates, the chances of that were remote. I think you both have valid points. Looking meekly at Durrani, he added, You really should take a less aggressive approach when it comes to the Americans. I assume that when we are in your office, you would like us to speak freely? Durrani acted hurt by his boss's admonition. Unless, Ashan added quickly, the subject involves your department's unseemly relationship with the Taliban, then we're not allowed to speak freely. Durrani realized he had set himself up for the rebuttal and could see that his anger was pushing the Director General toward Ashan's position. Rather than speak and risk alienating the director further, he clamped his mouth shut and began a lengthy internal indictment of his friend. Taj took a last sip of his tea, placed it on the saucer, and pushed it a few inches away. After leaning back and throwing his arm over the back of the couch, he announced, I think we need to show the Americans our support. Nadim, I spoke with Director Kennedy earlier. She's at the Bagram Air Base. I'd like you to fly up there and offer our assistance. Durrani practically leaped to his feet. "Surely you can't be serious. I don't trust him, not at all. How do you know he won't say to her what he just said to us?" The last time Hashan had seen his friend this upset was after the Bin Laden raid. "You've met Director Kennedy before." The woman's intellect within the intelligence community was well known. "You don't think she's already thought of this herself? You don't think the entire Bin Laden fiasco isn't seared into her brain?" "Why do you keep bringing that up?" "Because it's relevant." Hashan couldn't believe he had to keep pointing out something so obvious. "The more I think about it, if I were them, the first place I'd look is the external wing." Durrani was on his feet this time, stabbing the air with his finger, threatening Hashan that his career was over. "There is no room for Anglo lovers in our world any more. We are a sovereign nation, not their trained dogs. If I were—" "You are not me, and I must tell you, Akhtar, you are behaving like a man who has something to hide." "I will not stand here and take this," Durrani proclaimed, looking at the director for support. Taj made a calming motion with his hands. "Sit. Everyone needs to calm down." Hashan felt like pointing out that only one person needed to calm himself, but Taj was smart enough to know that. Bringing it up would only serve to irritate Durrani. "Akhtar, if you do not trust Nadim, then I think you should accompany him to Bagram." Taj paused for a long beat and then held up a cautionary finger. "Your lack of emotional control, however, worries me. If you cannot conduct yourself in a civil, helpful way with our American friends, then I do not want you to go anywhere near them. Are we clear?" Durrani looked like someone had just force-fed him a shit sandwich. He didn't want to leave, especially not now. He needed to keep an eye on things, but at the same time it pained him to think of Hashan licking the boots of the Americans. Ultimately, the only rational choice was to stay in Islamabad. If Hashan was right, and he usually was about these things, the Americans would already have his department under their watchful eye. Hashan could go play nice with the Americans. Durrani would stay where he was and make sure there was nothing to raise their ire. Chapter 25. Bagram Air Base, Afghanistan. The CIA's offices were off the main drag from the airport, in an area that housed the Intel Fusion Center and the Snake Eaters from the Joint Special Operations Command. Langley also had another piece of real estate at the far end of the flight line, where they housed their planes and a few other things. It was their own little domain within the sprawling airbase. Out of necessity, the spooks had to share information with the various military branches, but there were times when it was unwise for the CIA to be too open with its military brethren. Necessity was, after all, the mother of invention, and the CIA had a real need to keep much of what they did secret. Louis Gould was a perfect example. Bagram had a brand-new shiny detention center, replete with prayer rooms, prayer mats, video games, flat-screen TVs, and a Koran on every bed. Putting a man like Gould under the care of the military was an inherently bad idea, for the simple reason that once they had their hands on him, there would be an official record. Kennedy made it clear to Nash in the aftermath of the disaster with the Afghan police that Gould's identity was to be kept secret from everyone outside their immediate circle. She went so far as to put Darren Sickles and anyone else at the embassy on an exclusion list. Until they knew more, Gould was nothing more than another one of Rapp's hired guns who was shot during the conflict. Kennedy wanted him kept under wraps until she could question him herself. The two had a shared history that she was certain Gould was not entirely aware of. Early reports were that he had been evasive and uncooperative when questioned by Nash. Kennedy had a piece of leverage that she was almost certain Nash didn't. Kennedy left the hospital and asked her security team to bring her back to the hangar where her plane was parked. Clark Jones, the head of her security detail, gave her a concerned look. "Are we leaving?" "No, just some business I need to take care of." They rolled down the base's smooth asphalt streets in the black Suburban that had been provided by the base chief. They passed the post office, a Burger King, a fitness center, and a bunch of other nondescript buildings. The place was a little slice of America. The hangar was at the far end of the flight line, far away from prying eyes. It looked like all the other hangars. The helicopters parked on the tarmac were no different than the U.S. Army Black Hawks all up and down the flight line. The black SUV pulled into the hangar, and two beautiful Gulfstream G550s came into view. Noticeably absent were any U.S. Air Force markings. 3 twin turboprop MC-12 surveillance planes were clustered in the other corner, and a smattering of other smaller planes and helicopters were spread about the cavernous space. Kennedy's vehicle came to a stop near the glass offices. Her security team jumped out of the vehicle before she could put her hand on the door. Bill Schneeman, the base chief, was waiting for Kennedy by the office door. The bodyguards dismounted and formed their protective bubble around the director. She found the entire thing a bit much, but Jones had given her a firm lecture on the flight over. Jones had been in charge of her detail for just under 2 years. This was the first time he had laid down the law, as he called it. He was rarely briefed on the intricacies of what was going on, but because of his proximity, he often picked up bits and pieces of information. In this case, he had heard about the abduction of Rickman, one of her most senior people in Afghanistan, and the attempt on the life of Mitch Rapp, her most trusted advisor and top counterterrorism operative. There was one other piece of information that he was not privy to. John Hubbard, the Jalalabad base chief, had gone missing, and local assets were frantically searching for him. Even without the knowledge of Hubbard, Jones and his men hovered like overly protective mothers of a first child. It was all very stifling. Schneeman started to approach Kennedy, but stopped on the other side of the security team. "Boss," Schneeman called out with his typical smart-ass grin, "do you think you could get your guys to relax a little? We own this site. All the jihadists are on the other side of the wire." Kennedy gave Jones a sideways glance. "Clark, while we're on base, do you think you guys could relax your posture just a bit?" Kennedy put her words in the form of a question, but her tone made it obvious that it was an order. Jones didn't flinch. His dark eyes and tight black skin gave him a no-nonsense intensity that was perfect for his job. He might as well have had "Don't mess with me" on his forehead. For a moment, it looked as if they were going to have at least a standoff, if not a confrontation. Jones looked around the hangar as if he was making one last check for threats, and then motioned for his men to give the director some room. Schneeman moved past the big men with all the weapons and extended his hand. "Welcome to Spa Bagram." Kennedy grinned at the reference. Back at HQ, people liked to joke that the Bagram assignment was a cakewalk. Most of the people posted to Bagram came back thin, fit, and in the best shape of their careers. Kennedy knew the real toll of the posting, however. Marriages had fallen apart due to distance and, in more than a few cases, infidelity. The bigger problem, though, was stress. Long hours and big demands for results had burned out a good number of her people. "Sorry I didn't stop by sooner, but I was at the hospital," Kennedy offered. "Don't worry about it. How's he doing?" "Better. He's awake, but it looks like he's going to be out of commission for a while." "That's not what I wanted to hear. I mean, the part about him being out of commission." "I knew what you meant." Very few people knew that Kennedy had increasingly turned to Schneeman to get a handle on what was going on in-country. She had lost confidence in Sickles months ago, as she began to receive reports of his unabashed enthusiasm for reintegration. How one of the top people in the clandestine service could think the plan was a good idea was beyond Kennedy's ability to comprehend. The blame, she knew, rested squarely on her, as she had been the one who made him station chief in Kabul, and then the fool had gotten too cozy with the State Department contingent, that awful woman Ariana Winter in particular. "What have you found out about Hubbard?" "Nothing so far. His phone doesn't even show up on the satellites, which we both know is a really bad sign." Schneeman shrugged and added, "I hate to give you more bad news, but it is what it is." "Keep looking. We can't keep losing people like this." She was about to add the fact that it was embarrassing, but she knew it would sound self-serving. These were the people that she sent into harm's way. Her #1 priority was to get them back alive. "I'm not going to lie to you. A lot of our people are spooked. They think this has to be part of a bigger plan by the Taliban to cripple us in country." They might be right. After staring at his shoes for a second, Schneeman said, "No one's turned me down yet, but I almost had to make them draw straws to see who would go down to Jabba to search for Hubbard." Kennedy did not take this information well. This was another reason she needed Rapp. His unabashed, fearless attitude was contagious. The last thing she needed right now were operatives who were afraid to leave the base. If this problem got worse, she would have to lean on JSOC for muscle. The special operators shared Rapp's bold manner. Schneemann motioned toward a doorway next to the glass-walled offices. "Can I get you a cup of coffee?" "Tea, please." Schneemann led, and she followed. "I apologize, but things are pretty hectic around here. Including the 9 people in your entourage, we have 56 additional people who've been brought in over the last 2 days. You need to push them out. How many people did you send down to J-Pod?" "I'm keeping all the analysts up here. I sent 6 operatives and 12 SOG guys. I told them I don't want anyone going anywhere by themselves. I assigned 2 SOG guys to each operative, and they need to check in every hour." They entered a small break room with a microwave and refrigerator. Schneemann started rifling through cupboards until he found a box of assorted teas. He handed the box to Kennedy and then poured himself a cup of coffee and Kennedy a cup of hot water. "When was the last time this room was swept?" Kennedy asked. Schneemann knew Kennedy's expectations. "Less than 30 minutes ago." She gave a nod of satisfaction and asked, "How closely was Rick working with Darren?" "The short answer is I'm not sure. I mean, I'm out here most of the time. Darren runs the show from Kabul. Don't ask me how, but I think he got the sense that I'm his replacement. He's been a real prick the last 5 months. The good news is I'm lucky if I see him once a month. The bad news is he hasn't been managing his people. I have no idea what he and Rick were up to." Kennedy gave him a small, disbelieving frown. Their business was to collect facts, but intermixed with the facts was often a lot of gossip and innuendo. "Brian, you can't honestly expect me to believe that you haven't heard a thing." "The guy's my immediate boss, Irene, and he's a real prick. Not to you, of course, but to most of the people who work for him, he's insufferable." "I understand there's a chain of command, but how do you people expect me to make good decisions when you keep me in the dark on this stuff?" Rapp had warned her that he thought Sickles was in over his head, but no one else had bothered to make so much as a peep. "I don't know what to say. We're thousands of miles away. We deal with what we have as best we can. These are all decisions that get made way above my pay grade." Kennedy wasn't going to push the point. Schneemann was right, of course. Going behind your boss's back to say that he was incompetent without any real proof was a great way to torpedo your career. "This stays between the 2 of us. Darren is not going to be the station chief much longer." Schneemann wasn't totally surprised. "How much longer?" "I'm not sure he's going to make it to the end of the day, but I need to get a few things out of him first, so we'll have to see." Schneemann almost asked who was going to be his replacement, but thought it would sound too self-serving. Instead, he moved back to the earlier topic. "There were a few things that didn't exactly pass the smell test." Kennedy folded her arms across her chest and asked, "Like what?" "Over the last few months, they seemed to really kick this program into high gear. They were handing out bags of cash to every asshole in the country. Most of them guys we've spent the last 10 years trying to kill." Schneemann shook his head in disgust and added, in an acid tone, "Fucking Abdul Rauf Khayyam. I told Darren I'd put a bullet in the guy's head and he could pocket the cash. Do you know what Darren did?" "No," Kennedy responded. "He freaked out. And not about the bullet in the head. He gave me this big lecture about the Inspector General's office and how they were all over him, how they had controls in place to make sure every penny was accounted for." Kennedy was surprised, as this was all news to her. "The Inspector General?" "That's right." For obvious reasons, Langley's Inspector General had a certain amount of autonomy. That was the idea, after all, an in-house group tasked with making sure the spooks were playing by the rules. The idea was almost laughable, and had of course been foisted on the agency by the politicians on Capitol Hill. The fact that they thought it would work was interesting in itself. If the CIA could penetrate the world's top governments, how difficult would it be to recruit a few people who worked in the Inspector General's office? The answer was simple. It wasn't. Kennedy had people in the office who kept her informed of anything of consequence. If they had been looking into Rickman and this reintegration business, Kennedy would have known. As a precaution, though, she would need to do a little double-checking. "What about Hubbard?" Kennedy asked. He gave a shrug. "He's competent enough. I've heard he became Rick's go-to guy. Yeah, if he needed any heavy lifting done, he usually arranged it through Hubbard, although—" Schneeman's voice trailed off. He was thinking about something he'd heard. "What?" Kennedy asked. "Rick was involved with a lot of bad characters. Always has been, but when this reintegration thing got going, he really started hanging out with a rough crowd. I picked something up from one of the SOG guys, more of a complaint, really." SOG stood for Special Operations Group. They were the paramilitary arm of the National Clandestine Service, and were the men and women whom Kennedy used to conduct covert operations. "What did you hear?" "Guy told me Rick's security was dogshit. Couldn't understand why he'd turned everything over to the natives. Said a guy like Rick should always have some American shooters with him. He had too big a target on his back to trust everything to a bunch of local mercenaries." "You passed this concern on to Darren?" "Yep." This was the first Kennedy had heard of any of this. "So Rick's normal detail—" "They stayed at the air base, and he used them from time to time when he needed to make a show of force." Kennedy considered the new information for a moment. In the aftermath of stuff like this, certain bits of information could take on oversized importance. She told herself not to get hung up on it. If it were important, she would revisit it later. "So we have no idea where Hubbard may be?" "None. And we've talked to a ton of sources." "Okay." She looked back toward the door. "Our number 1 priority right now is to find Rick. Number 2 is Hubbard. Number 3 is Khayyam." "Understood." "Good. Now, tell me what you and Mike have learned from our guest." Chapter 26. Nash had followed Kennedy's orders to the letter. She wanted Gould treated with respect until she said otherwise. The injury to his shoulder wasn't too bad. The bullet had gone clean through and left a dime-sized pucker on entry and a quarter-sized one on the back end. It was easy to pass Gould off as one of the CIA's hired guns that they used for security. The medical officials at the base hospital had worked on people from every NATO country multiple times, and the CIA had a reputation for outsourcing. The doctors had learned to not probe too deeply with men who wouldn't even admit they worked for the CIA, and instead threw out the generic acronym OGA, which stood for Other Government Agency. The doctor cleaned and patched up Gould's wound, gave him some blood, put him on some antibiotics, and at the urging of Nash sent him on his way. After leaving the hospital the previous evening, Nash and Schneeman brought Gould to the air hangar, where they had a suite of rooms that doubled as an interrogation facility. It was nothing more than 2 soundproof rooms, one of them wired for sound and video, and the other to receive and monitor. The initial interrogation produced nothing more than the same story Gould had told from the beginning. He'd taken a contract and was instructed to fly to Kabul and await further instructions. He spent one night at the Grand Marriott and then received a text and was told to go to the office building across the street from the veterinary clinic. While waiting to take the shot, he received for the first time the photo of the man he was supposed to kill. That was when he discovered it was Mitch Rapp. "Do you understand our history?" Gould asked Nash. Nash was tired and his nerves were frayed. He probably should have played dumb, but Gould was giving him so little to work with, he said, "You mean the fact that you killed his pregnant wife? Yeah, I'm well aware that next to child rapists, you're probably the biggest piece of shit on the planet. So you'll have to excuse me if I don't believe a single word that comes out of your mouth." Gould sighed, as if this man was so predictable, and said, "I am telling you the truth." "Do you want to hear the actual truth?" Nash said, leaning across the table, his jaw ripped tight with anger. "The truth is, I don't understand why Mitch spared your life. I get why he couldn't kill your wife and your kid, but you—" Nash shook his head. "It makes no sense, and I'm beyond trying to figure it out. He's my friend. You caused him a shitload of pain, so I figure I should do him a favor and toss you in a Black Hawk, fly up to one of the remote ranges, and toss your ass out the door. No one would even know you're gone. Your wife and kid would probably thank me." It was the only time Gould showed any emotion, but it lasted for only a split second. "You don't want to do that," Gould said, regaining his composure. "And why not?" "Because I can help you." Nash laughed at him. "We've been talking half the night, and you haven't said a single thing that has helped me. I told you I need to talk to Mitch. He doesn't want to talk to you, so you're going to have to deal with me." And so it went round and round for most of the night, with Nash and Schneemann taking turns, neither of them getting any useful information out of the assassin. At 4 in the morning, Nash called Kennedy mid-air and gave her a vague report covering what they had learned, which was pretty much nothing. Kennedy told Nash that she wanted all of them to get some sleep, and that included Gould. Despite his anger at the man, Nash didn't stop Schneemann from giving Gould a bedroll, pillow, and blanket. The door locked from the outside, and they put one guard in the hallway and another one in the observation room to keep an eye on the prisoner. They let Gould sleep until almost noon, and then fed him and started again. Again, Nash failed to learn anything of value. Gould refused to speak to anyone other than Rapp. With everything this clown had done, Nash could not understand why they weren't taking off the gloves and slapping him around. He was thinking about what kind of rough stuff he'd like to try when the door opened. "Time for a break," Schneemann announced. "This is not personal," Gould said to Nash. "I need to speak to Mr. Rapp." Nash pushed his chair back and stood. Schneemann closed the door and led Nash into the observation room, where Kennedy was waiting. "How's it going?" Kennedy asked the question even though she knew they hadn't learned a thing. "Horse shit." Kennedy digested his coarse answer with a nod, then looked at the surveillance monitors. "So we've learned nothing of value." "That about sums it up," Schneemann said. "Erase everything." "Excuse me?" "Erase everything you have of Gould. I don't want a shred of proof that he was here." When she noticed that they were hesitating, she said, "It's of no value. Erase all the recordings and then turn off all the equipment." "What's your plan?" Nash asked. "I'm going to go in there and he's going to tell me what I want to know." "Really?" Nash flashed a crooked grin. "You're just going to ask him?" "That's right," she said without undue confidence. "Now, if you'd please open the door for me, I'd like to talk to him." Kennedy followed Nash back to the interrogation room, where he punched in the 4-digit code on the cipher lock. Nash held the door open for his boss and then tried to follow her in. Kennedy held up a hand. "I've got this." Leaving a stunned Nash in the hallway, she closed the door and turned to face Louis Gould. Kennedy took a seat and studied the man she had spent more time thinking of than even she realized. He had a nice face, nothing too sharp, and his mouth had an almost perpetual soft smile. He was an interesting contrast to Rapp, whose face was composed of sharp lines. Rapp knew how to blend in and hide the fact that he was a killer, but he had to put some effort into it. Gould was a natural. His soft eyes had a sadness in them that she was sure he'd used to get past more than a few bodyguards. "You know who I am?" Kennedy asked. Gould shook his head. "You sure?" Kennedy said as she offered him a faint smile. "Sorry. Mr. Gould, I know more about you than you could possibly imagine. I need to speak to Mr. Rapp. I'm afraid that's not going to happen." "Why?" "Because if I let him in here, I'm pretty sure he'll kill you." Gould let out a deep sigh and let his sad eyes drop to the tabletop. "I want to try to help him. I know I owe him." "Then why don't you stop lying?" "I am not lying." Gould looked exasperated. "Why won't anyone believe me?" "You can't be serious," Kennedy asked, more amused than upset. "I ask you a simple question. Do you know who I am? And you can't even answer that?" "I did. I told you I didn't know who you were." "And you're lying." "As I said, Mr. Gould, I know everything there is to know about you. Where you grew up, the units you served in when you were with the French Foreign Legion, and a good number of the people you have killed over the last 15-odd years." Gould shrugged. "I'm not impressed." Kennedy flashed one of those confident smiles that only a person who is holding all the cards can carry off. "I'm not trying to impress you, Mr. Gould. I'm simply trying to speed along this process and get you to drop your charade." Showing a hint of anger, Gould leaned forward and said, "If it wasn't for me, Rapp and the rest of your men would be dead. Is there anyone around here who knows how to show some gratitude? And if you don't know who I am, how is it that you know they are my men?" Gould shook off her question. "It was a lucky guess." "No, it wasn't," Kennedy said with absolute confidence. "We both know that you know who I am. What I'm trying to figure out is why you think denying that you know me will somehow help your cause." "This is a waste of time. Get Rapp in here. Until you do that, I'm not saying a word. I have done nothing wrong. I've helped you guys," Gould said while poking himself in the chest. "Maybe we could get your wife on the phone, and you could try to explain to her what you were doing in Kabul." "Nice try." "Claudia and I spoke yesterday." "You're full of shit. You think because you have a name, you can scare me into thinking you've got something on me?" Kennedy paused. She wasn't sure if she admired the way he was sticking to his story or thought him a fool. She would have her answer in the next few minutes. Chapter 27. Rapp awoke from another slumber to find a new woman sitting at his bedside. There was a similar feeling of recognition, as if they had a common past, a collection of faint memories that he couldn't access, but nonetheless were there, just beyond his grasp. There was also something different. With Kennedy, the sentiment had been one of safety and familiarity, almost as if they were relatives. With this woman there was an emotion that told him their history was very different from that of being siblings. Rapp tried to come up with her name. She was in her early to mid-30s, with raven black hair pulled back in a low, loose ponytail. She had beautiful, dark, almond-shaped eyes, set atop high cheekbones, and a strong jawline. She was all the more stunning because she wasn't wearing any makeup. If Rapp was in love with her or lusted for her, it was easy to see why. His memory had been coming back in chunks, and even though he couldn't place this woman, he was confident that she meant something more to him than just a casual friend. He feigned familiarity, smiled, and asked, "How are you?" Sidney Hayek returned the smile and said, "I'm fine. You're the one we're all worried about." Rapp played it off like it was no big deal. "I'm a little sore, that's all." "I heard you have some memory issues." Rapp didn't notice an accent. Her diction was flat like all the TV anchors. She was probably from the Midwest, but she looked as if she'd been born in Amman or Beirut. Michigan popped into his head, giving him the first clue to her identity. "That's what they tell me." "Well?" she asked in a non-prodding manner. "Well, what?" "How's your memory?" Rapp held up his hand and let it wobble back and forth. "It's a little iffy." Hayek gave him a suspicious look. "What's my name?" Rapp smiled. "I know you're from Michigan." "That's correct." For reasons that he didn't know at the time and couldn't explain later, he reached out and grabbed her hand. "I'm sorry. I feel like you're important to me, that we've shared something that could be important." It wasn't easy to see Hayek blush with her smooth olive skin, but she was. Her lips formed a smile that was one part shock and the other part excitement. "We work with each other. And I got the feeling there's a little something more to our relationship than just work." Hayek cleared her throat and laughed. She had sensed the tension between them, but her history of work relationships was so bad that she had ignored it to the best of her ability. That didn't mean, however, that she wasn't attracted to him. She was, very much so, to the point where she was worried that it had begun to affect her work. She had even allowed her mind to wonder what it would be like. Rapp was such a dynamic force, volatile but in a very predictable way, that he actually scared her at first. The man across from her now, however, was a new version of Rapp, where all of those walls had been stripped away. For a split second, she was tempted to tell him that they were in a committed relationship, and then she decided against it. Instead, her juvenile streak took over, and she said, "We've been sleeping with each other for the last 6 months." Rapp's eyes opened wide. Really? Hayek burst out laughing, and, unable to talk because she couldn't stop laughing, she managed to shake her head. Finally, after about 10 seconds, she said, "No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. We're co-workers. You're my boss." Rapp looked bummed out. "That sucks. I'm sorry." She giggled some more, placed her other hand over Rapp's, and said, "That wasn't very nice of me." Rapp cracked a smile and asked, "Do you think there's a chance we might be able to?" Hayek laughed even harder this time and had to cover her mouth. This was so unlike Rapp. She wished she had taped it to show everyone. No, that would be mean, she thought. But it would be fun to show him. "Do they have you on any painkillers?" Rapp smiled, and his smile gave her the answer to her question. Now it was his turn to clasp her hand in both of his. "Are you sure we never slept together?" Chapter 28. Kennedy had maneuvered Gould to the exact spot where she wanted him. The intelligence business was many things, but stripped down to its basic elements it was about people. How they interacted with other people in normal day-to-day activities, and how they might change their behavior in a stressful situation. It was easy to lose sight of this and get hung up on all the satellite imagery, signal intercepts, and endless reports from analysts, but it all came back to human interaction. Kennedy was fairly certain Gould was a misogynist. It was observable in the way he treated